Good evening, everyone. Good to see everybody. Man, it has been forever since I did a live. I've been so insanely busy. So I want to thank all of you for being here. This has been something that's been in the works for some time. But yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to have this live stream tonight. I typically don't go live on Saturdays, but I couldn't wait. I couldn't wait, and I hadn't done a live in so long, and I hadn't hung out with y'all and seen how y'all are doing. So I'm excited to be here tonight. And thank you all, like I said again, for being here. And for those who are new here, who maybe this is your first time, greetings. I am JL. Welcome to Bridge the Divide, where we talk about all kinds of stuff here. We talk about science, religion, philosophy, all kinds of interesting stuff, and of course, examine ways to bridge the divide, to use education, science, education, rationality, and reason to bridge the societal divides that are created by religious ideology and just dogmatic thinking. So I'm so happy to see everybody. This is awesome, fantastic. So wow, already. So okay. So just to let everybody know that if any super chats that come in, the system automatically stars them for me, so I will get to them, and so I won't miss anybody. And I also have the live chat up on my phone, so I don't miss if there are any gifted memberships. I can thank anybody who gifts memberships. So, but yes, this is amazing. So very, very cool. Let's take a look. First and foremost, let me get this banner up. So a huge, giant thank you to all of the members of the Godless Army. All of your support goes to really help this channel thrive. Not to mention anybody who's popped by the Teespring and checked out some of the merch, some of the funny merch that I've created for y'all. So I appreciate all that support. You guys rock. And let's see who we've got in the live chat tonight before it gets too big, because I think that this might be a kind of popular one that we're going to talk about tonight. Won't be. It may not be the only thing we talk about, but it's a pretty serious issue, and it's like I said, it's been. I've been wanting to find a way to present this information in the most honest way possible. And so, but we'll discuss that here in a second, because this is some fair warning. This is some pretty heavy stuff that we're going to get into. So, but we'll get there and when I'll break it all down. So, but and there's a story to tell as well. There's a story behind this whole thing. So we'll get there. First and foremost, Charlie Welch is here. Says, "Voop, good to see you, Charlie Welch, member of the Godless Army. Thanks so much for being here, bud. The only man on the internet you never make a bet with. Welchy himself, thanks so much for being here. Grim Skeptic is here as well. Says, oh, this should be spectacular, jail. How do you feel about trolling some despicable comments with me in a few? Or if nothing else, just go read a few I found on Mark Ryan. I have heard of Mark Ryan. I have not gone through his stuff, but his reputation precedes him, or his infamy precedes him. Yeah, he's a bit of a douche. Yeah, putting members of the LGBTQ in wood chippers. Yeah, he's just trash. There he is. Peter's here. Gonna go for it. Thanks so much for being here, bud. Thank you for the help in getting this all together. You were instrumental in putting this together and helping me with this and making it look absolutely awesome. So I appreciate you and all the help you did. He runs, Gonna Go For It, Peter Tucker runs pretty much RN Raw's channels. Like he makes them look as amazing they are. And so he took some time out of his busy schedule to help me, and I am deeply, deeply appreciative. So thank you so much, Peter. Let's see. I Killed Earl's here, member of the Godless Army. Thanks so much for being here. Lexi Ann as well, another member of the Godless Army. Greg Dickinson is here. Says, yo, good to see you. Good to see you, bud. Let me see. Rasheen is here. Good to see you. I unfortunately am not as good as Irish. I don't speak Gaelic, but I appreciate the message. And she says, hello, friends. Thank you so much for being here. HP, good to see you, historical philosopher. Love hanging out with HP over in Discord. Fangirl98, it's so good to see you. Thanks so much for being here tonight. Caliban as well. Thank you for being here. Mark Short, good to see you. And I see Brian Powell as well. Says, good evening, everyone. Good evening, Brian. Thank you so much for being here. Left-Handed Jedi is here. Good to see you. And Spellbinder 101 says, good day to you, JL, my splendid fellow. Thank you so much, Spellbinder. I hope your day is treating you well. And the very first super chat that came in was from PhD Tony, one of my favorite PhDs out there. Thank you so much, Tony. Appreciate it. For 10 Australian dollars says, oh, I get it. You were going to start without me. Again. Well, I caught you. You did catch me, sir. You caught me in the act. But I appreciate you being here. Thank you so much for the super chat, Tony. You freaking rock. And I'm so glad that you're feeling better. I see you're getting back into the creative movement and you're starting to put stuff out there. And I know it's been a long road, but you are an absolute beast. So thank you so much for everything that you do, Tony. And I love your vids, love your content. Can't wait to see more. Hopefully we'll be able to get the four of us back together on a panel again. I know that Irish Demon feels he's kind of outgrown us because he never shows up to any of mine. And he never messages me anymore. So he's just too big. He's too big for us now. But, maybe you, me, and Johnny can hang out again. Oh, who else do we have here in the chat? Suit Kettle's here. Good to see you. Says, I watched an interview with Mark Rainey, another DAO worker who left. What a revealing stream it was. I hope that I can chat with Mark Rainey as well. I sent him a message. He has not responded yet, but he may be out traveling. So hopefully I'll hear from him someday. I'd love to sit down and have a talk. Ryan Donovan's here. Good to see you. Thanks so much for being here tonight. Grim Skeptic says JL stands for Justice League. Close. Almost. Almost there. Sumami is here. Says Cello. Good to see you, Sumami. Thanks so much for being here tonight. And who else do we have? Repo Sandman is here. Says Charlie is a Poe. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes. Bill Davis is longtime listener, first time live. Thank you so much for being here, Bill. I do appreciate it. There's apparently something very loud going on outside. I have no idea what that is. That's creepy. Ooh, they're coming to get me. I don't know if y'all can hear that. I don't know if y'all heard that, but that was strange. That was wild. Wilberforce, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here this evening, all. And who else we got? The Plot Hole has been a member for 23 months. You rock. Member of the Godless Army for 23 months. Almost 2 years. Thank you so much, Plot Hole. I do appreciate all that amazing support. Who else we have here tonight? Let me see. Elizabeth S. says, hi, JL. Good to see you, Elizabeth. Thanks so much for being here tonight. And Tyler West, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here as well. Michael Purcell, you as well. Claire Views in the house. Good to see you, Claire. Thanks so much for being here. And that was a really fun debate that we had the other day. I love that little side project we got going on, the kind of like revolving platforms and just debate a various topic. It's a good creative outlet. And I'm actually learning a lot about editing and trying to get something really, really good. I've gotten to experiment with my editing, and it's gotten a lot better. So I appreciate that. It's been an amazing experience. Can't wait for the next one. Let me see. Tomato X Machina is here. Good to see you, Tomato. It's his first time catching live. Thank you so much for being here. I do appreciate it. Everybody new here, thank you so much. You rock. Jason T says, just another Jason lurking in your room. He must be off camera because that guy right there, he's kind of intimidating. But thank you so much, Jason, for being here. Appreciate it. I think that got it. So Michael Purcell says, here for the investigation into quantum energy fluctuations, bridge the divide. It's an important thing. It really, really does. I will say that there are some PhDs out there like Dr. Clive Wells and, of course, PhD Tony, who probably, I tried to communicate this stuff as best I can. I am not a physicist, but it's also important to remember that my atheism is not predicated on things like cosmology, astrophysics, physics, biology. My atheism is not predicated on these things. It's like I didn't look at evolution. I didn't look at abiogenesis. I didn't look at cosmology, Big Bang cosmology like that and say, oh, wow, this is the truth. So therefore I am an atheist. That's not how that tracks. So it's just evidence that goes towards demonstrating how the religious ideology is wrong in its claims about reality. It's all it is. But ultimately, that's not what I predicate my atheism on, or what my atheism was predicated on when I deconverted. Caliban says, soft sits piss me off like Flutter's pissed PhD Tony off. Absolutely, they absolutely do. And that was actually going to be a question that I'll come up with later. But anyhow, thank you all so much for being here. I think I caught everybody. in the chat, and I said hi to everybody. And I'll try and catch people as they come along. And of course, any super chats, any super stickers, anything that comes through, I will catch because it automatically stars them for me. If anybody gives me memberships, I have that up on the live chat here on my phone, so I'll be able to see it. Let's see. So I know many of you saw the thumbnail, and that this video is this live stream is predominantly about. He says Plot Hole says I missed the best comments. I tried to go through so we could get to the meat of it. I already spent 10 minutes or 12 minutes doing it, so I do my best, man. Fred Knotts, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here, bud. Fred Knotts always reminds me of Knott's Berry Farm back in California when I was growing up in California. You either went to SeaWorld, Disneyland, or Knott's Berry Farm. It always reminds me of that. I just, good memories. It's good memories. Let me see. Kova42, thanks so much for being here tonight. Good to see you. All right. Pinworm, howdy as well. Thank you so much for being here. Another member of the Godless Army. Appreciate that. So, a lot of y'all saw the thumbnail. This live stream is going to be about Greg Locke. So, I haven't talked about Greg's stuff in a minute. Right now, Greg is in the middle of his kind of renaissance where he went from, he kind of like got himself famous because of the viral videos he had going back to 2015. And now all of a sudden he's in this deliverance ministry nonsense where it's about exorcism is basically what it is. It's like everybody's afflicted by demons. And that's led him to make some claims that that the diagnoses that some people have, like whether you're diagnosed with bipolar or schizophrenia, or maybe your child has autism or something of that nature, or even things like you're addicted to smoking, you're addicted to alcohol, that you are infested with demons, or you're like possessed by a demon, and that his deliverance ministry will cast them out. And so if you go to his ministry and they cast the demon out, you will no longer need your mood stabilizers or your Lipitor or the nicotine patch or whatever. So yeah, it's freaking insane. So Greg Locke, and he's currently hooked up with another grifter who kind of fell off the map, but now he's kind of worming his way back. He's hooked up with another one, and it's just absolutely insanity. Now, the story about this thing right here. Thank you so much, Plotto, for all those Heil Gregs. It's pretty much what it's like. So the big thing on this one is that, and I'll give you the kind of story because I've been holding this, and I haven't really released any details, but we're far enough past it. Originally, I had scheduled myself to go out to Tennessee and have a sit-down talk with Greg Locke. That sit-down interview was going to be pretty much a secondary part of a trip that McKinnon Mitchell was going to go on. McKinnon Mitchell was going to go out to Tennessee, and he was going to interview Greg Locke for his documentary. Unfortunately, and so that was the plan. And then Greg Locke asked if anybody is coming with you. Are you coming by yourself, or is anybody coming with you? And then I was offered the invitation to go because I'd done some stuff on Greg Locke before, and I was familiar with him. So McKinnon invited me. And so I was like, hell yes, I am going. I want to sit down in a room, and I want to hammer the shit out of Greg Locke on camera. Me and him. I want to have this chat. And so that was looking like it was a go. Then all of a sudden, some untoward things happened with McKinnon, towards McKinnon. McKinnon started receiving death threats, and McKinnon was being made to feel unsafe, and that the possibility of him going out there could present a danger to either him or him and his family. And McKinnon's got kids. There was no way that he was going to do that. So the vitriol that he got to go out there and talk, and then all of a sudden people were messaging him. People were like, it was scary. It was enough, and the threats that he got were close enough to home that he was really, really concerned about it. So he pretty much just called it off. That it was not going to. First he rescheduled it. He's like, no, this is not worth it, because the threats he ever got were pretty insane. Now, nobody threatened me, but if Greg wasn't going to talk to McKinnon, there was no point. So I couldn't, and I was just secondary to this. I was just going to be there and then sit down and have a talk with him. And then I didn't get a chance to go. So I didn't get a chance to go. Now, so that was kind of the story right there, is that Greg Locke's fundamentalist, followers threatened and scared McKinnon, and just made it like not worth it. Like the threat to his family and the threat to himself was just not worth it. And I totally understand that. I totally get that. And I was like, whatever you want to do, man, family first. If you're not comfortable going, then don't even hazard it. Now, a part of all of the information that McKinnon had put together, that he had gathered for his documentary, one segment of what he got was what we're going to listen to tonight. And he had it for the longest time, and then he sent it to me just so I could listen to it. But he was like, don't put it out there, don't share it, don't do anything. But once he called off the trip, and once he called off the interview, and pretty much put the whole documentary on the shelf, he eventually told me, or he eventually messaged me and let me know, it's in your hands. If you want to run with it, run with it. So he's the one who did the legwork. So McKinnon Mitchell did the legwork to go and get this, to go and like track it down and find it and procure it. And then he handed it to me to do with as I felt, reasonable to do. So okay, I will run with it. And I will do something with it. The question was then, do I want to do a video where I break it down and respond to it, or do I do a live stream where we listen to it? Now, this is where we kind of get into this. The video that we're going to watch, that we're going to listen to, because it's not really video, it's audio. It's an audio recording of an interview. For those who don't know, this audio is of an interview that was done, of an official interview that was done with Melissa Locke, Greg Locke's ex-wife. And as many of you know, it's pretty much common knowledge. As many of you know, Greg Locke cheated on his wife with his secretary, And then when she found out, you know, sent her off, to whatever. It's like she had she had a nervous breakdown. It was really, really bad. And then he sent her off to go to a facility, and then he wound up divorcing her and then marrying his mistress. So even though he's gone, he's like, I'm not an adulterer. It's pretty much understood that he was. One of the prevailing stories that's out there is that one of his children actually caught him in the act with his secretary. So it's wildly understood. So yes, Greg Locke cheated on his wife, and then when she found out, she had a breakdown. He sent her off, said she had mental problems. Then he divorced her, and then he married his secretary. So this is all after the fact. So this interview came after all of that. So a reporter sat down with Melissa and did an interview with her, recorded the audio for it, and this is the audio of that. Now, this is all coming from Melissa's mouth, from Melissa herself. The way I'm going to present this is I'm just going to play the audio, because there's a number of things that are important here. Number one, this is Melissa's story from her own lips. Now, there were family members of Melissa that were present for that interview. Melissa, due to the events, Melissa has been rendered very fragile. So she had members of her family that were there to support her. Her being alone in the room with this reporter guy, there's no way that would have worked. So she had members of her family that were there to help her and for her to lean on. But what you're going to hear, I know you're imagining what you're likely going to hear and what you'll hear from her. But I don't just, I want everybody to listen to like this. So I'm going to present this as Melissa's story from her own, from herself, and I'm not going to interrupt it. I'm not going to chime in with my commentary, because Melissa's story needs to be told completely. This is the interview that Greg Locke doesn't want people to hear, because this is from the mouth of, I would say, his most damaged victim. Okay, so what we're going to hear is, of course, this interview with Melissa. And let me make sure I've got this up. I'll pause that, and we'll go here, and we're going to listen to this. So before we get started, I know I saw, one second, I want to cover these real quick. Fangirl98, thank you so much for the $2.99 super sticker, of £2.99 super sticker. Thank you very much. I do appreciate that, Fangirl. Pinworm, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Says, a BTD stream was just what I needed tonight. Thank you. You're very, very welcome. And I know that this topic I understand that this topic is going to be heavy. I'm going to give you fair warning that this is a heavy topic. Okay? I will see your comments in there, and I'm gonna keep my mouth shut. And as the comments come through, so if I see one that needs to be hit, I will tag it, and they will go forward. But yeah, Sumami, I'm just giving you the heads up. I'm giving you the heads up on this. All right, and thank you so much, J-Dub, for being a Godless member, or a member of the Godless Army for 7 months. I do appreciate that. So I give you now, thanks to Peter DeTucker and are going to go for it, and his amazing video skills, his editing skills. And this video is in its entirety. This video is unedited. Just the video, so the audio is completely unedited. So here we go.
So it's March 3rd, and I'm with Melissa Locke and some of the caretakers from the good from Cop Street Ministries. I got mixed up with the Good Shepherd.
I knew you were going to say that.
So you just want to start telling me your story? Maybe I can stop and ask questions at a given time.
Sure.
Okay.
This all happened in the end of October, about 4 or 5 months before that. I was going through an emotional breakdown, I think. I'm not proud of it, but I thought I was going crazy. I just felt like something was wrong, and I didn't know what, but I thought it was me. I had said several times that I wanted to die, and then I did something really bad. I cut my arm, and I asked Greg to get me some help, but he didn't. Then I did something else really wrong. I started thinking that Greg was getting close to my best friend, And Greg has always been one to take people with him wherever he goes and try to be very accountable. And so I realized he was getting very close to her, but he always said it was because she was very close to me. And I never had opened up to anybody until I opened up really close to her, which I will never do again in my life. So I was starting to get where I didn't trust him, which was wrong. And then Greg, I don't know how to say all this. Like 2 weeks before all this happened, Greg was starting to go back to this tree that he prayed at sometimes before, but then he was starting to go regularly. And he got to where he wasn't eating and wasn't being close to me like we were, and I knew something was wrong, and he said, it was just because I'm getting closer and closer to God, Melissa. God is just doing something great in my life. And so one day he came to me and he told me, he said, Melissa, I told Ty that I don't want her texting or calling me anymore unless it's an emergency. And I said, oh, don't do that. She'll think it's because of me. I said, please talk to her. No, don't. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be jealous. So I didn't understand. I did it what he told me to. So he said, we're going to go to the church and I'll talk to her. She'll come to my office and you go outside and take a walk. So I did. And it took him a while, and I asked, why did it take you so long? He said, you're not trusting me, Melissa. And I said, okay, I'm sorry. And so then that night he goes, I said, what did Ty say? He said, well, she said, I know she's jealous of me no matter what she says. And I said, I'm not jealous of her job. I said, Greg, I just want to be close to you too in the ministry. All I feel like I do is take care of these kids and stay at home and do all this. I want to be close at church with stuff.
And what time was he coming home at 4:30 in the morning?
No, not yet.
Not yet. Okay.
So, he was, so the next day I went with her and we went to lunch, and I told her, I said, I'm so sorry, but I really thought that maybe because I wasn't good enough, that you do all this stuff for Greg, that maybe the devil would tempt him to be mentally close to you. And she got real defensive and very upset, and she said even some curse words and said, why would you think that? I would never sleep with him or anything. And I said, I didn't say that. I just thought that Greg maybe get mentally close to you. And she said, Melissa, I can't believe you would not trust me. And I said, it's not you, I promise. And I told her sorry, and they made it like it was me. And that night I went home and I told Greg I was so sorry. And he said, well, your relationship with her will never be the same again. But to back it up that day, she said something that I didn't put together until now. She said, Melissa, what if you did die? Because I said, what if I die and y'all get together? That's what I think should happen sometimes because I'm just not good enough. She goes, well, what if you did die? Wouldn't you want it to be me? And I said, well, yeah, sure. So, anyhow, that weekend, my husband preached this sermon that he went that week to the tree more and more, and then that Saturday night he preached this sermon where he cried and said that God was doing something big in his life, and it was going to be heartbreaking, and people weren't going to understand, and that God was going to break him. So I asked Greg, I said, well, if this is going to be hurtful, is this going to be hurtful for me? And he's like, Melissa. And I said, well, we're both together. And I said, are you sure this is not our marriage? And he said, no, it's not our marriage, And I kept asking, well, that Saturday night, he got up at 1:30 and he left out of the house and he never came back because he went straight to church after that. And all night long I texted him, are you okay? Are you okay? And he said, yeah, I'm just praying at this tree. I'm just broken. That day we went to church, he preached, he cried, and he told the people he was going to be going through something that, God was just going to bring him closer than ever.
Is this Greg Locke 2.0?
What does that mean?
The sermon he talked about Greg Locke 2.0.
No,
Okay.
this is
Different one?
that one at the
Okay.
tree, about the tree.
Okay.
So, after church that day, we were supposed to go on a date, and his mother watched the kids, and I said, don't you want to go back home and spend some time together? And he said, no, we'll just go to the mall. I thought that was really weird. And then that Monday, he came home, and he still wasn't eating good, and he wasn't himself. And I said, Greg, are you going to be okay? He said, I'm just going through a season, Melissa, season. And that Tuesday was Halloween. He came home. I just knew something was wrong, really wrong. And he goes, I've just had a bad day. Well, I was wrong, and I kept asking him all night long. Even when we took the kids out for Halloween, I asked him all night and bugged him even in front of the kids, and I shouldn't have. But I knew something was wrong. And so we got back home, and I said, please tell me, Greg. And he wouldn't. So I was wrong again, and he turned, and when he did, I turned him around. I pushed him not to be ugly. I wasn't trying to be ugly. But he said I pushed him hard against the wall, which I didn't think I was ever enough to hurt anybody, but apparently I was, I guess. And I said, it'd be better if you hit me than not tell me what's going on. And he said, Melissa, I'm just leaving. I'm going to the church. I said, please don't. He goes, no. So he left and the kids were crying, and I tried to text him, call him, he wouldn't answer. So at midnight he called me and said, I'm staying at the church. He said, if it wasn't for the ministry, I'd divorce you before sunup. And I thought that maybe all this from the ministry was getting to him. So I just thought, if I be quiet, because he said I texted and called him way too much. And I did. I was wrong. I did. I promise I did. And so the next morning, I called him at 5 o'clock, and he said, you know, Melissa, I just don't want you anymore. He said, I don't care if you die and we have a funeral, just shed a few tears over you. And he said, I don't care if you take all the pills in the house. I just want you not in my life. So I left. And he didn't think I would leave because he goes, where are you going to go? Your sisters don't want you. So I called a lady that I worked with at the children's home. And I said, Martha, can I come? And she said, yes. Well, I called my son, Hudson, who's at his grandmother's, and I said, can you give me an Uber? And he said, yeah. So he got me an Uber, and I went. Well, I asked Greg, you're going to have to come and get the kids if I'm going to, because I homeschooled, if I'm going to go somewhere. He really didn't think I'd go anywhere, I guess. I think he really thought I could kill myself. And so, because I'd been saying it for months, so why not push me over to it? So I went to her house, and that was Wednesday night. Wednesday night, I just kept quiet all day. The only time I texted him is, can I have money for an Uber? And I didn't hear from him. So I didn't bother him anymore, because I thought if I be quiet, I'll give him time. After church, Ty called me, and she goes, what is going on? I said, you know what's going on. She goes, no, I don't. She goes, I just sat in his office and stared at him, saying, what's wrong with you? I thought, that's pretty strange. Later, not then, I didn't put all this together till later. She said, well, I have Malachi, because Greg has to go out of town. I said, Ty, that's my kids. And she said, I'll help you, Melissa. I'll help you with them. She goes, Melissa, I don't want to be the downfall of y'all's ministry. I said, Ty, don't stop. Don't not be the secretary. It's my fault, you know. She goes, no, I'll step down. She goes, I've been saying for months I need to step down. She goes, I could tell that you were being this way. Well, now I see it. It was conviction, but I didn't see it then. She blamed it all on me, but it is my fault. I understand. So, that Thursday he went and preached at that Noah's Ark place, and I thought when he came back he would call me. So I called his mom, and I said, is Greg going to call me? And she said, he's not ready to talk to you yet. So that night, she sat down with my kids and told them that we were having trouble, and my middle son went ballistic. And so I texted Greg and I said, Greg, you're going to have to get Evan. He's going crazy on your mom. And he texted me back and he said, you have stirred these kids up. Send text. And I said, Greg, I didn't. Your mom told him. Well, then that weekend, he said, you know, Melissa, you're out of options. You need to file for divorce or I will. So I said, you know, I thought, well, if I do, then maybe it won't look bad in the cause of Christ, you know, and Greg will reconsider if I do what he says, you know. I didn't want it to look bad for all these people that look up to him, and I didn't want it to look bad in the church, so who am I? So I found an attorney, and I told him everything, and he said, ma'am, it seems like your husband has a girlfriend, and I said, no, he doesn't. I promise you he doesn't. And he's like, well, ma'am, you need to make him do it. And I said, and I told him about my arm, and he said, oh, that wouldn't look good in front of a judge. So he said, if he wants to do it, we can sign it in the office. He'd bring me, I think it was $2,500 or $3,000. I don't know which one it was. If he brings it, then we'll sign it in 90 days. The judge will look at it and it can be over. But we can undo it in 90 days if he wants to. And I was like, okay, maybe he'll want to undo it. So I talked to him and he said, all right, when's the quickest we can do this? And I want to do it before Wednesday night to tell the church people. And I said, okay. So I met him on a Wednesday. And in between that time, he told me, he said, Melissa, you're turning into Ty. Your hair, your nails, everything about you. So I wasn't doing it to be mean, but I went and got my hair cut. So when I saw it that day at the church, he wouldn't even look at me. And he was supposed to give me a ride home. He told me he would. He would give me an Uber. Well, the attorney told him to leave and for me to stay behind and sign some papers and for him to come back. So when it was my time to leave, I asked the attorney, where's Greg? And he said he left. So I wasn't going to bother him about an Uber. I'll just find my own way home. And so I said, I don't have a ride. He said, do you have a card? And I said, no, sir. I said, I just have some cash. And he said,
You don't have a credit card?
I didn't, but I do now. I got mine now.
But at the time, during your marriage, did you have a credit card?
No.
So you had no driver's license and no credit card?
No, but the driver's license was my fault because I was scared. It wasn't his fault. So anyhow, back to my story. He said, well, you can ride with our maintenance man. His truck is a wreck, but if you have $20, I said, I don't care. I don't care how. I've lost my husband. Who cares what the place looks like, you know? So I got in the truck, and on the way home, he texted me and said, are you almost home, Melissa? To Martha? And I said, yes. And he said, why did you ride with the maintenance man, Melissa? You didn't know this man. It's in the text. And I said,
Well, he said construction worker.
yeah, whatever it is. And I said, well, the attorney knew him, and I needed a ride. He said, Melissa, you didn't even know that person. And I said, what does it matter to you? He said, because you could have got raped or killed. And I thought, he didn't care. And then he said, Melissa, apparently you're gaining your weight back because I've lost a lot of weight. And I said, no, I'm not, Greg. And he said, well, your face looks fat. I guess it's because of that stupid haircut you got. And later in the conversation, like 2 days ago, he said, this was a couple days later, he said something about my hair. He said, that hair disgusts me more than anything. And he said, it's something I don't like, and if you have one, that's okay, but I hate tattoos. And he said, you know what? And by the way, Melissa, F you, I got a tattoo on my arm. Now he has two. Oh, my Lord. And I was like, okay. But I didn't even say, oh, I can't believe you got a tattoo. The only thing I said was a day later, I said, does your arm hurt? Because I felt bad, because I heard they hurt. Apparently they don't. So after that night, some people from the church called, and I told him I couldn't talk to him. But I found out later that he made everybody turn their phones off. This is what I heard, so I wasn't there, so I don't know. And he made everybody not say anything, but he said, don't talk to Melissa. This is what she wanted. She wanted the divorce. She filed for it. I filed for it because I thought that this would help get him back. And then he told people, don't talk to her because she just needs time. And so then he called me and he said, who have you been talking to? And I said, well, the Fast called me, but I told Mr. Fast I couldn't talk to him, but I did talk to his wife. And he said, well, who else have you been talking to? And
Is
I
Mr.
said,
Fast a member of the church?
he was. He's not now. He was an elder, but he's not now. There is no elders now. So anyhow, I said, well, Courtney, another lady called me. Some other people had texted, but I just told them I'm okay. And so I called Courtney and said, Courtney, I can't talk. And she goes, can I just ask you one question once? I said, okay, that's it. She goes, were you forced into getting this divorce? And I said, I cannot answer that.
This Courtney Benson?
Yes. And I said, I cannot answer that. So Greg called me and said, who have you talking to? He said, Melissa, the church pays for your phone, so I'm coming to get your phone. So we don't want you talking on the church phone if it, for them. So I gave him the phone, and he said, now you better tell me who you talked to. So I gave him the phone back, and so then I called him back later, and I said, I didn't tell him about Miss Bass. And he goes, as soon as he left, I called him. He said, I knew you'd be calling me. I knew you'd tell me who you talked to. I said, yes, sir, I am. I'm going to tell you before you see. I talked to Courtney and Miss Fast. And he's like, okay. So then he gets me another phone. And then that week, he gets into this big fight with his mom. And I don't know what happened there. But he called me, and he was so mad because I had put in the divorce papers that he just can't come and go snatch the kids from Greg's mom. At that time, I thought it was safe for them to be with Greg's mom. Right now, she's right. But one day she doesn't like what he's doing, and the next day she's right up underneath him. So I don't know what's going on there. One day she loves me, and the next day she's screaming she hates me. So I don't know. But leave her out of it, please. So anyhow,
I've already talked to Julie.
Yeah, and it's too. One day it might be.
And multiple people have said that. One day she's against Greg, and one day she agrees with him.
I know. So he called me, I'm going to go, Melissa, and I'm going to tear that door down, and I'm going to get those kids. And he was cursing and screaming. Well, then Hudson calls me, my oldest son, and says, Mom, I'm scared to death. Dad says he's going to come, and Granny has a gun, and so does Papa have a gun. Well, I was scared to death because Greg's like, I'm going to tear the door down. If he tore the door down, do you know what? Joe would have, in a heartbeat, shot his head off. So I didn't know what to do. I was scared, so I called the police. Bad idea, because then the next day, that night, Greg goes, I'm coming to put your things on the porch at Aunt Martha's. I said, Greg, I didn't even want to see him that night. And he goes, so then the next day he goes, Melissa, you called the police on me. I said, yes, I did, Greg. My kids were scared. I wanted my kids to know I would stand up for them. He goes, now it shows in those texts, that shows what you will do if you'll call the police on me. He goes, you better thank the Lord. The Lord stopped me. That could have ruined my whole ministry. The Lord stopped him. I'm like,
Stop you from what?
going over there.
Keeping his mother's door down.
Yeah. Those are all in the text too. So,
Okay.
so then I didn't know what to do because I was going to stay and live with Aunt Martha and help her. They were looking for somebody to start taking care of her. And I asked them if I could bring my kids on the weekend. They said yes. But to bring them every single weekend, Aunt Martha said would be hard to have for 3 days on the weekend because she's 85 years old and she's got dementia and she wants to help me, but she, so I knew that wouldn't be a good idea all the time. So, and Greg goes, Melissa, I don't want you to work for her. That would be too easy. You need to get a job that you drive back and forth to, So then I said, what about me getting an apartment in Mount Juliet and finding, and he said, no. I said, what about living with your mom? And he said, no, that's too close to the church. So I had called Miss Carol on my phone, and he called me and said, why did you call Miss Carol? And I said, because she helps people, and you know that. We adopted our firstborn from her. And he goes, well, okay. And I said, so I can go there? He said, yeah. And I said, well, you'll have to, since you have the computer, if you'll get a bus ticket, then I'll pay you for that. And so later I told him that, find the bus ticket and I'll send you my card number. And he goes, oh, you don't have to do that. I already found the bus after I talked to him. He said, this morning after I talked to you, I looked it up already for you. And I said, thank you. I'll send you my card number. He said, that's okay. You don't have to. You spend your money on some luggage and I already bought your bus ticket. So he didn't force me to come up here, but he gave me the okay to come here. Because if he wouldn't give me the okay, I wouldn't have come. And so, and he bought the ticket
I've
for
read
me.
through all these and dissected them like I told you, and some of these corroborate everything that she says, but the meticulous planning that went into what has transpired blows my mind. Okay?
And so anyhow, let me hurry because I'm getting tired. And so, so I came here. And I told Miss Carol, I'm not talking to you until you talk to Greg, because he said that I was leaving things out because he talked to my friend that I'd had since I was 17 years old, and she's mad at me and she won't even talk to me more because I didn't tell her everything, because I didn't tell her how I'd wanted to kill myself like 4 months before, and how I texted him all the time and now I called him, so I smothered him, and how I wanted to be dead, and how I said, you know, maybe I should just die so you and Ty could get together, because he said, I put it together, I put that idea in their heads, you know. So Joy's like, you didn't tell me all that, Melissa, so it makes it, I guess, like I was horrible, you know, and I shouldn't have done all that. I agree to that. So when I came here, I let him talk to her, so I wouldn't have that kind of story, so I wouldn't tell anything I shouldn't, so I wouldn't leave anything out. So she took me to the hospital. I went into the hospital, stayed there for 17 days. I called him while I was in there to call me back so I could talk to kids on Thanksgiving. He didn't return my call, so I didn't get to see my kids on Thanksgiving. When I got out, I didn't call right away because that's what he said. I called all the time. Well, then that Thursday, when I got out of the hospital, I was at the counselor's. I had a counselor, and my phone rang, and I thought, and it kept ringing, so I thought, oh, that's Miss Carol, because nobody calls me. And so I looked down, it was my son Hudson. And then I saw I had a text from Greg's mom, said, call me. So the counselor said, go ahead and take it, Melissa. So I called Hudson, and he's like, Mom, you've got to help. Dad's going to take Evan and put him in a hospital. Well, my son Evan is a middle son, and please leave him out of stuff, okay? Because it's not fair to the kids. But he needs some mental help. He has ADHD really bad before all this happened, okay? And I said, Dad needs to get him some help. And so Greg's mom gets on the phone, and the first thing she does is starts screaming at me, I hate you, Melissa, I hate you. And she said, Greg's going to come and get him today. I said, let Greg have him. Greg told me he was going to take care of these kids. I said, let him have him. Let him get him some help. And so after that, I was all torn up. I mean, for her screaming, I hate you, and she told those kids, or somebody told them that I just abandoned them. I didn't abandon them. I came up here to get help. This is where my husband agreed that I could come to get help. He didn't force me to come here. He didn't. But he agreed, and he even bought me the bus ticket to come here and get some help. So then I come and get help, and then I had my phone off because I couldn't handle my phone, because every time it rang, I thought it was going to be something like that. So, I remember January 3rd that my son had a doctor's appointment, so I used my paycheck and bought minutes on my phone for the first time. And I text Greg, which it's not in these texts, it's a text at home, I forgot them, that said, Greg, I just want you to know that I turned my phone on today because I don't want to think, well, you haven't called, why are you doing it now? That Evan has a doctor's appointment today. I'm praying for you. I love y'all. You know, really nice. Have the kids call me. Well, he texted me back later when I was at work, and Mr. Rick has seen these, and said, you know, how dare you text me when you haven't done anything with these kids? I knew you would call me. I'm not going to be bound to this phone anymore. You know, I'm going on with my life. You need to go on with your life, Melissa. Said, you know, you told Ty in our office for her to help you with these kids. It's almost like you planned it. You just up and left. And yeah, I asked her to help me with the kids while I'm going to get help, but I didn't mean to take over and be their mother. But he said, we talked to the kids at Christmas, and as soon as the divorce is over, we are getting together. And said, we see each other at work, at church, and most evenings for dinner. And he said, you know, Melissa, I hope somebody else loves you, because it will never be me.
This was January 3rd.
Well, that might have been that day or that Saturday. There's two texts. They kind of run together. And I didn't respond. He goes, I want you to respond. And I wouldn't respond. I left work. And I didn't respond. So then that Saturday, I was at work, and I hear a ding, and I look, and he said, this is going to be a weird day. Kim Callan and some people are all meeting together against me. And he said, Melissa, this has caused such a mess, you know. And he was so angry. And he said, Miss Carol, put a picture of you on Facebook, and I see you're getting fat again, all that money I wasted on you.
And the picture was her with a big smile holding her Georgia driver's
No,
license.
that was a different
Is that a different one?
Yeah.
She got mad about that one too.
So, that weekend I just put my phone up, and I didn't see it till Sunday afternoon. And then when I finally saw it that Monday morning, he had been texting saying, Melissa, you need to respond to me. Melissa, Malachi's trying to call you. Well, Malachi didn't even call me then. Miss Carol goes, Melissa, it's just a ploy for him to get to talk to you. But Malachi, was trying to get a hold of me, but I said, it said, if you don't call me within an hour, I'm turning your phone off. Well, we don't get to keep our phones at night. We have to turn them in at 6. So I see this on Monday morning, so I thought, if Malachi's getting a hold of me, I better call back. So I went to call, he turned my phone off. So that week, I called him, or somehow we had contact with each other, and I didn't say anything about it. I just didn't bring it up, and Greg said, "Oh, by the way, Melissa, if you want your phone turned," he tried to be nice, "if you want your phone turned back on, you have to send it back to me." And I said, "That's okay. I don't need it." He went, "I don't need it. I don't need his stuff anymore. The phone's in there. He can have it back." And then
Melissa, did he deactivate your Facebook page?
yes.
Greg did that without your permission.
Well, he set it up in the first place, so that's okay. So I've tried to keep quiet this whole time, not even call the kids much because I don't want to hear any bad stuff. So I've sent them letters and packages. I found out that they had only gotten my Christmas package until recently. I finally now started sending them Judy. Now they get them. But before that, all they got was my Christmas packages. They weren't getting my other letters.
And we got our receipts where we mailed them, sent them special delivery.
I've asked Greg over and over again, please, Greg, can't we reconcile? Please. And the last time I asked him that, he goes, please stop calling me every 2 weeks asking me that. He said, Melissa, stop. I said, but Greg, I still love you. I tell him every single time. And then for Valentine's Day, I sent him a Valentine's Day card. I didn't hear anything. And so the last time that I heard something on the phone, he was furious because you did that article about the Haydens. He was furious about that. And he said, Melissa, it doesn't matter how bad it looks. I'm getting an attorney and I'm going to file for divorce. And sure enough, he has. So that's all I have to say.
And Judy has had the children call her, and we've been there and listened to the children literally curse at Melissa and swear at her. And the last time Bruce was there, he heard
I had
it.
a well check done. That was 3 Saturdays ago from today. 3 weeks ago.
2 weeks.
Every time Melissa would start getting better and we'd get her back to work, they would call her cursing at her and screaming, and we'd have to take her back to the hospital. The chest pains were so bad, she couldn't get her breath. And they'd keep her again. She's been to the hospital 3 times and had to stay.
But that's not Greg.
Well, I'll tell you this, Seth, and I'm glad Rick's here because this has been my concern, and Carol knows this, but the night that Hudson called me and said he was going to attempt suicide 3 times, okay? I had to call Wilson County to have them do a well check. I had to, didn't have an option. Judy called back to the ministry while I'm on the phone with the deputy, okay, and threatened both Melissa and us on the phone. The deputy turned around and went back to the house where Hudson and Judy were not at because they were at a bowling alley, and Joe answered the door. And the deputy had talked to Hudson. Hudson denied that he had told me that. But the deputy with Wilson County, there would be an incident before that well visit, which would have been, I'll give you the date, I'll look at the calendar, but they had to go to the house twice because, number one, Judy's threatening us. So they know where she works, they know where she stays. I'm not worried about you because I know how you operate. But
Don't mess with him.
these people are relentless. They have pestered her phone and my phone.
But this is Judy,
1,
not
2, 3
Greg.
o'clock in the morning, not during the day.
I'm talking about 10, 15 phone calls sometimes a day.
And I didn't tell you yet because I've been so busy today. Going home last night, there's a little pull-off on the other side of Barrett Parkway just before you get to the entrance where I live. The big truck that was at the ministry was sitting
The
there.
gray truck.
Yes, sir.
So yesterday at about 4:30, Carol called me. There was a process server who never showed us her credentials. Carol called 911 and Cobb County came out to the ministry.
She refused to show me anything.
They re-served her this packet that she had already been served 2 weeks ago. It was almost as if it was an in-your-face. Don't know who the lady was. The police let her hand the packet to Melissa and she left the premises. But they barged in on Carol. That's why I came.
And they were making pictures at my property, and I'll boast a little bit. It is pretty. It's nice. It's decent. My homes are nice.
Yes.
But they were out making pictures of my tag numbers. She reached over and snatched my business card off the desk.
And trust me, I've spoken with Greg Fassett a few times, and I've probably gotten a lot closer to this than I should have, but Carol does it and I do it, and I'm sure Rick's the same way because number one, we care about Melissa, and we care about those kids.
Yes.
I told you yesterday that my prayer is the same as yours. I would pray that Greg would be restored and or saved. I don't think he's saved. That's my personal opinion, okay? But yesterday, the unfit for the pulpit pages that were up, I had them taken down. Elizabeth Lester, I had those pages up, took those down for my request for her safety and for the safety of the residents of Cobb Street Ministries. Because Melissa feels like she's putting them in danger. And, the gate has to be locked. Carol will decide to lock the gate. But Melissa's been doing the phone calls and then, being able to talk to you and Kim, and I've been very tight-lipped. I've had all these for a couple of months and haven't said a peep to anybody about them. Melissa's been through enough. And the methodical planning of this man to get her to this point, if she were not here with us, she would be in the Brinks. And that would have been fine with her.
He said it.
And she doesn't deserve that. No woman deserves to be tortured the way that it is.
And he keeps saying to me, well, you know she's stupid. You know she can't do this. You can't do that. And I'm saying, no, Greg. And I had a conversation with him, I believe it was yesterday that he texted me. And he was first wanting to know how she was doing. And it seems like it makes him angry when I tell him that she's doing awesome. It just makes him beyond angry. But I got my little saying at him. I did it with a civil voice. I said, Greg, I've got a lot invested here. And what I want is for you to get on your face with the Lord and beg him to forgive you. And then you call me back and I'll help you get some good Christian counseling. Because my ultimate goal would be for you to repent, get your life straightened out, and be the husband and the father that you need to be. And he hung the phone on me.
Okay. Well, Melissa, can I ask you some questions about the church and
Sure.
y'all's relationship? So, I've heard that there were elders at the church and they quit. Who appointed the elders?
My husband did. I guess my husband and Jared. I guess Jared did too. I don't know. I know my husband did. Jared's evil.
I believe it. Who's legally in charge of the church's property and operations?
I don't know. Jared, I guess. Jared and Greg. There's no one else.
So is there an oversight board of elders or deacons over them?
There was elders. I don't know if there's any left or not.
According to Greg's pastor.
I don't know.
Okay.
And I don't know, so don't quote me on that because Greg would say, she don't know. We keep her out of that.
Keeps you out of everything.
Do you know if the congregation is able to vote?
No.
They have church, so there's no
No, there's
congregation
no
votes.
voting.
Okay.
And people know that when they join.
Okay. So the staff, Jared,
Beverly.
Beverly, is that his wife?
Mhm.
And then Greg
Mhm.
and Ty's paid staff.
Yeah. Her sister.
Kim Campbell?
No, that's our sister-in-law
Oh. Ty and Ty's sister?
and Ty's sister, Maria Conley is her name.
And has Ty ever lived at y'all's house or stayed with y'all?
Mhm. She stayed with us 5 years ago when Greg was out of town. Though Greg was
Okay.
gone. Yeah, so that didn't. There was nothing there. I know that. I helped her. Greg was gone out of town. Yes, she didn't stay with us.
But I've had people tell me that I think would tell me the truth that they've seen him at the ball games together.
Well,
I've got
they have
video.
now.
I've got video.
Oh yeah, but he told me in those texts that he was eating dinner with her every night. No, not that text. The other text. I forgot to bring them.
I mean, I just think Billy Graham would be seen that with a woman if you're a pastor like that, especially if your wife's away. I've seen that video. My pastor wouldn't do it.
No, but I told Greg, I said, Greg, you've had an affair with her. I'm not saying you slept with her, but you saying that you're going to have dinner and you're already going to get together with her after our divorce, that is, you don't decide that you're going to love somebody in 8 weeks' time. He goes, no. I said, no, now I see it. That's why I was going crazy, because I saw it. And y'all knew that I saw it, and that's why y'all planned that it was me that,
Well, weeks ago, he was on Facebook screaming that he was divorced and his
I saw
divorce
it.
papers were on.
And I called
2
him,
weeks off.
and I said, Greg, you forgot that our divorce doesn't finish for 90 days, and plus I undid the divorce. And he goes, no, I got papers that the divorce is over. I said, yeah, the divorce is over means no more in existence. He said, oh, now I went online. I said, well, I didn't know you were going to go online and do that. I did that. So he thought that I did that because I got that text about him and Ty. That's why he thought I undid the divorce. No, I started to undo the divorce before I ever got that text. I said, Greg, you know I didn't want this divorce. He said, Melissa, we both did. I said, no, we did not. Even when I came up here, one of the last things I told you was, Greg, do you think we can get counseling and work this out? He goes, well, let's go and see what you get done. I've done everything you've asked. I got a place to live right now. I've got a job. I didn't, but I got my license. I did everything that he asked. But not those texts, the other texts, he said, Melissa, stop doing all this stuff to get me back. Do this stuff for yourself.
You're doing it and it's making him look bad. That's what he's
And every time they put something on Facebook about me, Hudson gets upset and says, you're destroying Dad's ministry. But that's not coming from Hudson. That's coming from Judy. Because even Judy told me, Melissa, don't let her put pictures of me. I said, why? She said, because, just don't do that. And she even told me, if you're going to do stuff, do it yourself. Don't let Miss Carol. Because she doesn't want Miss Carol to help me because she knows I know no clue what I'm doing,
Hudson is so volatile right now. I just want to say this, and you don't know that he told me this, nor do you, but I need it said. Judy was in the background the night that we had the well visit, and Hudson was on the phone with me, and Hudson said, and I'm gonna say it, Miss Carroll, so Lord forgive me, but he said, "You're Miss Carroll's bitch." Daddy said, "You're Miss Carroll's bitch," and I said,
Daddy said?
Yeah.
Are you sure they said daddy?
Oh yeah. Daddy said, "You're Miss Carroll's bitch."
Judy told me.
And I said this. I said, "Hudson, you need to get right with God. I'm praying for you." And that's the third time when he told me, he was like, "I don't believe in God. I'm just going to kill myself because Mom's ruining Dad's ministry." That whole Saturday night was Judy calling and Hudson calling. He called my phone, and I'll give you the records 13 times in a row. Hudson Locke called me. And then Judy started calling.
And I've been the bad person now. The last time I got on the phone, and as in a calm of voice as I could have, I said, "Hudson, you have hurt your mom seriously. You have disrespected your mom. Do not ring my phone again until you write your mother a lengthy letter of apology. And I want you to know I love you, Hudson, but I don't like you right now."
Same thing I said.
Melissa, how long have y'all been married?
21 years. Be 22 years in May.
And Melissa, Arlene has told me.
Arlene's a mess. Stay away from that lady. That lady's wicked. Now, don't quote me in that about that, but I'm serious. She was a troublemaker. She just wants to do this to get back at Greg, okay? So don't talk to that lady no more.
Okay.
She was a troublemaker before she left. So please don't. She's not trying to help the cause of Christ. She wants to hurt. Please don't quote me on that. I don't need any more people hate me, but please don't talk to that lady.
Okay.
Her and Kim Calvin are no good.
Well, also, Martha has told me this, that it was, you talked about a little in your story, that it was Greg who encouraged you to file for divorce, and Greg who
Yes.
encouraged you to
It's in that
divorce.
text.
So it's true that Greg encouraged the divorce.
Not encouraged. Ask. Don't you? Isn't it right here?
I already laid that out there for him. That's one of the
So
highlights.
Greg asked you to file.
Yes.
He basically told her in that text, well, not basically, it says it, that it would be a 90-day period, basically. So he tricked her into signing a document in order for her to get, quote unquote, help or better.
Mm-hmm.
And then that way his plan of action could go into place and he could shuffle her off.
Okay. And the divorce papers say irreconcilable differences.
Yes.
Is that the real, true reason?
We didn't know what else to put. What else do you put?
Greg having a girlfriend?
No,
Infidelity?
because I didn't even think. I didn't.
Okay, so that's.
No, you can't put that.
You think it's true?
Well, now I
What
see that
happened
it
in the
did.
office for the length of time they were in that office when you questioned them? When
They
him
just
and
were
Doc-
talking. But
Closed
there's.
door?
Yeah, but there's a. You can see through it though, because there's a
And you
glass.
saw them the whole time?
No, but there's other people in there, and there's
Did you ever
cameras.
go out of town with him?
No,
Not that you know.
no.
Would it have been true at the time to cite infidelity?
What?
Would it, for the divorce papers, would it have been true for you to say infidelity was the reason?
No.
Okay. But knowing what you know now.
Knowing what I know now, yeah, he wants to be with her, but I can't prove.
Okay.
I don't know that. I don't think he ever had sex with her. I don't. I
Okay.
still don't. I just don't think Greg can stoop that low. But I do think that he wanted her. I do now. Yeah,
Okay.
I do know that now. He wanted. Why would you? In 8 weeks later, you know, come on. Or she wanted him. But I still don't think they're like doing that. That just they know that's wrong. That's black and white. There's just no getting around that.
Has Greg ever been physically abusive with you or any of the kids?
He's not with the kids. No.
Okay. But he has hit you?
We're not talking about that. That's not. I did not want that put in the paper.
So
Please.
not physically abusive with kids,
Right. Thank you.
but he has with you.
I don't want you to put that in the paper. Just because somebody hits you like 2 times does not mean.
Melissa, your mother has told me about the holes he's knocked in the walls, and they had to be patched and replaced. Where he slammed you in the wall and hit the wall with his fist. Your mother has told me that she's seen the holes. He has very bad temper.
Melissa, listen to me 1 second, okay? You're accountable to God, okay? I told you those were really tough questions. You're only accountable to God. God knows your heart.
But my children don't need to know all this. They don't know all this.
Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to say that I've been praying for Seth, and I've got a lot of people praying for Seth, and I think that he's got a godly mind, and he's going to do his best to protect you and the children. But if a man hits a woman,
He's only
or
hit me
pushes-
twice.
But once is too much, Melissa. Do you understand that?
Melissa, I wouldn't hit my little dog.
Melissa, it's not your fault if anybody hits
She
you.
thinks everything is her fault.
I gotta go.
She doesn't
Go
feel
on,
smart enough
Melissa.
or pretty enough for anything. and she's not telling me who made her go have a fat attorney or whatever
They
they
have
call
officers.
this. And now
Did the
he's
church pay for
screaming
it?
at her.
Yeah, he spent $10,000. It says it in the text. I'm gonna give you all of them. She's gonna be upset with me and Carol both.
Well,
You
she
know,
can.
she can be upset.
We care enough about her. I want to protect her.
She has Stockholm syndrome.
Pretty much.
What did you say?
Stockholm syndrome.
She couldn't do anything except keep that house, cook meals, do laundry, and homeschool children. She had no car, she had no checkbook, she had no credit, and she was there. And I know this because I've known her these years. She had nothing. And when they made trips down here, Melissa couldn't do anything.
He was always had her under his thumb.
And he's a big, you know.
Jimmy Hayden told me that he'd go over there to take care of her when he was gone, and he would leave her with not much money for groceries and no car, basically, just stranded.
And it says in here there must be 20 Uber rides, and this is like a 5-day period. This is from October 31st through like November the 5th. The initial when it happened, and like I told you, it all started. She said it with a haircut. He got infuriated with her because she got a haircut.
I had to go pay for her medicine. I had to go buy her clothes. I had to go get her hair cleaned up. I've had to counsel her, bless her little heart. Every time she gets a check from Rick, she wants to come bring me $50. She wants to try to help.
I've learned some of this here.
This
Does she
week
work for
I
you?
spent
She does,
$240
and I tell you, she
for medicine.
is capable. She is mentally
She's an intelligent,
duressed
smart woman.
and stressed, and the text pull her. But what she does back there is not complicated, but we have a crazy business.
Barbecue restaurant.
It's from
Got to know
0
what you're doing.
to 100. It's constantly doing this. She'll be out doing one task. I will ask her to pull her off that to do something else that needs to be done in a hurry. And then she comes right back to her task. She finishes it. The woman I have to work with is a little pistol fine woman, but she is
He says you're
90 to
hard
nothing
worker.
all the time, and she hangs right in there with her.
You need to wear glasses.
The woman I'm talking about spins me around sometimes. So she is extremely capable. I've seen her confidence grow unbelievably. She is like everything's her fault. I mean, she's willing to please and wants to do it the way you want it done. And she does a lot of work. I mean, she pours up hundreds and hundreds of dressing cups, chops lettuce and salads, and we makes recipes. Father Zach, and I feed hundreds of people a day that are extremely busy. If the recipe was not one way or the other, I would be called to the day one told immediately. I have not done that since she's done that. The woman I had doing her job before, I was constantly explaining whether we changed the recipe or not. I have not done that once since she's been helping me do that. She's jumped in there, shown initiative, willing to learn, wanting to learn, and she enjoys succeeding and doing good in her job. There's no reason for it.
Pretty smile.
Bebopping around that day like she conquered the world, and she did because she had lived under it for so long. And when you met the first night that my wife and I met Melissa, I had heard of Greg just through Facebook, and because me and my father-in-law, we drive the bus every Sunday to church at Highland Bush Baptist. So, you know, Melissa will tell you everything candidly and openly, and she unloaded on us and told us everything. And I was infuriated. Number one, because how can you stand there and preach the gospel when I'm driving your wife to church, sitting right behind me on a bus, okay? So my first instinct was, and I told her, I made her a promise, I won't post anything bad. I posted some scripture and said, you know, that your sin will find you out and things like that. But let me tell you, for her to go through what she has gone through and come out like she has been amazing. And she, as everybody at church loves her, and she's there every Sunday with us. I mean, we're starting to go on Sunday nights now. And the pastor and his wife, our pastor's Joe Holcomb, and he's like me. He has, Kendra has counseled with Melissa and talked to her. My wife has, Debbie Lamb, different people at the church that have gone through very difficult divorces and situations, and try to encourage her to tell her there is a tomorrow. That may not be the good in all actuality, and that's hard to say to somebody. But from an outsider looking in and knowing what I know and the people that I've talked to, Greg Fast and others, this woman did nothing wrong. She was in the way.
much. Thank you. Good luck.
Melissa, I have 4 kids, and I've got one on the way. My wife doesn't work. She stays home and takes care of our kids. And you know as well as I do, it's hard with 4 kids. I've got 4 under 4. So the older ones can't even really help with the younger ones. They just make the younger ones worse.
But it makes you want to go home
Yeah.
and hug her and love her and
Man,
thank her.
unbelievable.
Since I've heard about your story, I can just remember being in the kitchen with my wife and looking at all my kids and feeling bad that somebody else didn't have her kids like my wife did, that's wrong. And I know it's hard to be a mom and be a homeschool mom on top of that. My wife said, should I homeschool the kids? I was like, I don't know how you would. It's so hard because you have so many. And we get in fights because all married couples get in fights. And we try not to get in fights in front of the kids, but sometimes we do. And it's hard to be married, and it's hard with kids. But if I was to ever hit my wife, it'd be my fault, not hers. Even if she yelled at me, even if she cussed me, it'd be my fault because I'm to give myself up to her like Christ loved the
Yeah, but
church.
that was a long time ago. So he hasn't done that. The only thing recently is this summer he got mad at something, and it wasn't something I did. I was just trying to calm him down, and he spit in my face, and he broke my phone. He threw it and broke it. But it's just because he gets mad and he gets stressed.
And that's an excuse to take it out.
And there's another
Yeah,
man
I
here
get mad. I get
that is a pastor that knows him very well.
He-
His name is Chris Gardner.
He's the one he's how I found you.
Chris is a fine husband, daddy, and pastor, and he knows me very well. And he also knows Greg Locke, and he's known Greg for many years. And he's so
But
mad.
Greg's
he could
not
walk
always
away.
like this. It's just when he gets upset.
Not everybody is. I'm at my worst when I'm upset too. But there's too far. Every man has a stressful
Well,
job.
my son has problems getting very angry at me and very ugly, and that's why he needs some help.
I hope he gets it. But Melissa, what I want to tell you is, pastor, better than I do, but pastor's probably one of the most stressful
I know,
jobs
so
you
that's
can
why
have.
I excuse it.
And the Bible says, for any man to be an elder, because elder, Baptist, pastor,
Right.
same thing, elder, pastor, that he has to not be quick to anger, he has to not be pugnacious, he has to be a good manager of his own household. No one can ever say, because this is what God's word says.
No, but he'll say that he's gonna say it's all my fault, and that's okay.
Anybody can
You
say
know
that.
he's gonna be more mad at me now because he even said yesterday, "Don't talk to him." He's gonna want me more dead now.
Melissa,
And he even told me
Melissa,
before to take my rings off.
Melissa, he's done everything he knows how to do to hurt you.
I
Now, I've
know.
witnessed far too much of it.
It's
And
not
he's
over
told,
with yet.
well, he tells you that it's over every time he talks. Melissa hangs the phone up with Greg, I love you. He screams, it's over,
But
I'm
maybe
through
if
with
somebody
you.
talked to him, just to him and told him,
Melissa,
maybe he
Greg Fast
forgot.
talked to him 100 times. When Greg and I talked again this morning, if he's not going to listen to somebody like Greg Fast and Jason and the guys that talk to him that he just discarded like he did you, he's not going to listen to anybody else.
I've talked to Jason, talked to the elders. Looking from the outside in, I
They'll
see,
just say that I brainwashed y'all and just told you my side of the story.
Melissa, I have an IQ of 125. That puts me in the 95th percentile of everybody in the whole world. I have a master's degree in Christian apologetics from the New Orleans Baptist Theological Seminary. I have a master's degree in accounting. I have 2 graduate degrees. I run a plant with a $10 million budget that I make by myself. Nobody is going to believe that a housewife that I've met one time brainwashed me.
Right. Amen. Sorry. Sure not.
I'm not scared of any internet pastor saying bad things about me. That's why I'm here. That's why I do what I do, to help
No,
people.
but I text him like, come on.
Melissa, he is an embarrassment to every pastor in pulpit anywhere right now. And he's hurting these non-Christians that you and I are trying to help because he's the only example that they're hearing about.
Seth, what would be the intent of the article? And I don't know if anything will ever come from Alex, or I know I've reached out to him.
I talked to Alex today. The world standard is different than our standard. I've talked to was it Fox Channel 5 maybe when they came out. This mysterious.
Tennessee.
I've talked to the religious writer at the Tennessean. I forget the girl's name. I've talked to the Fox Network, the local people who came up when the mysterious black man that nobody's ever seen came. That viral video. I've talked to Alex at CNN, and the story for the secular media is the same. Unless they do anything illegal, it's not a story. If they have an affair, it's not a story. Unless they rape somebody and that's illegal, it's not a story. If somebody is utterly unqualified to leave their home and be a pastor and hits their wife, or not hits their wife, it's not a story. But if they hit a woman, that's something CNN would say, hold on.
Oh, no, then don't say that.
Well,
Melissa,
if I
That
can't,
didn't happen now.
Melissa,
That
Did it
didn't
happen?
happen.
I'm gonna tell you
Yeah.
what Greg Fast told me this morning. That the best avenue would be not CNN, but it would be through the Tennessean. Okay.
and I can talk to the girl at the Tennessean again.
Now I want to ask you a question. Since this is the first time I met you, we just talked yesterday.
Yeah, but he'll come back that I hit him that night.
Well, hold on. Did you know anything? Have you found out things that you did not know today?
That he hit her, I didn't know that. People have been calling me and telling me what happened.
her mother has told me that it's not one time, it's been many times. And they patched many holes and many walls where his fist went through and slammed her body.
And
Well,
Melissa,
no, he didn't slam me.
men who abuse women act like this. Judy can tell you better than I, or Carol can tell you better than I can, because that's who she works with. But you hit a woman, you make her feel like she's not good enough. And you know what? I bet $1 million he'll hit Ty too.
No, he won't. She'll knock him flat. Oh, no, he won't. She'll knock him flat down to the ground. They're both just alike. That ain't going to happen at all.
Melissa,
She'll knock him flat
why?
down to the ground.
Why do you still feel the need to defend Greg and Ty?
So she knows.
Well, it only happened twice, and it was such a long time ago when he was under so much stress. Now,
Was it when he was a
spitting-
pastor at Global Vision?
Yeah. Sir?
The pastor's a shepherd, Melissa. He's not just responsible for his own life and his children, but for other men
Yeah, but
and their
that happened
children.
such a long time ago. You don't want to bring up people's past. You know, now him spitting at me, yeah, that was
His
recently.
past is living
When
right on
was the
through
spitting in
today.
the face incident? When did that happen?
This summer. Because he was upset.
So he's upset, so he spits in your face to make himself.
Yeah, because I
feel
tried
better.
Well, you
to
haven't
calm
been
him
around
down.
him, have you?
So,
How long would you last
Before
with
you've
this?
been away from him. You
I
haven't
would
been
go
around
sleep
I
him.
said,
at night. My wife
I've
would
only
have
gone
me
since October
some
31st.
antifreeze or
That's
something.
no
3 months,
different.
October, November, December.
That's it.
During the, he hadn't had the opportunity.
No, this was the summer.
The first opportunity he gets with you, he spits in your face.
No, that was the
I'm
summer
good
that he
with
spit
you
in
right
my
now.
face.
Just about through. I'm just
It's
about
like I
through.
think that,
So if you can call me back in about 2 minutes.
He hasn't hit me
I know
like
that,
11
I know,
years.
I know that your intent is to edify and uplift Christ, okay? And I know your heart. And I know Melissa has probably said at least 10 times, you can't say anything about that. The one thing I told you how I feel about Greg.
Mhm.
I don't think he's fit. I don't even think he's saved to do what he's done and what I've heard from other people, not just these texts, but done to her. And my wife and my pastor and the deacons of our church feel the same way. How can you do that?
Do you have a background on Greg, an early background?
Only from what Chris has told me that he wanted to be a rapper, and Chris said something
Oh, he
about
didn't wanna be, he was.
stealing somebody else's persona and be a rapper or
He ran
something.
all over the world, and he was big time.
Now, let me say this.
One thing you have to do, Seth, for honesty and give us your word, is protect these 4 children.
Right. So what I'm saying is, if you say that he hit me, what he's going to come back with, and he will fight. That's the only fight thing he'll say is that I pushed him that night.
Did you push him in defense?
No. I pushed him because I wanted him to turn around and talk to me and tell me what was
When
going
you say
on.
you pushed him from behind or what?
No, he was walking that way and I turned around and pushed him like
To get his
this.
attention?
Yes, sir. And he said I left a bruise on him. I didn't even know I could do that hard.
So
He said I pushed him into the wall. Okay. So he's
50
going to
years
say,
ago, Greg would have found himself in the woods with a bunch of guys getting the snot beat out of him, and wouldn't be sitting in a booth talking to himself. There's a time and a place for that, never. For him to raise his hand.
but he didn't that night.
He didn't have to. He'd already done it. Once you cross that line,
That was years
women come
ago.
to Miss Carol every single day, Melissa, and they're
That was years ago. I just know that he gets mad and he breaks things.
What do
yeah, he
you
broke your heart.
do? What do you do?
I'm going to count it. I'm going to count it.
But that's what he's going to come back and say. Well, she pushed me that night and left a bruise.
Okay.
So that's going to be me abusive too.
You don't have 1 million Facebook followers, and you're nobody's pastor. People who've contacted me leave Global Vision Baptist Church because of what he done, and they're not back in another
But I
church
wasn't
yet.
trying to be abusive. I was just trying to get his
Melissa,
attention.
we're not beating up.
I'm not sitting here beating up on you or blaming you. I don't.
So just don't put that he hit me on there.
I want Greg confronted with his mess. And
But
I
that was
want
a
him to
long time ago. He
It
won't
doesn't
even
matter.
probably remember it.
Yes, he does. He remembers all the ugly things and things that he said and done since too. Greg needs to be confronted, so he has to get on his face.
And what's that going to do?
beg
Just
God
make
to
him
forgive
hate me even
No,
more.
no.
Melissa?
When he gets his heart right with God, he'll come and apologize to you.
He's never going to do that.
Seth,
The Holy Spirit can do anything.
Yes, it can.
since we
serve a big God.
Ty's much better. Have you met her?
Okay.
We're getting to
I've not
the-
met. There's no better woman than somebody else. Your wife is your helpmate, fused to you. That's what it says in
And
Ephesians
what upsets
5
me
and
is that
6.
she got married and said that she shouldn't have married Chris. And I said, well, Ty, and I blame myself for that, for telling her
When
that she
this
needed
young
to
man
marry
got
him.
married, he took an oath to God that he would love his wife. He would protect
But I
his
encouraged
wife.
her to marry
He would-
Chris because she was
and
living
Greg
with
did
him.
the same thing.
And I said, Ty, if you're going to still live with Chris, you need to marry him. And so I encouraged her to marry him, and she said I shouldn't have married him. And I felt always the blame for that, for encouraging her to. I don't know if their divorce is done or not. That was
So
happened
Ty
the
was
same
married
weekend.
when all this was going on?
And then she decided to get a divorce. She had been praying a way out of that
Melissa,
marriage. And
Where was Chris, her husband, when all this was going on?
what do you mean?
I mean, who is he? Where?
He was at the house, but she said that he drinks and stuff, and she was just praying. She said
Did
I
he go
shouldn't have
to
married
church
him.
with y'all?
Yes, and she said I shouldn't have
Greg
married
knew
him.
him?
Yes, very well.
I want to tell you what my pastor would do.
But Greg's very close to Ty's kids. He was starting to do more for her kids than my kids, and that really started bothering me
When did that start happening?
this summer.
Before Disney and all that, or?
Yeah, sir. And somebody said on Facebook, I saw that I caught them kissing. I did not. I wouldn't be alive if I'd caught them kissing.
And that's why I didn't report that on my website, because I didn't hear anybody tell me that. That's just them gossipers and talking
I
to
know.
people
I
on
thought
Facebook.
that would have just put me over the edge. You just would have knocked me out,
And let me tell you another thing I didn't put on my website. When he made that video and said, I have to be a pastor, or he was on Christian Post. He told the Christian Post, I have to stay and be a pastor because church is all my kids have ever known. He was hiding behind his kids while calling you mentally ill. And I know his kids aren't in church because I talked to Judy and she said, I'm holding the kids out of church. I could have wrote that and said he's a liar, but I said I'm not going to do that.
You can't
with
say
kids.
anything because Judy sometimes says one thing and says another thing. If you get my drift.
Yes.
Because if you called her today, she probably says I hate you, and if you called her tomorrow, she might say she loves me. So you can't do that.
Is Judy
You never
bipolar
know,
or something?
huh?
Or is she bipolar or what?
No, she's Judy.
She's Judy.
And I, all my life, that's where Greg says our marriage went apart, is because I tried to please her. Everything she did, I tried to do everything.
You try to please everybody, not just Judy. It's everybody.
Unless you've been trying to please your husband for 20 years, that's what a wife should do.
No, because apparently I ruined him. I'm done.
Okay, I understand. Okay, I understand. Thank you for talking to me. It took a lot of courage and strength to talk to somebody you've never met before.
Can we have prayer before we go?
Yes.
Please, let's pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we come to you right now. We're so thankful, God, that first off, God, you're in control of everything that goes on. And Father, you're in the middle of us right now. And God, we pray right now for Melissa. We pray for Hudson and Evan and Malachi and Destiny. And God, we pray for Greg too. God, we pray that, Lord, that your will be done. Not anyone's agenda, not anything that is written that would tear you down, God. We don't want anything like that. We're so thankful that Melissa's doing so much better, God, and we see the ups and we see the downs, God, but you see everything that she's going through and everything that she will be one day, God. And we just hold to you and we cling to you. We're thankful that Seth took the time, God, because he truly cares. He cares. And God, you revealed that to me and to others that I've reached out to. And I pray that you show that to Melissa, because he wouldn't be here if he didn't care. He has no stake in this whatsoever except to just make sure everyone knows what really happened. And God, I just pray for Melissa that you give her the strength to continue on. And I'm so thankful for her courage today that you gave her to come here and to speak with all of us and some things that we did not know. Father God, we just ask that you guide and lead and direct Seth in everything that he does. And Father, those that are out there that are trying to sow discord and cause problems and disruptions, God, I pray that you just bind them. And we just claim that in the name of Jesus. And we thank you for this day. In Christ's name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Just like I said earlier.
Okay. So that was the interview with Melissa Locke. That was done, I believe, shortly after Greg filed for divorce from her, because she didn't either she didn't feel like she could go through with it, or she was trying to convince herself that that divorce wasn't necessary. But I wanted to take the opportunity to allow Melissa's story to be told in her own words and without commentary, because it's her story. It's the horrible things that happened to her, and that's why I didn't want to interrupt that. And I know that the whole now. Let me do this. Before I expound. I have a bunch of starred comments that I want to get through before I get into the whole what's the whole point of this? What's going on for this? I know that a lot of you probably conclude why we would put this out there, why I would put this out there, because I believe it's important, and I know that it was triggering. I know that there were some people that couldn't listen to the whole thing, but I have some comments that I want to get through. So if you want to take a quick break while I get through these comments, grab yourself something to drink, grab a smoke, take a moment to decompress. I know that for a lot of people who have had loved ones that go through this stuff or have gone through it themselves, I completely understand that, and I want to make sure that people understand, people know that that is the the National Domestic Violence Hotline number. If you or someone is currently suffering from domestic abuse, then you can call that hotline. It is anonymous, and you can talk to someone, and they can give you resources as to how to approach and how to hopefully solve the situation. So that's what's so important about that. So I have that there available for anybody who might need it, and I'm going to leave that up. I'm going to go through these comments real quick. I'm going to start at the top. I got a bunch starred. A lot of people said some very, very interesting and very important things I think need to be said, and I'm going to catch up with everything then. But if you need to step away for a moment, I understand that, and I'll see you in just a moment. So here we go. Starting from the top, I'll try to go through this as quick as I can. J-Dub has been a member for 7 months of the Godless Army. Thank you so much, J-Dub. I do appreciate that support. You rock. I Killed Earl says, fucking hell, this woman is telling my story. Poor woman. I know that pain. This is rough. It absolutely is. Absolutely is. I Killed Earl. Yeah, it's pretty brutal. Wilbur Force says, geez, she's describing severe emotional manipulation and abuse already. She absolutely is. Yeah, it's a hallmark. Everything she was talking about, the way he controlled her, the way he put her down, the way he was basically dictating her life, controlling her movement and access within the church, is just absolutely abominable. Sumami says the greatest gift an abuser can give you is when they abandon you for a new narcissistic supply. Absolutely. They absolutely can. Plothole says she was completely correct to not trust Locke. She was absolutely correct not to trust him. Her gut instinct, that's the thing, is that Melissa has good instincts, okay? And I just chalked it up. A woman knows, the older, you're in a marriage long enough, you're in a relationship long enough, women know, okay? Women know. They know. There are emotional cues that they pick up on that I think that they are just like, whether it's genetics or it's evolution, but there are little things, especially when you've been with a spouse for over 20 years, little things, little micro expressions, little, physical tics. People recognize their patterns. You recognize these patterns when you've been with someone long enough. And when something is off and their behavior changes, it's almost like a polygraph, because when you're doing something that's antithetical to like your normal behavior and you're like stepping out on your spouse, there are little things that will trigger the device. They'll be like, your heart rate increased at this point, or your pupil dilation or whatever. These little tics, they're subconscious. We can't control them, and those things, they come across. People are aware of them, just like she was aware of them. Tomato X Machina says, the music in the background is a little bit creepy. It really, really is. I Killed Earl says emotional infidelity is just as painful as physical. It absolutely can be. It absolutely can be. Greg Dickinson says, I'm not good enough. I'm not good enough. Yeah, good, great. Yeah, he said that's what he'd beaten into her. He basically knocked her down. Yeah, that was part of that emotional and psychological abuse, that she legitimately believed that she was not worthy. Greg Dickinson says, is this asshat actually trying to use his walk with God to hide his infidelity? I would say likely. It's difficult to confirm because no one was there and he was by himself, but, he was going off and his behavior was erratic. So I think Melissa had good instincts on that one. I think her instincts were solid. Rasheen says, Greg, some people were not put here to evolve. They're there to remind you what it looks like if you don't. Absolutely true. Absolutely. Sumami says it takes a long time to deprogram yourself from reiterating what becomes self-deprecating speech. She thinks that way about herself because he has drilled that shit into her head. He absolutely has. Systematic abuse over decades. Kova 42 says, holy crap, he broke that woman. Thank you for being here, Kova 42, and you're absolutely right. Yeah, he did. And it was, I honestly think, and somebody pointed it out in the chat, I honestly believe, knowing everything that I know, and the things that I have that have been presented, things that have been pointed out to me, and the things that I have been shown, that Melissa's indoctrination into Christianity is what set her up for the abuse of Greg Locke to knock her down. So her faith is what weakened her, and Greg took advantage of that. And that's my step. So this was a 1-2 punch. Greg Dickinson says, dude, yeah, it breaks my heart. She was trying to be a devoted wife and was just gaslit to think she's a bad person. Lots of gaslighting that he went through. Every single tactic in the abuser's handbook, Greg Locke utilized upon Melissa. Wilberforce says he wanted her to end herself for sure. Then he could use it for sympathy. I mean, he absolutely would have. He could have turned that around and used it to his advantage. He likely would have. Right now, gaslighting, indicating gaslighting. Yep, absolutely. Airlorn Wolf says, I wonder how her kids are. They saw this abuse. As you can see, that his behavior towards her, because women are, in their version of the faith, women are subservient to men. Any problems with the man are obviously, any problems in the marriage are obviously the fault of the woman because she's not doing her duties. And so therefore, the kids follow suit on that. And we're oftentimes the eldest was just as abusive to her as Greg was, because that's what they've been indoctrinated to believe. Fred Knott says she needs real therapy, not church therapy. Absolutely, 100%. She absolutely needs, to sit down with a legitimate professional. Wilberforce says financial abuse to a T. Control their finances. Absolutely. Financial abuse. I Killed Earl says, what an unimaginable bastard. He is completely, he is a literal monster. He is a literal monster. Not just a grifter, not just a liar, not just, endangering people by doxing them out in front of his congregation. Individuals who will threaten people's families because they're so terrified of their idol being exposed or the possibility of that, like, who dare attack our idol? That's what he is. He is an absolute monster. Maya Atkinson says, hey, Birdsify, good to see you, Maya. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate it. Clive Wells as well. Hello, everyone. Thank you for the ghost. I do appreciate that, Clive. You rock. Repo Sandman says, I haven't punched anyone in 30 years, but I'd punch Greg. I likely would too. But I really wanted to have a sit-down talk with him, like really a good, hard sit-down talk with him. I doubt he would allow it. He'd probably walk out. Greg Dickinson, after all she's been through, she still protects him. Right. She's still protecting him. That's that behavior that she's been conditioned to perform. Like, that's all conditioning. Gonna Go For It says, Melissa was brainwashed. I still have most of her texts to Greg at that time, as well as his replies. His texts are just atrocious. I Killed Her says, did Greg read my ex-husband's manual on how to be the worst spouse ever? Fucking hell, the similarities are eerie. Definitely. I'd agree with that. Greg Dickinson says, that could have ruined my whole, ministry. Yeah, that's what it's about. It's about money and it's about power. That is predominantly what this is, and why that goes into why I wanted this audio out there. I wanted this audio out there and unbroken with my commentary to pay respect to Melissa and the trauma that she went through, and to expose Greg for exactly what he is. That this is, it's not just about, it is about money. He gets money from it, but this is about power. It's about power. It's about control. That is what it is about. That's what he wants. He wants power. And so that is the kind of megalomaniacal douchebag that he absolutely is. Sumami says it takes years of therapy and time to totally detach yourself from that person. She'll be in this kind of state for a while. I still get manic when I talk about my ex. It's been 2 years. Absolutely. Fred Knott says, does Greg have access to those kids now? As far as I know, is that he still sees them, but it's not often from what I've heard. But I can't confirm what the depth of their relationship is. Tomato X Machina said that he still has congregation. They haven't heard this. The vast majority of them have not heard this. And there's no reason that Greg would want anyone to hear this. I think anybody with like 2 brain cells to rub together can see the effect that Greg Locke had on Melissa and the damage that he did. Even his most ardent followers would look at this and probably say, whoa, hang on a second, probably question. Because, you look at that and say, well, Greg did this. And they look at their own relationship and say, I would never do. He's like, you're like, well, Greg got mad at her. I get mad at my wife sometimes, but Greg spit in her face. Would I do that like that? But Greg does. There are questions there. They're probably like, that's why Locke doesn't want anybody to hear this stuff. Lord, it's probing time. There's a new member of the Godless Army. Thank you so much, Lord. I do appreciate that. And thank you so much for the support. Airlorn Wolf Says cults of personality are dangerous. Religious cults of personality are even worse. Of course, he has a congregation. They believe their profit over everything else. Agreed. And I think, honestly, it's because they haven't been presented the right information. They haven't presented the information that's necessary. So you get enough information, you get enough, enough exposure, you can bring down anybody. Tomato X Machina says, I'm not 100% on the whole Greg Locke thing. Just really since gotten watching Telltale's videos of him. You two should do something together sometime. Telltale's really, really busy, and he does great stuff. If he ever had the opportunity, that would be really cool. I'd love to collab more. I just don't think my channel is large enough yet. Maybe one day. Maybe one day it will be large enough. I'll just keep plugging away and putting content out there. Maybe one day I'll get large or whatever. But collabing with people, like working together, is always a lot of fun. Just call me obvious. So Locke takes his employees' phones when the day ends. Sounds awfully cultish. Absolutely is. Absolutely is. Control of information. It's a tenet of the BITE model. Sean Alexander says, greetings, fellow heathens, heretics, and hellions. Good to see you, Sean Alexander. Thanks so much for being here. Joshua Lee as well says, hello, everyone. Good to see you, Joshua Lee. Thanks so much for being here. Tsunami says, living with an abuser will literally eat away at you, make you drop weight, lose hair. Your brain can literally shrink from long-term abuse. It is sick. Absolutely. The physiological effects are long-term, and they are bad. And they are, it's awful. Just call me obvious says, what the heck is this? Locke's ex giving up the goods on his ventures. Everyone knows he's a douche canoe. He's kicked people out for being witches. Spousal abuse would be expected to. I would agree with that. Just call me obvious. There is nothing that Greg Locke could do that would suddenly surprise me. This is the guy who holds like book burnings out in front of his church. The guy who is like, pissing everybody off around him. Nobody inside the guy whose views are too extreme for the IFB. For the new IFB. That's just, that should say a lot right there. But the fact that he is a philanderer, he's an abuser, that it's all about power and control. That's what it's about. Power, control, and money. So Sean Alexander says, Greg Locke is quite a low life, though. It is entertaining to watch him flail around the stage like a gorilla with a cattle prod shoved up his ass. He gets pretty animated. Joshua Lee says, remember, folks, Greg is the same pastor that holds book burning get-togethers. Absolutely does, because he thinks that burning a copy of Harry Potter was a way to defeat the devil. Just call me Avi says he really doesn't like that. He doesn't like Disney at all either. He hates Disney. Pretty much hates anything that is just not what he thinks is correct. Surf says, well, feck, had this unnotified, I did notify. Sorry about that, Surf, but I'm glad that you made it. Thank you so much for being here. Tomato X Machina says, and claims that he's gotten rid of his 501c status, but lied about that. Yes, he did lie. If remember correctly, that all he did was just dissolve that and just start it up under another thing. COVID-42 says, of course, they're turning the kids against her. Absolutely. Another classic, abuser tactic. Sumami says, witches, goddamn, he really is a little modern Cotton Mather vile. Oh, yes. Very much a Cotton Mather. But he's a fucking Frollo all day long, man. It's all about what serves his ends, what serves his needs. It's all about the power and control that he rests over the people around him. He is a malignant narcissist. Textbook malignant narcissist. I killed her. Says, holy shit, my ex did the same shit to me. God, fuck, I'm so mad. Yeah, this was an infuriating interview. Fangirl98 says, sorry, it's nearly 2 a.m. I'll watch the rest tomorrow. Good night, everyone. Good night, Fangirl. I know you're not here. You're probably sleeping, but I appreciate you being here for the start of it. Thank you very much. Fred Knott says, we all think he can stoop. Yeah, we all think he can stoop lower than that. He absolutely can. He's fucking garbage. Joshua Lee says, I'm of the opinion that Locke is dangerous. Between his extremist views and his congregation, he can potentially cause a lot of damage. He absolutely can. He can. JT says, religion poisoned her, then Locke did it more. Agreed. Religion set it up. Religion set her up. Greg knocked her down. Greg says, they know that's wrong. Does it matter? But it wouldn't matter to them. They don't care. Fred Knott says, Bridge the Divide. I seriously hope she got real help since then. As far as I know, she has gotten really solid help, but she's still in a very fragile state. Even then, like I said, this takes 20 years together. And this, built throughout the whole thing. Kids are involved. The congregation's involved. Her indoctrination is the foundation of this whole thing. So, yeah, that's a lot of damage to try and fix. I don't know if she'll ever be out of it. Hopefully, she'll get to a point where she can be self-sufficient and functional again. Josh Lee says, yep, I think Greg would have been right at home during the Dark Ages. A girl knows math? Burn her! Yeah, I would agree with that. Absolutely. JC says, the kids know more than you think. I guarantee it. They absolutely do. Kids see more than you think. McKinnon Mitchell Studios, thank you so much for being here, bud. This is the first time I heard this audio. I needed a break afterwards. Yeah, this was pretty rough. This was one that was tough to listen to. Sumami says, Stockholm Syndrome is very similar, though. It just involves a kidnapping situation specifically as opposed to a domestic situation. Agreed. Mr. E-Man says, greetings, one. Good to see you, Mr. E-Man, and thank you so much for being a member of the Godless Army. Appreciate that. Thank you for the support. Wilberforce says, this is a horror story. It absolutely is a horror story. Jason T says, Pastor would be stressful. Pastor would be stressful, lying to all those people all the time. It's true. It's true. It's easier to tell the truth because maintaining a lie is freaking exhausting. So maybe it is, like this, but it's still no excuse for him to lay hands on anybody. Okay, anybody. And I remember when they were talking about it, it's like, if they did it, if we were wearing out, we'd take them out to the woods, take them out to the woodshed. Yeah, probably would, but where my dad was raised in Missouri, it probably would have involved axe handles. Jason T says religion poisons everything. Gross. It absolutely does. Just Call Me Abby says Rizavachi has been brainwashed. She keeps blaming herself. That's gay. She's been gaslit into it, and she's already in kind of like a frail state. So she's been convinced of like what the woman's role is in a relationship, because of her faith. That's what they go to the Bible. The Bible dictates what the woman's role is and where the woman's failings are if something goes wrong in the relationship. So she automatically interprets all of this as her fault. Like she's done something to warrant this, which is why even the people around her who are also indoctrinated, but they're trying to convince her there is no excuse for this. There's absolutely zero excuse for him to lay hands on you, for him to for him to spit at you or to like destroy your property or control you financially or control, your movements. It's freaking ridiculous. So at least they were trying to help her. Their foundations are also wrong, but obviously I think their hearts are in the right place. Like they're doing the best they can with what they got. So Grim Skeptic says, the perfect example of why religious people can be so dangerous. Absolutely. Absolutely. Dangerous ideology. Mr. E-Man, thank you for the ghost, says Bridgevide. I just like putting ghosts in the chat. And I do appreciate it, man. I need all the alternative energy that I can get. Just Call Me Avi says, got to keep that ghost energy going. 100%. Need that ghost energy. Thank you very much. Historical Philosopher says, did anything ever come of this? There haven't been a lot of details out. Greg's gone on doing his thing with the whole deliverance shtick and, grifting people that way by convincing them they're full of freaking demons. But as far as I know, Melissa is, on her own and she has her family and her friends around her. And hopefully they're providing the support system that she needs in order to get better. I'm hoping so. I haven't heard any additional interviews with her. I'm thinking that in her mind, she just wants it all to die and go away. And thank you to Colin Daniel Cromwell, who has been a member of the Godless Army for 10 months. I do appreciate that. Thank you very much. That was all of the star chats that I had. Yes, I need Earl. I killed Earl. Says I need a drink. Absolutely. Definitely get a drink if you need one. Judas Priest, good to see you. Says that was hard to listen to. Absolutely. It was a tough one. Patches O'Houlihan is here. Thank you so much. And it was necessary. Get bound, bitches. Thank you very much. Appreciate that, bud. Joshua Lee says agreed. This was triggering. It absolutely is. For some people, and I understand. I tried to give as best a warning I could beforehand, but I appreciate everybody sticking around to listen to it. And now it's on the record. It is there. It's on the record for anybody to go back and listen to, so you can see the extent of the damage that this man did. During investigation, they are dubbed accounts, not stories. Absolutely, yep. Lucian Darkwolf, good to see you. Lucian says, I'm honestly surprised that people like Locke, who have cheated on their wives' partners, haven't used the argument of it's not cheating, I'm being faithful to my heavenly spouse, or something equal. Possibly, we never. There's a lot of stuff that Greg may have thrown out there, like God was leading him to his mistress. I don't know. Tsunami's right. Locke is pure garbage. He is absolutely garbage. Tony Regime, for me, there were no surprises. It just confirms my worst suspicions about Locke. 100%. It was. Let me see here. Make sure I didn't miss anybody. So his elders left. Yeah, they knew he's a piece of shit. Absolutely. I killed Earl. Tomatoes Mocking says someone should take that tape and hack into Greg's sound system, play it over the loudspeakers to his entire congregation. That would be awesome. It absolutely would be. It would be awesome. So, and I see, that was there, and make sure. Okay, cool. So I'm caught up. Now, if I missed one, I apologize. Richard Taylor, thank you so much for being here. Good to see you. The whole point and purpose of doing it this way and not doing like a comment videos, because my commentary is not necessary. Melissa's story is her own. I know I'm just repeating myself at that point, but there are not enough people in the world that have heard this. That's what's important about this in its unedited, unfiltered version. I know there were some quiet points. The dude who was doing some of the interviewing was pretty soft spoken, but we heard enough. I think we heard enough, and more people need to hear this. More people, as many as possible need to be able to hear this. So if anybody else wanted to grab this, share it, pull the audio, do whatever they want, take snippets out of it, whatever. I don't care. I wanted it here unfiltered on my channel so that it's there as a resource. And that because if enough people hear this, enough people will begin to understand just how phenomenally dangerous this individual is. This goes beyond bad logic, bad reasoning, societal division. This goes beyond like grifting people for money. This goes beyond that. Oh, like the Kent Hovind situation and the whole like CP rumors going around over there at Dow and little compound, away from the government that he's created. This is just like that. The situation with Greg Locke goes beyond that. That this is a dangerous individual who has destroyed lives, whose actions have resulted in the deaths of other people, especially during the pandemic. That's the kind of stuff that people need to be made aware of. And this interview with Melissa, I think, showcases that. I understand that Melissa is in a position where she doesn't want to be involved. She doesn't want to be, to deal with this stuff anymore. And she's still in her mind that she needs to protect Greg because that was her job as a spouse. But that's Melissa's decision. My decision is that this individual is a detriment to every human being in his orbit. He's a detriment to his congregation. He's a detriment to his new wife. He's a detriment to his children. He's a detriment to every single human being that he crosses. That his actions have for example, McKinnon Mitchell going to do an interview with him and then being scared off by Greg Locke's congregants. Whether or not Greg Locke told them to freak him out, or maybe he did a background check and he shared McKinnon's information, like he did that. I don't know. All we know is that people who are in line or people who are with Greg or sycophantic to Greg or whatever, his followers threatened somebody who just wanted to have a sit down talk with him. Threatened him, threatened his family, enough so much that they scared him out of doing it. That is the freaking iron hole that Greg Locke is seeking to get on everybody around him, essentially on the town of Mount Juliet. We already know that he has many critics all around him. There are churches nearby him that do not agree with what he says, that denounce him every opportunity they get. Even Stephen fucking Anderson of the new IFB. Stephen Anderson has gone out of his way to call out Greg Locke for his bullshit, for the shit that he does and the stuff that he's, even though it's, it's a hermeneutical thing. And he's like, he's preaching this deliverance crap and it's nonsense. It's not even in the Bible. It's just he's just doing it for the money. Well, for, the sun does shine on a dog's ass once in a while. And Steve fucking Anderson was right, for once. And I feel sick saying that Stephen Anderson of the new IFB was correct in pointing out that Greg Locke was grifting people. Okay, yes, Greg Dickinson said, when you've lost Stephen Anderson, when Stephen Anderson steps up to call you out, this is the dude who legitimately went on the news and said in the national audience that LGBTQ members need to be put to death, that the government needs to institute mass execution programs for the LGBTQ community. When this cat, and he's also he pulled a soft sit argument at a border crossing and got tased for it. That's here on this channel. It's in a previous video. But when that individual calls you out for being a grifter, for not preaching the actual word, when he calls you out, that you've lost the plot. You've lost the plot. Yeah. So Greg Locke is an absolute, travesty. He's a travesty of a human being. And I wanted this out there in order to give other people the opportunity to hear this. And if you know somebody in Tennessee, tell them there. If that person knows somebody in Mount Juliet, tell them there. If other people who live in Mount Juliet hear it, tell them. If other pastors who are in Mount Juliet hear it, they can hear it as well. And they can sit down and they can listen to this and make a decision from there as to what to tell their congregations or tell their neighbors or whatever about who this man actually is, who he is, what he's about, and the harm that he is actually doing. Because it's not just about creating societal divisions with other people, with people because of his faith. This is literally a destructive human being who will pull everyone down around him in order to elevate himself. Because he is like I said, textbook malignant narcissist. That is what he is. Fuck everybody else, say so long as he gets his ends. Lord, it's probing times. Says, holy shit, did that scumbag really call for that? Well, if you're too extreme for someone who said that, holy shit. Yes, holy shit. Greg Locke is too fucked up for, the new IFB. New IFB people, they don't like Locke. They don't. Locke doesn't like them. And they, that's why he broke away from the new IFB. Is like his views were just too extreme. That's the fucking insanity. And then he went this whole like Greg 2.0. I'll tell you what it was. Legitimately, hey, okay, so Skooma Cat is here. Skooma Cat says, what happened seriously? And I saw you, Skooma Cat. Thanks so much for being here. We just listened to an interview that was done with Melissa Locke that took place shortly after Greg Locke filed for divorce from her. So that basically went through her whole experience and detailed all of the abuse that she suffered, the psychological, the emotional, the physical abuse that she suffered at his hands. So we just went through that whole thing because I want people to know this. This is information that must be put out there so that people can look into it themselves. They can draw conclusions from it. They can continue to go out and do more research and get as many resources as they can. Put the pieces together. You notice that in the history of listening to Greg Locke stuff, like what Telltale does and what Hammett Meta does, you take the pieces of what's going on because they look at what's going on in the congregation, what's going on with when he's up there on stage gesticulating like he's freaking having a seizure. And then you put the pieces together with his little videos that he puts out and what he complains about. And she actually fills in some of those gaps as to why certain things were taking place. And it was like, wow. So the pieces then begin to fit because you always wonder what's going on behind the scenes. Melissa was the window into that. Oh, yeah, it's Charlie Wells. It's such wholesome people. Yeah, fucking trash. Hey, Unlocked. Good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. I do appreciate it. Yeah, Skooma Cat says, just to give you a heads up, if you do go back and listen to the thing from the start, trigger warning. Fair warning. It is really, really gross. It's really gross stuff and will probably infuriate you, no doubt. Mr. E-Man, thank you so much for the gifted 20 Bridge the Divide memberships. Thank you, Mr. E-Man. I do appreciate that. You rock. Thank you so much. All those new members. All of you, enjoy those memberships. Enjoy all of the cool emojis that I have made for you and enjoy the channel badges as well. All the cool emojis I make, I try to come up with custom emojis that look good or look interesting or that are funny and, good, like references to stuff. So thank you very, very much. I do appreciate it. So enjoy those, especially the Greg Locke emoji that I made for y'all. The Greg Locke emoji is one of my favorites, and I think came out really kind of came out the best. So enjoy the Greg Locke emoji and, of course, the channel badge. After the month that you get, if you decide to continue on and continue your membership, you get the channel badge, which is the evolving mind meme. So the longer you're with me, the more your mind evolves. See what I did there? Yes, absolutely. So thank you so much, Mr. E-Man. Very, very generous. I do appreciate that. And everybody else who's a member gets to appreciate that as well. Check out those emojis. I'm very proud of those emojis. So I know that was really, really tough. That was some dark shit that we just listened to, like some really, really dark shit. But I think it was necessary to put it out there. So people, I know that everybody had kind of an idea of what Greg was, of what kind of low life, garbage piece of shit he is. And he's a coward. He's an absolute fucking coward. Like I said, if he has to have people threaten McKinnon Mitchell to get him to run away so he won't interview him or whatever, if he's that scared, if he's a scaredy bitch, wants to hide in his little compound because like Celsius would have said that these individuals, feed off discord or feed off division, feed off societal division, and then convert the vulgar and ignorant while refusing to debate wise men, to quote, one of my favorite philosophers. But if he's so scared he's got to hide like that, the dude is an absolute coward. Not to mention how he treated Melissa, absolute fucking coward. Coward, weak. Just, I would hesitate to call him a man. I killed Earl says this brought up so many emotions. It also gave me flashbacks, and I do apologize for that for anybody who had a negative reaction to this. I knew it was going to be tough, but I'm glad that y'all made it through, and I'm glad y'all stuck around. But yeah, I know that this was dark and not. I know it was dark and not the usual fare. Usually, I try to keep it pretty lighthearted, but there is some seriously dark shit out there. So I hope that this live stream, or at least this section of the live stream, the audio, I hope that this gets out there and gets to as many people as possible. If other people like Telltale or Hammett or whatever, if anybody else wants to grab it, I give full privilege. Grab this shit, run with it. Do whatever you want. Do more research, investigate it, look into the claims, look for police reports, do whatever, but grab it and run with it, because the more people that are aware of what Greg Locke is, the less people that will be convinced to follow him, the less money will go into his the less ill-gotten money will go into his hands, and the less influence he will have in his community and in this nation as one of those asshole, Christian nationalists. So, that being said, and thank you very much, I Killed Earl. I appreciate that. Definitely. Thank you very much. I'm glad. Let me see what I got here. His message walked up pretty much unlocked. Yeah, I just got here by the sound of it. He was another Ken Hoventoff. Oh, it's awful. My Mr. Eman says the question is, why is religion so often associated with this darkness? You know what? Here's the Just Call Me says, coming to the end now. Good, my insomnia is cured. I need to usher myself to bed. Have a great night. Just call me Avi. Thank you so much for being here. But there is, if you've ever watched if you watched the show 1923, which is a Yellowstone origin show, because I love Yellowstone and I loved 1883. I love 1923. If you watch 1923, there was a fantastic line that is written in there where a Native American is talking to a Christian or a Catholic priest. So because they're out there, and the Catholic priest come across him, he's going to drag him back to like the Indian school because he just found him out there on the plains. So essentially, he's kidnapping him. He's kidnapping him and taking him to the Indian school. But they can't really travel at night, so they've set a campfire and they're sitting out there on the plains. Because it's up there like the Montana, like the Montana area or like Wyoming area. But anyway, they're sitting there talking, and the Native American, the Native American boy points out, I've read about your God. You have all of these rules that you believe he set down. So he has all these laws. And you teach these laws, but you break these laws to teach these laws. You break his laws to teach them, which means you don't actually believe in them because you know your God doesn't exist. And I thought that was a very, very, from that perspective, because it's one thing that Tyler Sheridan as a creator knows, and his writers know, is they know how to write from the perspectives of different people. And so looking at that, I thought that was really, really ingenious. Like you break your God's laws so that you can teach them to other people, which tells me you don't actually believe in them because you know your God doesn't exist. And what happens after that moment is pretty wild and intense. If you haven't watched 1923, it's really good. There's a lot of triggering stuff, especially with how the Catholics handled the conversion of the Native Americans. They did the forceful conversion of the Native Americans. It is savage and brutal and reflects reality to an absolute T. It was god-awful extreme. It was just disgusting. But that's that kind of reason, that very basic reasoning right there is like, why would you do that? So, yeah. I always like this. Left-handed Jedi says religion has always been about power, control, and money. Look at Rome, a city, a country, and a cult. Absolutely. The cult of Rome. I have seen the world and it is dark. Rome is the light. Name that movie if you can remember what that line's from. Yeah, thank you, Tomato X Machina. I appreciate that. Yeah, drop it into Telltale's Discord. The more people that hear it, the better. So, that being said, we've got through the dark stuff, and I was kind of like, damn. This shit was so freaking heavy, and I don't want to leave. Don't want everybody, I don't want everybody to just walk away from the live stream like, I don't want that. So I have a question. So I want a question like where we can go next, because I've got the time. So the question was like, where could we go next? Is like, shall I do some responses? Yes, thank you, Andrew Rivera. That was from Gladiator, year 2000. That was I've seen the world. The world is dark. Rome is the light. It's like, oh, come on, man. That's that cult mentality. So we need a palate. Yes, I Killed Earl is right. We need a palate cleanser. So would y'all like me to? I have a bunch of like little videos that I have saved that are part of like the list of shit that I need to that I was going to respond to. The next big thing that I have coming out is going to be a review of the movie Nefarious. So that's the next big project I'm working on. But I have a bunch of other little things as well. Would y'all like me to do some debunking of that? To do some walkthrough stuff? Because some of the stuff, I mean, I've got like Evolution, School's Biggest Lie, Why even believe in a god? Tomato X Marcus, why don't you talk about why you believe ghosts real? You're fucking funny. You're so funny. Fucking comedians over here. I could do that. I have several like TikTok videos and several other stuff that I could debunk. I could do that stuff. Just Call Me Up says respond to Locke's exorcism manual. I actually haven't looked at it yet. I may have to look at that. I may have to pull that up. I could do that. I could take a look at take a look at some Chili DeCastro bullshit. If that interests anybody. We could check out, Reddit or, or I could do some supernatural debunking, whatever. Like we could watch that. But I think people are ghosts. Yeah. So I'm thinking, okay, so yeah, let's take a look at this. What is this? All right. Did the church? Okay, so I've got an open letter to atheists from a priest. I've got why atheists are beta as fuck. Because in parentheses, you had a weak father. I've got, did the church forget its best answer to LGBTQ issues? Do atheists have faith? By Mark Spence. 3 reasons why atheism is false. I've got 11 questions that atheists cannot answer. I've got evolution, school's biggest lie. And then I've got why even believe in God. And then I've got, those are like some videos. Then I got like one that's what's wrong with atheism. I got a collection of TikTok vids. Always preaches about ghost streams. Clive Wells, you're killing me. You are killing me, sir. Oh, the beta one? Tomato X Machina says the beta one. You want to hear the beta one? Let me see here. What do we got? Let me see. Why atheists are beta. Let's see here. Let me go percent. Actually, let me do this real quick. And of course, if you do need that, if you need that, the National Domestic Violence Hotline, that's the number for you. I'm going to pull that down just so we're not blocking the screen, but I can definitely put that up later. If somebody needs it, be sure to let me know. Definitely do the beta. Okay, so why atheists are beta as fuck. You had a weak father. Oh, that's fantastic. That's just great. Let me see here. Where's the beta? Why atheists are beta as fuck. Okay, here we go. All right. Self-developed is the name of this channel. Is this guy's brand. So let me see what we got here. Everybody wants it. Beta, beta. Okay, give me 2 seconds. Before we jump on that, I got to grab something else real quick. Where's my resource files? And then... And then... Oh, there it is. I got to do this. And then let's pause that. And then remove that. All right, here we go. So, selfdevelop.com. This is, so yeah, he's definitely super alpha, like the super alpha dude. So let's check this out. Let's check this out and have a laugh and cleanse our palates of fucking Greg Locke, of the monstrosity known as Greg Locke.
And alright guys, what is going on? Welcome back to another video on the Self-Developed YouTube channel. Beautiful people, yes, I know
I'm already... Okay, that was good. That was fucking hilarious. Why does he look like he just got out on parole? But
shaved my head like a little too low. It'll grow back. Give me a week. I just wanted to see what I would look like. Kind of feel...
Thanks for letting us know that your hair will grow back. I appreciate that. We didn't know. We didn't know. We thought it was gone permanently.
Feeling like Superman, but anyways, that's besides the video. Let's jump in. Hopefully you guys are having an amazing day. In today's video, I titled it, boys and girls, Why Atheists Are Beta AF.
I can't even say the F word. Why atheists are beta as fuck. Why are we beta? Tell us, oh guru of the gym. Tell us. Tell us, oh guru of the gym.
Yes, I'm not going to swear. We're done swearing, guys. We follow Christ.
Oh, I can tell you this. Yeah, it's like no supernatural entity that is omniscient or omnipotent would give a fuck if you fucking swear.
And part of being holy is trying your best to hold your tongue, or to best use words that are there that represent God and not of ones who have foul mouths. As you guys know, I used to swear a lot.
Oh, fuck me. Oh, Greg Dickinson says, I thought VHS killed beta. It absolutely did. It absolutely did. What a manly He-Man, exceptionally advertised. What a manly He-Man. Makes my heart go pitter-patter. I tell you, I'm getting the vapors.
Anyways, though, with that said, atheists are beta AF, guys. Now, I've been wanting to make this video for quite some time. You guys know that this channel has definitely taken a Christian perspective. It's taken a much more godly perspective. It's taken a monk mode perspective.
Monk mode. It's taking a monk mode perspective? Maybe I just don't spend enough time on social media. Monk mode. Why it can change your life and how to use it. What is monk mode? Monk mode example. Examples of areas where we might choose to go monk include professional development, personal development, developing a fitness routine, or practicing mindfulness, academic pursuits. So, like, just dedicated, just like, you see he's looking off at the teleprompter, I think, or looking off at a teleprompter. But I'm thinking, so monk mode, basically being super dedicated, being focused is what he's talking about. Kelvo, I don't think he knows what the word ascetic means. I don't think he would know what ascetic means. I think he's just going like monk mode is the idea. I think, but just trying to go there, like, where you eliminate all distractions and you just focus on that one thing.
I'm doing what like 0.2% of men have ever done or are doing, so of course I'm gonna get different results and think differently. So if you guys give me a weird eye that my channel's, evolved to this certain light, well, like, what do you expect? I've been on retention celibacy for an entire year now, guys. This is just...
He hasn't gotten laid in a year, and he has his claim. Fuck. His claim is that he hasn't gotten laid and he hasn't jerked off in a year. That's his claim. Because in their minds, part of this movement is the retention is retaining their semen. Okay, that they don't like put out they don't put out any emissions. So he is like retaining his semen so he doesn't lose that energy. So that's the mentality that's going on here. So he hasn't jerked off or gotten laid in a year, which may explain some of the behavior.
What's being called within me. And again, not that this is about me. This is just what's being called within men. Like, it's time for us to step up to the plate. You guys can keep just playing make-believe degeneracy with the rest of your red-pilled YouTubers, or you can stand up and evolve, and yeah, maybe you look a little funny, but that's life.
Hey, Peter Pacquiao says, cheers from Spain. Good to see you. Thank you so much for being here today. Do appreciate that. I'd kill Earl. You gotta clear the pipes, brah. You absolutely do. Just wait till he gets a good case of priapism. No, Rafa Games. No, not November, but forever. The inner him is screaming. It absolutely is. Doesn't put out emissions, so he should stop breathing then. Don't want to lose that breath energy.
Like, what else do you expect? Am I supposed to be the exact same as everyone else? Are you supposed to be? No. Anyways, that is not the point of this video. With that, in today's video, like I said, atheists are beta AF. Now, guys, I'm not going to be going into the politics of, I don't know, I guess you could say atheism versus religion. I don't really care about that. I've summarized this video into one main principle on why I believe.
There are no like atheist politics. It's secular because it's not based upon religious ideology. It's based upon evidence, and we want laws that are we want politicians to back laws that are backed by evidence. By like statistical models and predictive models. There is no politics. It's the Christians bringing it's literally the religious bringing the politics in it. So they can get laws passed that back their ideology.
I believe the majority of atheists, not only is atheism being propagated in our society like hotcakes, like pancakes. My dad used to say that. They're selling like hotcakes. It's just a dad joke, right? Anyways,
all the shit that he does that he did not intend was funny, and then the one joke he tells, we're laughing at him for all the stuff that he's doing naturally. They think I'm on point. Then he tells a joke and nobody fucking laughs.
It all comes down to self-entitlement, right?
Really?
Now, hear me out.
So as an atheist, I'm self-entitled. Okay, gotcha. That's his claim, that we're self-entitled. Okay.
We are children, okay? The biggest difference between boy and man is his ability to take responsibility. Now, the reason...
Okay, I would say, it's like accountability. I would agree. Accountability is the thing that children learn, and, it can be difficult sometimes, because sometimes you got to throw yourself on the sword when you really, really screw up. So I get that, but then you got to, if you're going to link this, he's got to like describe how atheists don't have accountability for anything. So I'm kind of curious because I'm an atheist. I'm accountable to the law. I'm accountable to that. I hold myself accountable for my own actions. So I'm kind of curious where he's going with this.
The reason I believe, I'm going to kind of go all over the place a little bit. The reason I believe all men are built religious, we are meant to follow leaders and gods, is simply because when we were children, we followed a father above us, correct? I mean, this is a perfect example. As children, if in a righteous household, did very well because there was a leader above us. There was direction, there was guidance, there was a father. I literally think of my dad saying, you got to act like this, don't act like this, do this, don't do this. There was a lot of order and boundary, right?
That's called parenting. It's called raising a child so that they can go out and they can go into the world and be self-sufficient and successful. So you teach them not to be dicks when they're in social situations. It's pretty much what it is. You could call it social conditioning is what it is. You basically teach your child the ins and outs of the society that they live in so that when they go out in the world and they're by themselves, you don't have to come and defend them all the time or try to get them out of trouble. You teach them how to not get themselves into trouble. It's very simple. It doesn't mean that just because we had fathers that we need to have a God. That doesn't even track.
Objectivity. And you may think, that's a bad thing, and this actually ties into why so many men are atheists. Maybe they had an abusive father, or they had a bad relationship to the masculine, right?
No, I did not have Okay, I can tell you this. My father was a heavy-handed man, but my father also did the best he could with what he had. My father grew up what's the best way to describe this? My grandmother on my father's side, my paternal grandmother, was a strict, devout fundamentalist. We're talking literalist, crazy lady. Okay, my grandmother was not well. My dad's father, my paternal grandfather, was a Marine who saw tours in Vietnam and Korea. So their household was chaotic at best. There were six kids. My father was the oldest. My father was the eldest, and they moved around the country a lot. So they didn't have a stable environment to begin with. And so they were constantly, busting around different bases. But so my father didn't have a great many tools in order to bring to the parenting style. But my father was very heavy-handed with me, but he recognized that didn't work. And so his parenting style with my brother was different. He learned. My father had good brains on him. He could learn, and he learned from his mistakes, and he applied that differently with my brother. Unfortunately, he had to burn the bridge with me, but he, salvaged the bridge with my brother. So my brother had a very good relationship with my dad. I unfortunately did not. We were also fundamentally different people, but my father was not abusive. I would say he was an abuser. I would say he was heavy-handed. He did lay hands on occasion when he felt that I was out of control. Sometimes it got pretty extreme, but and I'm not going to try and make excuses for him. He didn't know any better. That's how he was raised. That was all he knew. I understand his failings, and I understand why he did it. So I don't. And while they were his actions, and he's passed away, but he was culpable for his actions. I would not call him an abuser because he didn't psychologically abuse me. He was just extremely heavy-handed with the discipline, is what it was, because it was all he knew. Tennessee, Missouri raised backwoods, eating squirrel pot pie. That's the kind of man my father was. So
maybe their father was too controlling, too ABCD. There's no
Well, I also had a mother. And my mother's like literally one of the smartest people that I know on this planet. My mother was very even-handed. My mother was the voice of reason. My dad often capitulated to my mother's reasoning because he knew that and he understood that. So my mother had as much of an effect on my life as my dad did. My dad was heavy-handed with the discipline when he felt he needed to be. My dad was also very generous. He was generous to a fault. Often he would go out of his way to sacrifice himself and to his detriment. With money or tools or whatever he felt they needed. But my mother was a smart one, very, very reasonable. And so it was, I got both sides, which was really, really good. Oh, just called me and says, I love chicken pot pie. Then you need to try squirrel pot pie, my good friend. Takes 4 large gray squirrels in order to make a pot pie. Just give you a heads up. Don't ask how I know that.
There's no joy in being a child, right? There has to be some room of just let the kid evolve on his own. Now, like I said, if we have a good relationship to our father, he was a righteous leader. You could feel that he was guiding us correctly. Yes, there was order. Yes, there was punishment at times. Yes, there was there was pain, right? That's what masculinity is. It's straightening you up. And sometimes when we fall out of line, we got to get auto-corrected, right? Now, if we had a strong relationship to our father,
that's discipline. So what?
I believe, right, when we supersede our father, because every single boy is supposed to metaphorically kill or surpass his father, right? So my dad died when I was 14, and now I'm in the real world. I don't have a literal father. As men, we transcend and look for the next father.
Why? No. I get the whole the Freudian idea If you want to go like kill your father. He's like reasoning like Freud did in a sense. It's kind of like kill your father and have sex with your mother, Oedipal complex, shit like that. But the whole idea, like to transcend, or to take the place of your father as the head of the household, or to become your own man, you must eliminate your father so you can free yourself. This is like debunked pop. This essentially is just like debunked pop psychology bullshit that nobody adheres to anymore. I don't know why he thinks that this is legitimately how people express their masculinity, especially in an equal society. I'm willing to bet that he has opinions on the roles of women in society that justify this kind of almost dictatorial, or I would say like this kind of like, I would say dictatorial role that men are supposed to have in society itself.
Beautiful, right? Now for me,
oh, thank you. I knew I was pretty right on.
when my dad died, I looked for other mentors. Maybe this was Elliot Hulse at the time. You guys know.
Maybe it's because your dad died at 14 and you needed a father figure. Because when I left home and moved out, I didn't need a father figure anymore. So I had my dad. My dad passed when I was 23, just before I turned 24. But I didn't need my dad anymore in order to survive. So maybe it's because he died when you were 14. Maybe that's why you still needed a father. So you went looking for other father figures. Just hazarding a guess.
We did the podcast with him. Amazing. Maybe these are other spiritual mentors, right? Maybe this is God the Father. Above all, the ultimate mentor. Do you understand? All men, we work in hierarchy. We spoke about this in the podcast with Elliot. Definitely go check that out.
No, ignorant men work think that society is just, yes, there is hierarchies in society, but that is not the way we apply. So like there is not obvious individuals who are over others. Now that's that whole like alpha beta mentality he's talking about. So, like he's literally applying like the structuralism of like the corporate world or any like a job or something like that, and say that it applies to society itself. That some people are bosses and some people are fucking employees.
Men seek atonement with Father. Men seek the next challenge.
No, we don't. Oh, well, not all of us. I know some do. Some do because they psychologically need it, but I don't. I'm an example of not needing to do that.
The next obstacle, the next leader above. Always. And we're always looking for it. This is why, like I said, men work in hierarchies. We work in ranks. What is a rank? It is a vertical system of order. It is not because necessarily one person's better than the other, right?
Well, that presumes that order can only come from a hierarchical structure, and we know that to not be the case.
Now, you may view that if you had a toxic relationship to the father. I'm gonna explain. I'm gonna bring this all full circle and explain about that in a second.
But I want to know why atheists are beta, or how he thinks atheists don't have accountability. That's what we want to know.
But a good hierarchy, you think of like the army or a sports team or a good corporation, right? I'm in a condo building, right? The penthouse is at the very top. When it's a properly ordered, objective, masculine hierarchy, right? This is what masculinity is. Think of like stacking pancakes, right? Stacking levels to a video game, right? When it's properly ordered, it's good. We need this. Our society thrives through order, right? Right? And if you don't believe me, this is why we have police, we have government, we have their...
Well, yes, our society does thrive with order, but hierarchical systems are not the only way to obtain order in a society. You can have a system of equality and individuals that are selected, like elected, because if you have so many people, you can't hear all the voices at once. So you need elected representatives who can represent the people that elected them. And so that's why we have congressmen. That's why we have representatives. That's why we have a president. And that's why we have the system that we have, so that all the voices can be heard and represented. So you can have a system of equality that has ranking systems, but doesn't dictate that a person lords over another one or dictates what the other person does. So no, we don't need hierarchical structures in order to have order in a system. That's just patently false.
Our authorities. This is okay. A lot of you guys, now let's kind of bring it full circle. Unfortunately, the reason the majority of you guys are atheists, not because like that was like the natural default. No. You had like a perversion in your relationship with masculinity.
No, absolutely not. No, I don't even know how he got that. My father was like, if you would have, my dad was a 35-year diesel mechanic. His dad was a Marine, multiple tours. My dad was, like what he was. But my dad also taught to me, also instilled in me the understanding the balance between men and women, that the guy does not lord over the woman does not lord over the guy, that it is as much a team, a partnership. That was one thing that my father instilled in me, that it was as much a partnership as it was a marriage. That the antiquated idea of like the guy being the automatic head just by virtue of being a guy, for all of my dad's failings, he never bought into that shit. He never bought into that. And I credit my mother with kind of like maybe ensuring that he didn't fall back on that. So no, this is just patently absurd what this guy is espousing.
It got stunted somewhere along the road. So now you have a rebellious nature that views this order, this structure, in a toxic light.
This also presumes that there exists like a father figure. I hate to use the deals because Matt Powell's ruined them. But this also presumes that the God actually exists to be a part of that hierarchy. So he hasn't demonstrated how the God exists, obviously, and I can tell him straight out that the God does not exist. It absolutely does not. It cannot exist. So, but yeah, like his reasoning here, as far as psychology goes, or as far as human behavior goes, no, this is actually old shit from probably around, if I remember my behavioral psychology lessons, this is probably turn of the century, like, late 1800s to like early 1900s. Probably dropped off in like it kind of mutated around there. I would say dropped off. This kind of mentality dropped off probably like the 30s. But yeah, this is turn of the century, psychology bullshit.
How do I know this? I mean, let's open our eyes, guys. What is our society perpetuating? Toxic masculinity.
No, it's recognizing toxic masculinity because it didn't recognize it before. So it recognized the toxicity of men behaving in a particular way.
Wrong. Anything of order and objectivity. God paid.
No, that's not that at all.
Patriarchy, oppressive, misogynistic. So I mean, it's hitting you from so many angles, but I'm not even blaming the outside world telling us that this is wrong, right? Oh, God, Sky Daddy, that's wrong. Like, that's a given.
It is.
Which I'll make separate videos on, which I could... That, let alone, is your kind of entire answer. You're being brainwashed not to think this way. But again, let's
Yes, his chin hair is uneven, left-handed Jedi. It absolutely is. Mr. E-Man says, so now I'm supposed to be an anarchist because atheists do not like the order of things? That's hilarious.
Self-responsibility. The majority of you guys, unfortunately, and this is why every boy actually has to forgive his father, I'm realizing now as I get older. Thankfully, I forgave my father because I had a great father, but, of course...
If he was a great father why would you have to forgive him?
Of course he died, so there was resentment, but I forgave...
Really?
...him.
I get it. I get it. It's abandonment issues that are being, that he had to, basically... His dad died early. He feels abandoned. It's a primitive psychological response, and that you reconcile that by, I get what he's talking about, but this is not mature stuff. Children like 5, 6, 7 years old who really haven't completely actualized yet. Those are like children will resent their parents for dying because it feels like they've abandoned them. Even though, because they can't really grasp the idea that that people can die and that there's like no choice in the matter. So all they know is that their parent left. At 14 years old, he should have been able to reconcile the fact that his father had no choice in going. His father did not abandon him. That just goes to show the level of immaturity of this individual.
I guess a long time ago, I've always had a good relationship with my dad. He was a good man. I was the oldest in my family, so I got disciplined the most. My little brother, it's funny. Not gonna go off, but it's funny to see like your relationship with your father. My little brother, he was the baby of the family, so he's kind of like a little, I don't want to say he's a spoiled brat, but it's very different. I had like a good level of discipline growing up.
That's because parents learn through each kid they have. They learn from their mistakes and they improve upon them. They do things differently with each child, which is why families with a lot of members, typically each one has a different interpretation of who their parents are. They have a different idea of their parents in their head, their parents and their parents' relationship. That's because they made the most mistakes with you. They made the fewest mistakes, or they made different mistakes with the younger kids. They just made different mistakes. But the ones that they made with you that they saw, well, we did this and he came out like that. We don't like that. We're going to do it differently. That's just parenthood. It doesn't come with a manual, so.
My dad really straightened... I don't know why he straightened out my brother, but he really straightened me out. Like, I just remember so many times when I was young, him, like, pulling me aside and saying...
I don't think he actually has an argument for why like atheists are beta. He goes like this because we reject the father figure. It would entail that we feel like we need one, or that we are desperate for one, or something. Something of that.
Like I'm telling you, every time we would go out, man, if I like said something wrong, I was a kid, right? I'd do something, he would just be like, hey, we got it, da-da-da-da-da. Right? But then he would show me the proper way, and he was always very like easygoing, and he was lighthearted. But if I did something, he would tell me. He would not let it slip. And this is what we lack so much in our society today. And I think this is why I do so well in this community, because I know when I'm wrong, right? Now, sometimes I grow a little prideful and I get a little flabbergasted and stuff, but like, guys, I know when I'm wrong.
Or you run at the mouth and you completely lose the plot and you don't actually know what the hell you're talking about. So you have to meander on as, in order to fill time. Yeah, we get it. We get it.
I realize I have a good relationship to order and masculinity. I know there's rank, I know there's hierarchy, and I know my place among it, and that's fine by me, right? Learn. So, to bring it full circle, because I know I kind of just spoke of a ton of things here, the reason the majority of you guys are atheists is because...
Okay. Because the God doesn't exist, and we don't believe in it because we haven't been convinced that it exists, because no evidence has been presented, so we are unconvinced. So we're atheists. That's pretty much all it is that we are not convinced of the belief, therefore we don't have it. So that's why we're atheists. It has nothing to do with our fathers. It's fucking like pseudo-Freud over here.
You are choosing... Let's kind of view this like... I don't want to speak about like transgenderism because I don't want to trigger any algorithms, but let's say you're like born a man and that's like your default. When you guys are trying to be atheists, that's like...
What is default man? That's like the weirdest shit. Default, you could say biologically male, like your gametes are small. So yeah, you could say like your default is that you're a biological male. I kind of get that. It's cringy, but what is the default male? Like what is like the pattern of male? What's the cookie cutter of male that he's operating with here? I'm very curious. Oh, good point. Dropped base. Default man is atheist. Absolutely.
You being born a man and trying to be a girl. Like you can try to be atheist, but your natural default will be to be religious again because...
Citation fucking needed. I would love to hear the evidence that backs that up, because I was raised in the religion. I was raised in it. There was a time in my life I firmly believed it. I was confirmed. Man, I went through it. And no, it was a slow and steady process of my deconversion, but I recognize that this shit is nonsense. So
the word religion just translates to realign.
Wait, the word religion translates to realign? No, it does not. That is some nonsensical woo bullshit. It does not translate to realign.
Religion, to be a religious man, is just to subscribe to Father above. That's what...
Well, it's just to subscribe to a particular ideology. You are correct. It doesn't necessarily... There are religions out there that don't have supreme deities, so... I don't think this fucker has any idea what he's talking about. He's like philosophically bankrupt and just like... He's got his own impression of reality and he is projecting it on the way. He's like, it's his reality. We're all just, operating in it.
All men look for by default.
Jack Burton, get on your knees and hope for the perfect man to save you and love you forever to show you're a real man. Thank you, Jack Burton. Good to see you, bud.
But because, unfortunately, you guys had a perversion somewhere along the line, maybe your dad abused you or you had some... I'll tell you really what it is. The majority of you men, unfortunately, kind of like my brother, you didn't have a strong enough masculine presence.
My father was plenty strong enough. I saw plenty strong enough in both in many different ways, like legitimately.
Period. See, I did. Growing up, my dad...
So did I.
And maybe this is why I thank him so much, even though he's not here. I got straightened out a lot. So I carry a lot of respect with me. I carry a lot of... Like, I know my place in this world.
You seem like you still have abandonment issues, and you seem like you really never self-actualized, that you never really separated yourself from your father. And so your father's behavior, your father's identity has imprinted upon you to a degree that you really don't know where you end and he begins.
A lot of you guys, unfortunately, had very weak fathers.
Whether he's talking weak physically or he's talking weak mentally, my father was neither of those. My father was ironclad in his beliefs, and not to mention, I witnessed my father like when we worked at the same shop one time. We worked for Swift Transportation, and I was working in the tire area. My dad was working in the areas do A sections, B sections, and we were working on a car, and there was a one of the fleet vehicles that came in. I saw my father pick up a goddamn V8 with his bare hands because it needed to be moved right then and there. So like, just like it, and the cherry picker was missing. So he's like, it just needed to be moved like a few feet. So he grabbed it with his hands and hauled it and moved it. My father was anything but weak. My father was a freaking monster.
Right, now my dad died when I was 14, so, you know, I'm not saying it's perfect for me either. But a lot of you guys had fathers, and I see this nowadays. I look at our society, kids just like running around, swearing all the time, like with their iPads. Like, that's very, very terrifying, because those kids in 10 years' time are going to be the ones who, you know, shoot up schools or who rob this or.
Wow. Okay. So I agree that parenting is an issue. I agree that there are systemic problems in parents. Parents don't have the resources they need. I agree that there are people who are having kids who should not have kids. And I agree that there is this sense of entitlement, or an overwhelming sense of entitlement in the current generation that I think is problematic. But it is not to the point where we can literally say that these are the people that will wind up being, who will attack schools. It's flipping ridiculous. So trying to equate these ideas is just batshit.
They do drugs this because what, guys, I'm so evolved in my thinking. I'm trying.
He took a page out of Chili DeCastro's manual. So evolved in his thinking.
To keep this like, not dummy.
So evolved in his thinking, he cannot keep a straight fucking thought.
Simple, but I'm trying to like conceptualize this for you. The reason.
If you were so evolved in your thinking, you would have had this down pat, man.
The reason people are atheists, or they do drugs, or they promote violence, or they're listening to rap music and all these kind of degenerate things.
Damn that rap music. This fucker sounds like Jack Thompson, man. It's fucking hilarious. Damn that rap music.
That's like a form of rebellion, is because they didn't have a strong father growing up. That's the.
No, it's literally children rebel. That's what they do. And how they rebel is indicative of the generation that they're growing up in. Kids rebelled in the 30s, the 40s, the 50s, the 60s. It was just different. Okay? Kids rebel in different ways. You happen to be present for this generation and how they rebel. Now, kids, we rebelled in the 80s. We rebelled in the 90s. We did it in different ways. Okay? It really didn't matter how we were disciplined or whatever. It's whatever's popular at the time, okay? And not to mention, back in the 40s, the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, we didn't have social media. That was not a thing. So you have to look at the change in the generation and what the generation has access to before you can determine why exactly people are rebelling in the way that they're doing. Because the people who rebelled in the 80s, kids who rebelled in the 80s, don't rebel like kids in today, because fundamentally the world is different. So this is just like, this is literally composition fallacy.
The whole point of this video. This is very deep to understand, and I know there's probably Freudian psychology on this, but this is kind of just.
Did I not fucking call it? Did I not fucking call that?
Common sense. If you had a father to give you order and boundary, right? Men need this, and it was healthy, you will function very well in society. Now,
no, that is not a guarantee at all. Not a guarantee. In fact, there are thousands of examples where there is probably more than that, or where that is not the guarantee.
I'm not saying I'm perfect or anyone's perfect, but you'll function because you know your order, you know your place. A lot of you guys did
know your place. That's the key. He just tipped his hand right there, because you will know your place. You don't establish your place. You'll simply know the place that was meant for you. That's that shit right there.
Not have this level of discipline. Your father was either absent or he was weak. Or maybe he was too abusive, which is kind of a form of just being weak again. He didn't offer you this structure. He let you just do whatever you want.
My dad certainly did not do that, and he wasn't overly as well. And my dad was heavy-handed. I will say he was heavy-handed, but my father was not an abuser.
And so what you're subconsciously looking for is that father to give you boundary. This is why a lot of you guys watch my channel, to be honest. I'll be brutally honest.
Actually, not a lot of people watch his channel. If I remember correctly, I actually want to look. What is this? Oh crap! I forget the name of his deal. If I remember correctly, I remember looking at his channel, and it's not. His views are low. His views are actually quite low. What's up, Maynard Saves? Maynard Saves. Good to see you, bud. He does. Maynard Saves takes half damage. Thank you so much for being here, bud. Rafa Games, is he literally offending every atheist? He's insulting every atheist father. He's blaming the fact that we're atheists on the fact that we had weak fathers. That's what he's attributing to. That atheists are beta AF. That's the name of the deal. That atheists are beta as fuck, and that we're betas because we were not taught masculinity by our fathers because our fathers were weak. That's what he's attributing as the reason why atheists exist. There is no explanation. There's no, like, he doesn't dive into, like, you know, the logic of it. He doesn't dive into actual reasoning. He doesn't dive into evidence. He just is claiming, oh, you just don't like structure and you don't like masculinity. You have a perverted sense of masculinity. So you just reject it. And because your fathers were weak and didn't teach you. That's pretty much it.
This is why my Instagram popped up to 100K. And all of my reels, I basically just say, don't do this, don't talk to this person, smarten up. I'm basically telling you, I'm just giving you guys order. I'm just doing this to you guys.
You're not giving anybody shit. In fact, you're probably harming people. He's probably damaging people, I would agree. Skooma Cat, thank you so much for that compliment. It says, I think your dad did something right if you were the result. I thank you very, very much for that. I would say that the two parts of me, I say there are two parts of it, or two influences, the primary influence. That was my mother and my father. The part of me that is reasonable, that is rational, that is logical, that asks questions, that looks to get more information and more knowledge, and to apply that critically in my life, and to have methodology, and to never take things at face value, that all comes from my mother. My mother beat that into my brothers and I's heads when we were growing up, is never be afraid to ask questions, never be afraid to go out and find more information, and never allow to, basically she was preparing us to never be taken advantage of. That was the point, because the more information you have, the more informed decisions you can make, and the more aware you can be when people are trying to take advantage of you. That was the point. She was preparing us for real life. The part of me that is inclined to take an axe handle to somebody, that comes from my dad. You know, is like, stand tall, take no shit. That was pretty much what I got from my dad. So, like, the part of me that was kind of like when I was down in Oklahoma, I was down south Oklahoma, Tahlequah. When I was down in Tahlequah and I was talking to Chili, the part of me that wanted that interaction to go differently, that was my dad. That was my father's influence. But then I hear my mother's, I hear my mother's voice is like, yeah, but you have so many important things. And it's like, you realize, yeah, if I get arrested, the cars there probably get impounded because it's, I won't be able to get it. My wife, will be wondering where the hell I am. She's got to come down here and bail me out. It's just it fucking chaos. Chili DeCastro was not worth that level of chaos in my life. If I was alone and single, no dogs, I'm just all by myself, I wouldn't have had a problem. But I've got I've got my wife, my dogs, my house, my responsibilities, everything. That's it right there. And I was like, breaking my foot off on Chili DeCastro wouldn't have solved anything, and he wasn't worth the problems it would have caused for my wife and anybody else. When it comes to me, I really don't care, because I've been there, I've done it. It's all good, but they don't deserve that, and they don't deserve to put them in that situation. So that's from my mother. That was my mother's teachings right there. My father would have just dropped him on the concrete and been done with him. It's like, yeah, it was like boring conversation anyway, and then walked away like fucking Han Solo.
Saying, go do whatever you want. I'm saying the opposite. Right? This is why I follow guys like Elliot Hulse. They give us order. That's all it is. Right? And God the Father is the ultimate order.
No, it's not, because it doesn't exist.
So when I say all atheists are beta, it's because that's not your natural, I don't want to say order again, but that's not the natural way you were built.
Okay, so human beings are built, genetics build them. Societal imposition, like what society imposes upon people or like that, does not define it's not part of the thing that defines what a human being is. Okay, it can inform our identities, of course, from a psychological perspective. If you want to go like a philosophical perspective, yes, our societies inform our identities, like how we behave, but not ultimately what we're thinking. We can disagree with the society. We can be like, I don't agree with it, I stand against this or whatever, or you can completely rebel. But when it comes down to it, this is like, I don't know where he's getting this. It's fucking retarded. I hate using that word. I'm sorry. God, I got to break the head. When I hear something really dumb, it's just so hard not to say that word. This is dumb. This is dumb shit. iKiller says, brah, you're a self-aggrandizing simp. Dude is a joke, but thinks he's the second coming of uber-masculine alpha Jesus. Oh, how does Jesus stay in such good shape? CrossFit. Oh. Yeah, Tesla radio. Say this guy's about 3 steps below Andrew Tate. Absolutely. Karis 23 is like, what the fuck did I just walk into?
You're, like I said, that's like you being born a guy or a girl and you're trying to be something else.
Then they're allowed to be something else. And if that doesn't work for them, they can be something else from there. You are allowed to change to determine who you are. Your identity is what you decide it to be. What you're talking about is just accepting that your identity should be a thing and that you need to embrace that and not rebel from it. And there is no freaking standard for that. There is no metric that dictates what a man is supposed to be. This is some fucking antiquated 1950s bullshit.
Atheism is a form of rebellion to kind of give the middle finger to your dad growing up because he was abusive.
No, it's not. It absolutely isn't. That doesn't even track at all. This dude is philosophical. This is probably one of the most philosophically bankrupt motherfuckers I've ever heard. Victory Joker said, well, I walked into something. I'll rewatch the part I missed later. Tony Regime, Birds Divide. Why does anyone that still talk about alphas and betas? That was all debunked years ago when they realized that alphas and wolf packs were the parents of the family group. I don't know. There's no science there. It's absolute bullshit. I don't know why people I'm so alpha, you're so beta. Just a way to try and convey that they feel that they're superior in some way to somebody else. Honestly, it's fucking dumb. What's even more hilarious is that they still think that it's valid, and they think that it actually affects other people. Like, I call you beta. Oh man, I'm so fucking hurt, man. Oh, it stings. You know. Oh, Damian McLaughlin, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Says I've never met my father. I'm sorry to hear that. That's always a bummer. Hopefully one day you can find out your heritage and find out what, where you come from. Knowing where you come from, I found is always very fulfilling. Because where your lineage came from, where your genealogy lies. It's always really but I hope one day you get to find out.
Perfect.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I think my critique of you has been on point.
That's what I was trying to get out. It's hard to kind of, even for me, to conceptualize these ideas because I don't...
Because it's bullshit. Because it is complete and utter tosh. To use that word, I love that word, tosh. It is complete and utter horse pucky, is what it is. The fucking thinking in your head is not even coherent enough for you to string together a presentation, which is why you're all over the place. You're jumping from one thought to another. That's the reason you're like, it's like, oh, it's so hard to convey. Because it's bullshit. Because you're making it up on the fly. That's why. And you're not an expert in anything you're talking about. You're not even educated in half the shit you're talking about. So if you were, you would understand that Freud, nobody prescribes to Freudian psychology or psychoanalysis anymore. It's so fucking old.
Grip this. I'm kind of like pulling out ideas from my subconscious and like putting them together like a puzzle.
That's why it's fucking incoherent. It's just like nonsense.
You had a poor relationship with your dad, so you're giving your dad the metaphorical middle finger by trying to be rebellious. I don't need no sky daddy. I'm my own god.
Well, I've never once thought I'm a god, but I am the captain of my ship. I am the captain of my own ship, master of my destiny. But yeah, I mean, I determine my purpose for myself, and I live my own life, and I don't need someone to dictate what my life is, because a life or a purpose dictated is worthless in the face of determining one's own future, determining one's own path. Taking a path that you were dictated to take is less valuable than one that you have forged yourself. Whether you fail or not, whether you fail or succeed, that's part of the journey. But taking a path that everybody takes, Robert Frost, come on, the road less traveled. This is basic shit,
right?
Right.
And you know what that means? That means my dad, when I was younger, he wasn't good to me, and now that I'm not with him, I'm giving him the middle finger.
That's just that's just fucking ridiculous.
Do whatever I want. It's a form of rebellion. You're still a baby. You're a child.
Really? You no evidence presented for this, no rationality presented for this, no line of logic, no addressing any kind of logical inquiry on this, and you're just making claims that you can't back up. So Wilbur says, good night, gotta get some sleep before golfing with my dad and Maury. Have fun, dude. Shoot for hole in one, or at least par. So thank you very much, Wilbur. I hope you have a great day. Thank you for being here.
Right? That's what gang violence is. That's what listening to this music is. That's what drugs are. That's what our society offers you in its myriad of forms. Because our society, to bring this video full circle, does not offer you order.
Yes, it does. It absolutely does. What do you think it doesn't offer you order? Like, what do you think voting is? What do you think the police are? What do you think law, like the legislative body of every state and of the federal government is? What do you think the military is? There's order. There's forms of order all over the place.
We live in a very chaotic society. The opposite of order is chaos.
No. Living in a society where everybody is cookie cutter and behaves the exact same way is fucking garbage. That is fascism. I think it was I Killed Earl pointed out that this sounds very much like fascism. That is fascism, where there is no identity. Everybody is the fucking same. That is a trash society. And we know from history that societies like that quickly fail.
You guys know this from Jordan Peterson. We have order and chaos, like the two dragons, right?
He just quoted Jordan Peterson. I'm going to let that sit on its own merits.
We need a level of chaos. That's what I said, like, let your kid naturally evolve. Too much order is a bad thing, too. That's the abusive father. Again, I'm speaking of so many things.
But that's not order. That's not order. That's an imposition of power. That's all that is. That's not order. So he doesn't even know what the definition of orderly is.
Things right here, guys. But hopefully this video made sense. This is why I say atheists are beta. It's because...
Come up with something, dude. Get creative.
Yeah, you guys are just looking for your place in this world and you've yet to find it, so you're
I cut my place into this world.
trying to find it through artificial means.
No, I cut my place in this world. Just like I hope that every human being gets the opportunity to do is to literally cut their own place in this world. Don't try to fit into the mold that someone dictates that you need to fit into in order to be a successful person or whatever. You find them, cut your own mold. That's the whole point. Cut your own place in this world. Forge your own identity. That was what gives it value. This is only one life. We all eventually die. We're all headed to the same place. Forge your own identity. Determine who you are. Do not let anybody dictate who you are.
And I love you. I am here to offer you a safe place,
Fucker thinks he's Jack Sparrow.
Abide in my channel, and there are not too many other channels like this, but maybe Elliot Hulse or some other masculine channels you guys
Cringe
look up to, and take their advice and form this brotherhood of proper order. Because we are here. I am learning.
Here's something that occurred to me. This is really kind of funny. Rafa Game says, in my opinion, cutting your own mold is way more alpha than anything this guy says. Absolutely. Here's what's really, really interesting is that this is how we know it doesn't work. And this is how we know that everything he's espousing does not work, is because we have these talking heads, okay? These idiots here espousing pop psychology and pseudo intellectual bullshit. And so they have followers, okay? So ostensibly there's a hierarchy there. They're the leader, they have followers. The followers go to them for advice how to live their own lives. If their followers ever actually improved using their techniques, then they themselves would become alpha and they would no longer need the leader. So technically, if what they did worked, it would actually be self-defeating. But it doesn't work because they have people who still subscribe to them and still want to hear their advice because they view themselves as lower than these people. That's how that dynamic works. So if what he did was actually working and actually was true, he would be turning beta people into alpha people, and alpha people wouldn't need to follow him anymore. They would unsubscribe. The existence of his channel is the literal evidence that the shit he's espousing does not apply and doesn't work. That's all it is. So, I mean, the fact that he exists and actually has like staying power is evidence that everything he's saying is bullshit.
That's why I follow God above, because I need that father figure. I had that father figure growing up, but because he's not there, I'm searching for it. I'm yearning.
Yeah, but you're biblically ignorant, because if you follow God above and you believe in the Bible and you're a legit, and you're honest with your faith, then you wouldn't post yourself up as a leader for everybody to follow, because technically by the Christian ideology, you're using your own image in order to detract away from God. You may point at God, but ultimately the presence of your channel says you're pointing at yourself. Any Christian worth their soul would point this out to you. You've essentially idolized yourself so that other people will follow you, believing, and you tell them, oh, you follow me, I'll lead you to God. Well, no, you tell them how to get to God themselves. And then that's it. That's why a pastor doesn't say, follow me. Well, that's why, an honest pastor who like legitimately believes this stuff. But the vast majority of pastors are like, follow me, I'll get you to God. That's the hierarchy they're looking at. When in actuality, it shouldn't be that way. But so yeah, technically you're in violation of Christian Christian ideology right there.
For it. And what better way you can do this too than to yearn for it through the Father above?
Why would I? You need to demonstrate it exists first, bud.
It's there.
Without begging the question. And no, it's not there. It's not.
He's always there. He gives
Nope.
you order. That's what the Bible is.
No, the Bible is fascism, my friend. That is not order. That is rules for me and not no. That is rules for thee and not for me. That is what the Bible is.
It is don't do this, do this. Okay?
Yeah, it's like, it's weird because, the God set down these apparent laws and, God knew in its omniscience that murder would still be a thing and murder still happened, yet it had the wherewithal to put down a law that says thou shalt not commit murder. But then it also knew that slavery was a thing and slavery would continue on, but failed to make a law like don't own other human beings as property. So, because we're worth more than that. Yeah, so ultimately your God fails.
God loves his children, but he hates the wicked. We need judgment. We need
Well, technically, by certain standards, like all human beings are wicked. So technically, by that logic, God hates everybody. So I'm not 100% sure. Like he loves us, but he hates us. I'm not. Whatever. This guy is even biblically ignorant. Dr. Football Knowledge, MD, PhD, JD, pastor, one of the hardest jobs. I'm behind. You need that Rev, man. You need that Rev in front of your name. Rev Doctor. That's what you need.
order. We need strong father. We need discipline. We need men who love us.
You see him punching like that? Yeah, exactly.
This is the way it is, and this is our job to do for the world around us. So that is it, guys. Thank you
This man needs to beat off badly.
so much for listening.
He probably already does, but he probably needs to get laid.
I know my ideas were kind of all over the place here.
Because they're nonsense and crap.
Again, maybe I should script these beforehand, but I
Probably.
just kind of let myself riff, and hopefully this makes sense. If you guys enjoyed today's video, make sure to give it a thumbs up, comment, and subscribe.
Yeah, we don't need to do that. So, wow. So, yeah, there's that, alpha, raw. Hardcore. Fucking hardcore. Holy shit. Hang on a sec. He had this look on his face. Oh, I missed it. When I paused it, he had like this craziest look. Who is this cat anyway? Self-developed. Self-developed is his channel. So self-developed is his channel. I'm really, really kind of curious. Self-developed. Oh, there's a bunch of. Okay. So the secret to godlike work ethic, harnessing your masculine aggression as a man. One thing I'll mention. Okay, he's got a pretty sizable channel. But remember correctly, his views don't really reflect. So a lot of that might be bought. But he's got 213,000 subscribers. How long has he been around? He's been around since 2016. So yeah, it's kind of like that men going their own way. Oh, I see. But David Hammond, that's who that character is. So the self-developed channel is 213,000 subscribers, 932 videos. Making men great again is his slogan on that. And he's got 932 videos. But David Hammond, who is the guy you just saw talking, is at his channel is biblically masculine, and it looks like he's a bodybuilder or whatever. But he's got 14,000 subscribers, 14.1 thousand subscribers, 271 videos, and he's been around since 2020. So he's got 14K. So likely, I'm thinking that the other channel. I don't know if it's this personal channel. There may be other people involved in the. That may be a bigger team. I'm not 100% sure, but yeah, that's what he's got going on. So, be masculine. Be masculine. Sumami, these are the same guys that lose their minds to tell them no, thank you. Men going their own way is a bad excuse for why guys can't get it. Goddamn right, Aaron Reese. Absolutely. So alpha. He's so alpha. Historical philosopher says, if you want to know what American Christianity is all about, just watch the movie Leap of Faith. Oh, I've heard. I've absolutely heard. Monk mode savage. Okay, great. I can actually delete that shit. I don't have to do a response video to it. That makes me happy. I'm kind of curious about this one. I really, really am. Let me see here. Let me blah, blah, blah. Let me see here. Make sure I didn't miss anything in the chat. Nope, we're good. Okay. To make sure, because StreamYard doesn't show everything. So I want to make sure everyone's there. Actually, let me put that, top menu. There we go. That's good. Such a man. I got to go cry in the closet. Let me see here. I'm actually kind of curious about this one. So this was, why even believe in God? Like, why even believe in God? I'm very curious. I'm very curious. So if I remember correctly, that this is a guy and his wife. That this is a guy and his wife. I think it's either a guy and his wife or a guy and his sister. I'm not 100%. I can't remember. I'd have to go back and look into it. But thank you very much, Victory Joker. I do appreciate
Do you
that.
even believe in a God? Is there a higher power? As a
No.
Christian, can you defend that?
No.
Can you?
Let's
No.
talk about it.
Summer Brook students. Okay.
In existence.
Question.
Yeah.
Parts. Yeah, I would start off by saying this is a big question that you can come at a ton of ways. So we are going to turn this into a couple parts. So just know we're not going to try and answer this entire question.
Why not? You can answer it. It can be answered. Like, why do you believe? You were convinced this thing exists. Why do you think it exists? What convinced you that it exists? It's very, very simple.
Yeah. So just do
And
one defense.
just right
at
now.
least, in this video. What about, and it's also May the 4th. Hey, May the 4th be with you. How would you defend?
Yay, May the 4th or Revenge of the 6th. I get it, but it's just like, he threw that in there. Discount Professor Dave.
And the existence of God.
Awesome. Well,
How do you defend the existence of God?
I think for me, this is something that I have wrestled with, especially when I hit college. Really got into apologetics at this age because I started wondering, is God real? Is the Bible credible?
No, God's not real. The Bible is not credible. Those are two very simple answers.
How do I know
Exactly. Well, that goes to epistemology. That's important.
these things? And so many other questions in there too. And so anyway, at that time, I basically broke down my faith into like step by step tiny pieces so that I could defend it in my mind.
Well, so you could reconcile the inconsistencies with reality with the Bible. So if you look at it from a whole, it becomes deeply problematic. But if you break them down in tiny little pieces, it's easier to reconcile a cherry-picked section, and then you can just compile all the cherry-picked shit that you made, so you can reconcile it easier. The first is how you reconcile it. That's always like, how did you reconcile the inconsistency of the Bible with reality? That's the first and foremost.
If that makes sense. Instead of just saying, these are all the things I believe, for a while I'd walk myself through, well, I believe in God because of this. And then
But what? What? Why are you not saying it? Is it because you knew it was bad?
this makes sense to me, so this.
Oh.
And it was kind of like a,
Oh, so like incredulity, argument from ignorance, appeal to emotion, makes you feel better about your life. You saw a pale blue dot and you freaked out, and you automatically, God save me from being a fleck of dust in space.
just almost like a mathematical equation of I've
Really now? So that's logic. Kind of curious how she got there.
established that A equals this, so then B can equal. Does that make sense?
Kind of citing logical notation there. So I'm saying so like she would assume, or so she's looking at like logic is a thing that is a means that we describe the universe. Logic being prescriptive of human reasoning, and of course descriptive of the universe itself. It does not say, there is nothing that says that logic is a thing that exists and can be applied, and that things can be made in a logical way. So we're just using logic to describe the universe around us, and the language that we've done, like A equals A is now not A, if A then B then AB. So that notation is literally just us. It's completely arbitrary. So it doesn't matter. That's just how we're articulating it.
And so for me, the starting point was actually with creation, the fact that we're all here. Like,
It's the result of natural processes.
I believe that I'm here right now, and
Technically, Left-Handed Jedi, the genetic bottleneck of that severity occurred after the Toba eruption about 70,000 years ago. So that's where the last human genetic bottleneck was from. Was after Toba, because Toba wiped us out to somewhere in between 15,000 and 20,000 human beings left on the planet, and so that genetically bottlenecked us, and then we proliferated from there because we had enough viable genetic diversity to continue the species on. But that bottleneck is pretty bad. Toba was a really, really nasty one.
if you look at Rene Descartes, that was something he kind of talked about.
She's bringing up Descartes. Well, I mean, don't be a presuppositionalist. Don't be a presuppositionalist, because Descartes' demon eats presup. Because you can literally say, "Oh, God revealed to me in a way that I can't be wrong." Oh, the demon told you that. Because presuppositionalism cannot defeat Descartes' demon.
think, therefore I am. There's like the Latin phrase, ergo something, if you remember what that was. But anyway, so I'm sitting here and I believe this is a real thing. I don't think I'm dreaming right now.
Well, so talking about like, yeah, I mean, going into this area of like philosophy is like, can you know that what you experience is actually reality? So the question is, what I found is that the questions that you can ask is, can you know it absolutely, or can you know it sufficiently? Okay, so this is a big distinction to make. Can we know these things absolutely? Can I know absolutely that what I am experiencing is the reality to experience? And the answer is no. I can't know it as an absolute fact, because I cannot eliminate the possibility of, like, I can't. There's no defeater for hard solipsism. So it's unfalsifiable. It's not something that I can test. But I can know things sufficiently. Sufficiently being, doesn't matter if I'm a projection or not. I perceive that I have my own perception. Like, I perceive that I have experience, and I can draw conclusions from reality. That's a given. It doesn't matter if it's projection, or if it's not real or not, or if I'm a unicorn's dream. It doesn't matter, because I don't experience that. What I experience is that I have perception, I can interact with my environment, and that we are all separate entities. So I can work from there, and I can, as long as I can, if I can interpret evidence and make logical, or if I can make novel testable predictions using my interpretations, and those predictions come true, I can sufficiently explain the reality that I'm experiencing. The fact that, it's like, oh, but how do you know it's real or not? It doesn't matter. It's fucking irrelevant. Because we even if it wasn't, we couldn't demonstrate that it wasn't. So we don't operate, and nobody operates like that. So the reality is, walking through our lives, we can sufficiently explain it in order to be coherent and interact coherently with our environment. That's sufficient explanation. Novel testable predictions back that up. So it's sufficiency. Is it sufficient enough, or is it absolute? Absolute, you're rarely ever going to get there. But sufficiently explained, absolutely you will. I mean, sufficiently explained is absolutely enough. So I will say that.
So if I've been created and the world around me is created, well, where did it all come from?
Well, it wasn't created. It is the result of. There's no reason to say that it was created. Created, yes, you could use synonymously with being the result of, but there is no justification to say that, oh, it was created, therefore there is a creator. There's no justification there. This is why typically we like to say it's the result of these processes. Like, these processes led to these processes, so on and so forth. That's it. Okay? So, and yes, Max Mark, there's enough justifications. Like, the experience is real. The experience is real, and that is enough to justify saying that I am having the experience. There's enough to justify that, to fall down on that. Okay? I think, therefore I am. Ostensibly, while we cannot defeat, hard solipsism, it's sufficient enough. It absolutely is.
And I know that I don't believe that something came from nothing. So I would
Well, we don't believe that either. So
start there. I would say, okay, if something did not come from nothing, and this is not just something, by the way, this is highly ordered.
It's highly ordered now. It wasn't back then. So it's weird. So it's bad. She's framing it very, very badly. One, she doesn't understand the science. She doesn't understand cosmology. Obviously, she's ignorant of these fields. And two, she's looking at the world it is now and assuming that it was like that, like 13 billion or 13.8 billion years ago, which it was not.
So many incredible constants, gravity, second law of thermodynamics. You can go on.
Gravity is second law of thermodynamics. Well, there are 4 fundamental forces, sweetheart, and I doubt you understand the LOTs.
On and on of just the fine tuning that you see.
Debunked. Fine tuning's long since debunked. I don't even need to do it here.
But even if this was just
if anything, I like that. If anything, the universe is fine tuned for black holes. That's pretty much it. So pretty much, ostensibly, all of this is argument from incredulity. That's all this is argument from incredulity, and she's heard a lot of bad science, and then she's basically regurgitating it.
Glob, I still wouldn't think it just popped out of nothing. No one who is an atheist believes that. No one who is a scientist and understands cosmology believes that. That is technically what Christians believe, because Christians believe that God existed and nothing else exists, that God created everything out of nothing. So there was God,
And then God said, create this. I will will this into existence. So it literally created everything out of nothing. That is their belief. That is not our belief. That's a projection of their own model.
And so starting there, something had to put it there. And so
well, it can be the result. So that doesn't even follow. No, that's a non sequitur.
With that, you can find people that will say, okay, well, maybe it was an alien life form.
Sure, could have been engineers.
Okay, well, who put the alien there?
The alien's parents smashed. That's why the alien was there. Nobody put it there. It was born.
Well, maybe, and you can fill in the blank, but eventually you have to keep asking the question, who was there? Because
yeah, it's an infinite regress. Infinite regressive causality is what it is. That each cause begets an effect, and each effect has a cause, and so on and so forth. It's infinite regressive causality. There's no logical contradiction in an infinite regress. So that's all that is. We just happen to be at this particular point in the chain of causation. So this still doesn't lead you to a God. And the only reason you can stick a God there is if you specifically define the God as being the start of the chain. That's all it is. So it's ostensibly that just defines God into existence, which also fails.
There has to be somebody outside of space, outside of time,
that doesn't understand what space-time is.
That could get everything started. Something that didn't have a beginning had to get everything started.
Well, that is what because if it is possible for something to not have a beginning, then that can apply to other things, unless you are literally just special pleading for this one thing. You can't give a natural attribute to something in the universe and then say it only applies to that one particular thing. That's not the way it works. So yeah, she just, this is coming around to special pleading to God, like defining the God into existence. That the rules apply to everything else, but they don't apply to the God. Special pleading the God out of it.
If we are going to buy that something didn't come from nothing.
We don't buy it anyway. Learn cosmology.
And even if people say, there was that primordial soup argument of...
Oh, you cringy douchebag. Whoever... Campbell's primordial soup. Good. Yeah, they don't understand what abiogenesis is either.
The molecules sort of just came together. Well, where did the molecules come from?
Very simple. The molecules form from the basic elements that they were composed of, and those elements are naturally reactive in specific environments, and the environments that were here on Earth happen to be conducive to those elements reacting and eventually developing the molecules that they were. There's a lot of process in between there. There's the development of RNA, and of course the development of DNA, so on and so forth. But elements are reactive. The 6 elements that make up DNA are highly reactive, especially given the right conditions. And so there you go. These elements interact naturally. That's what they do. They just have to be in the right place at the right time under the right conditions, which ostensibly, if you look at Earth, it took like 4 billion years to get from nothing to here we are now. And there's a lot of time in between. So
where did
Rembrandt 972, good to see you, bud, says, telling her to learn cosmology is like telling a fish to learn how to ride a bicycle. Oh, ultimated Judeo-Christian is here. That crazy person. That's the pigeon. If you ever watch any of my debates, that's the pigeon that I debated, who basically, shit all over the board, knocked all the pieces off and flew away. Actually, he got himself kicked out of the debate because he pissed off the moderator. I didn't even realize you were here. I'm sorry, Johnny. I forgot you were there. You may go now.
These gases that were there, where did they come from?
This all comes down to after the cooling event, 400,000 years after the initial event, when things began to cool down, gravity began to take over, draw things in. That's where nebulas come from. That's the stellar nurseries and shit like that. So just learn cosmology. Teach that fish to ride a bike.
So, and that we can have a whole other discussion about whether we feel like that's legitimate or not, and
it is, because we have evidence to back it up and we can make predictions with it. So it's well understood.
All of that. But the bottom line is something did not come from nothing.
Which nobody believes. So it's argument from incredulity.
There had to be a something. And so...
yeah, it could be, the quantum field. Yeah, fluctuations in the quantum field. Very simple.
That was my starting
point. Not technically simple. Yeah, I'm not really nutshelling it here.
I think that something got this started. And logically in my mind, if I'm saying... that there was a thing that got this started.
But you can't back that up. You have no evidence to support it. So you're literally just accepting it because personal reasons.
Had to be outside of space.
No, it was no. Technically, it would be outside of what we understand to be space-time. Okay, but it doesn't indicate that it was out because we don't have access to that area, so we can't say specifically what exists there or what the state of the universe was before that. So space-time as it exists now resulted from the inflation event, our observable universe, but we can't make statements about what space or what the universe was like or what that aspect of the reality was like before that event because we don't have access to it. It's really, really simple shit. But, it's like, oh, so it must have been outside of space-time. So, no.
Outside of time.
Yes, Commander Darklight is 100% correct. Good to see you. Commander Darklight says, I don't understand how the universe works. Therefore, God. Pretty much.
Then I think that a deity is the best explanation for that.
And it's a terrible explanation. It's because of her ignorance, because she lacks so much education in these areas to understand what the hell she's talking about. And like somebody pointed out, Tesla Radio pointed out, she's using arguments from the 60s. Likely the shit she's gotten from the people above her, the older people above her in the church. So this is bad information. She's working with bad information and drawing bad conclusions from them.
Yeah, William and Craig says it this way. He talks about the Kalam cosmological argument,
which he actually adjusted from its original in order to reconcile the new information that we got. That's why he changed it. So, and eventually it'll change again once we get further information from there. This is obviously understood, but
that goes.
What? Can you say that again?
Kalam cosmological argument.
Oh, look at her play like she's never heard of it before.
Ooh, smart.
Ooh, ignorant.
The first premise is step 1. Everything that begins to exist has a cause.
Maybe. That's a maybe. That's not a definitive statement. We can't make the definitive statement about reality. So because, we can't say that we cannot make the determination that the universe itself began to exist. The universe ostensibly is energy. Everything within the universe is energy, and the energy is always there. So technically, because energy cannot be created or destroyed. It can change forms. So whatever begins to exist as a cause, sure, or it's something that triggered the existence of it, but we can't make that statement about the universe. So that was literally human beings, the original argument. That was literally human beings applying their basic observations to the universe. That's all they were. It's just very rudimentary. It's a rudimentary observation, but we know now that it doesn't necessarily apply that way to the universe.
Premise 2. The universe began to exist.
No, the visible universe has an origination point, but the universe itself, this is where it gets deeply, deeply ignorant. Not to mention, I would say they have not read Lawrence Krauss, and the idea of what zero states where there is no matter, can give rise to what we have today. So.
Premise or conclusion, therefore, the universe has a cause.
Likely there was probably, like I said, fluctuations in the quantum field triggered the expansion event of what we have today. But even that we don't know. So no, this is just literally, and it's never. The cosmological argument is just it makes assumptions about the universe that it cannot back up, and then just draws a bad conclusion from that.
And so 1 is everything that begins to exist has a cause. So nothing. Everything comes from something. That things can't come from nothing.
Which we already understand. We already know that. We don't hold to that it was nothing.
That's what you were saying. So
you guys hold to that. Christians hold to that, but we don't.
That's the first premise. If you agree with that, then we go to the second premise. The universe.
Oh, if you agree with that, then we move to the second. So there's the possibility that this is wrong.
The universe began to exist, and basically all of science now is showing that the universe has not been here eternally.
I killed Earl. She was really into apologetics, but hadn't heard of the Kalam? I call bullshit. Absolutely. I call bullshit that she's never heard of that shit before. Victory Joker. Ooh, sounds fancy. So must be smart. SMRT.
That it had a beginning point, and they say the Big Bang. And Christians actually think the Big Bang's a reason not to believe in God, but the Big Bang actually is a reason to believe there is a God.
Well, that's because it was literally it's a joke term that is used to describe the inflation that was thought up by a Christian. Why do you think that is, man?
Because it shows the universe had a beginning, which means it had a cause. Because everything that begins this has a cause. The universe had a beginning, so therefore the universe has a cause, which points to something.
You are correct, E-Man. It's ghosts. It's all ghosts. All alternative energy.
Outside of time, space, and matter. as intelligent and as personal because it had to have the
What?
ability to choose to start something when there was nothing.
Unless whatever is there is bound to do that because it has no other option, because it's just a natural function of like quantum mechanics. You can't eliminate that. You can't just say, oh, and it was personal and it knew. You're just tacking shit on and you have no justification to do that.
To choose to start it. And
This is
what
some
that
profoundly
personal,
ignorant shit.
Intelligent, outside of immaterial, timeless, spaceless thing, it points to a higher power, which is God. And so we don't get the Christian God.
No, it
yet.
doesn't. That's you projecting that onto this, not understanding the evidence, not understanding the field. So yeah, deeply ignorant.
But that definitely gets us started with, wow, believing in God does make sense.
No, it doesn't.
That's awesome. I love that you were able to synthesize what took me years to work through in college until
she's so full of shit. She's so full of
like
shit.
2 minutes.
Hey,
that's awesome.
Watch some William and Craig.
We like Dr. Craig a lot.
That's why you wait. You just said we liked like William Lane Craig a lot, and yet you oohed and awed at the Kalam. Please inform my lady brain of the Kalam. Give me a fucking break.
Yeah, I think that makes sense, and as you synthesize that down, those are questions you can ask yourself as well as a student.
She doesn't anyway.
Sometimes things can just seem so big that it's hard to say, I believe that Jesus died on
I heard a joke there. I'm not going to make it, but I'm pretty sure y'all heard it too.
The cross, and I believe this, and it can feel like your faith is just so massive, all these questions, and people can ask you little tiny nuances about the Bible and certain scriptures, and then suddenly you start questioning your whole faith. And
well, yeah, you should be. There's a reason why your faith can be so big, yet someone can ask you a very basic question, all of a sudden your faith falters, is because it's bullshit. It's because it points out there's like, but here's a failing, and here's a failing, and here's a failing. There's a reason for that. It's not that your faith is weak or like that. It's literally because your faith has natural failings, so people are pointing them out to you. That's why why it feels like that.
So it's so helpful to have these building blocks.
These like grounding, rooting arguments that bring you back to what's reality. Another way Frank Turk says it, that Pastor Joey shared in his
Frank Turk
message recently, is first you have to come, is there truth? Is there objective truth?
No, well, okay. Objective truth, things that are true as far as we can. Good night, Scuba Cat. Have a great night. Thanks so much for being here. Objective truth, so truth that is like mind independent or stance independent, that they're true regardless of what we do. We can say that there are objective truths, but that does not indicate that there's anything that dictated those things to be objective. As far as we can do, we could probably label that as a function of the structure of our universe, but that's a whole nother conversation.
And someone says, no, there's no truth. Then you just say, well, is that statement true? Because if they say it's true, then that means there is truth.
Yes, because Turek relies on like fundamental logical shit, and then he twists it beyond that. So he'll rely on a very basic, like a very, very basic axiom, and like a logical axiom, and then he'll just run with that to justify his God. So he's this guy right here is addressing the beginning, but he will not address the failure of Frank Turek's arguments in the middle.
So it's a self-defeating claim, because if the statement,
we can determine things to be true in as much as we can tell. So like we can make predictions, we can determine a thing to be true. Will we say it's absolutely true? We'll never say it's 100%, just to be intellectually honest. We can always get more information to make it more accurate, but yeah, this is not the way it works.
If there was no truth is true, then that means that statement's not true, which means there's truth. And so there is truth.
Yeah, we get it, dude. We go paradoxical.
The next question is there God? And
no.
The argument we just gave.
I actually debunked the video that Frank Turek, in my Frank Turek response, or one of the Frank Turek responses, he walks through this. Frank Turek asked these exact same questions, and I answered them. And I walked through, because you don't get from, is there truth? Well, that means there's a God. No, that's not the way that works. So Frank Turek's logic is bullshit.
There is God. That it makes sense. And so if there is God, then miracles are possible, because Genesis 1:1 in the beginning.
You see the leap. So there's truth, therefore God, therefore miracles, therefore Genesis 1:1. You couldn't write this comedy.
God created the heavens and the earth. If God can create the whole world and the whole universe out
of what?
Out of nothing, then he can do whatever he wants. And
out of nothing. He just said it. I gotta back that up. He just said it himself.
if God can create the whole world and the whole universe out of nothing, then
You believe it. We don't believe that. What the shit? You just said you don't believe something come out of nothing, but God could pull something out of nothing.
he can do whatever he wants, and the miracles are possible. Then Jesus rising from the dead and walking water, all that becomes possible, and it makes Christianity a lot more palatable. And
no, it doesn't. It makes it even more incoherent because the concepts you're linking together are not logically entailed. It's fucking ridiculous.
Intelligent and reasonable.
Yeah, I think that makes so much sense. And so I think a big takeaway, just we haven't wrestled through how do we know that the deity that got us all started is the Christian God and why we believe that.
Faith. And faith is a terrible tool to try and get to truth.
In this podcast, we're going to try and do that next week. But I just think
No,
for
not gonna do it
starters, you
today.
can do exactly what you just said. Start with that question and go back and say, I'm here. How did I get here? How
Your parents smashed.
did this world get here?
Basically, our planet formed via accretion.
And if you can just start with that. And I have had so many different conversations growing up, people in random places. I was at a dance one time and there was a guy there. Don't worry, honey, we didn't dance.
What these fucking cults do psychologically to women is fucking appalling. It's just fucking appalling.
And we were talking about this exact subject, and he had a different idea of what put, our world kind of getting started. And I just got to keep asking, well, so what put that there? And
Well, of course, but eventually you're going to get to a point where you say, I don't know, and I don't know is not justification for a God.
and I didn't have to be worried as a Christian trying to defend my faith.
It's because you've never actually sat down and talked with somebody who understands this shit.
I just, again, like you were sharing before, burden of proof, just
Is on the claimant, which is on you claiming that God exists.
ask the question. So then what did put that there? And you get to a point where there's nothing else to draw from. And
That's why you say, we don't know. That's why I say, I don't know. That's it. That's perfectly reasonable.
asked this question with adults who were, 10, 15 years older than me. And really, it was such a great conversation because I think it caused them to really start considering Christ.
If you asked them questions, got to a point where I don't know, and you said, well, God, that's no reason for them. If they started being convinced that Christ was real and that God is real, then that person has more problems than we can address here.
When they were able to open the door that, well, if God did create the world, then who
Then who created God? Special pleading.
is this God? And so anyway, I would challenge you to use that because it's really practical and really simple. But
Don't use that. It's not practical. It's not simple. It's very, very dumb, and it is not logically coherent.
Well, then who put that there, basically?
Yeah, and if you ask that about God, who put God there? Well, that's who God is. He's this uncreated.
Thank you. Whoever pointed out special pleading like a motherfucker. Karis 2030 said, I know it was you, JL. You are really God. I'm telling you, I don't exist.
Created, eternal, timeless being that has a deity, which is just this.
Which you've just defined it as. You've defined it as this thing. You cannot define a thing into existence. Sorry, it doesn't work that way.
Self-existence, that he's always been there. He doesn't need anything to create him. That's what God. Another person that says it, if you can think of something, a higher power that's greater than God or something that's better than God, well, that's actually God. And so God is the greatest feasible
Right. It's literally just, in order to explain shit, you just conjure up in your mind the most powerful thing that you can say. The most powerful thing you can conjure, that's what God is. So it's constantly moving like, it's just like literally, oh, whatever's the most powerful thing, that is what God is. It's just defining it. It's all it doesn't mean it actually exists.
comprehensible being that you could ever think of.
And so much better than we can even
And better than
comprehend.
that, because we're
Not according to the Bible, it ain't.
limited, finite human beings. So
This is cool though, because we have been talking about this with our kids at home.
What? Oh,
In our-
God. Oh, that's fucking gross. Of course they're indoctrinating their children. So all this literally this whole thing didn't say anything. What was this thing? 9 minutes, 57 seconds long, almost 10 minutes long, didn't say anything. Actually asked a question, an important question, gave no answer. No answer at all. Argument from
In the book we've
incredulity.
been
It's like all it is. Argument from incredulity.
reading them, and we were talking about how God has always been
Sean Alexander says, if you don't exist, then whose underwear are you wearing? I don't know.
alive, and that's just a concept that seems so vast. But if you really think about it, there had to be somebody outside of space and time
No, there didn't. That's an argument from incredulity.
to get this started. So
That's the question that they need to be asking is why the double standard? Why would a God in its infinite knowledge and wisdom create a system in which scientific methodologies, the recognition of logical fallacies, the ability to determine what is true about reality to a sufficient extent? Why can we utilize that in regards to every single truth claim out there? But for the one truth claim of its own existence, we can't use any of that. We have to rely on the things that we eliminate for everything else. So you have to rely on logical fallacies. Why the double standard? Why can't everything that we use to determine truth work for this one truth claim? It's ridiculous. So, I mean, why the double standard? If they can, and I have yet to hear a Christian who can legitimately reconcile that. So,
Well, thanks for thinking with us, guys, and be strong.
thinking? Yeah, whatever. That was not thinking. That was, we have no idea. So it's got to be a God. It has to be a God. Let me get rid of that. And I don't need to look at that one anymore. All right. Good stuff. Oh, let me get that off there. I don't need to. That's just, yeah, we don't need to look at that anyway. Oh, are we having fun yet? Oh, what's in my camera's trying to focus up on me. Are we having fun yet? Let's see. Aaron Reed says, Bridge the Divide. If it disagrees with objective reality, it was clearly put forth to test your faith, heathen. Okay. This is fucking. I Killed Earl says, kids? She just said that she was talking to adults older than her. What in the actual fuck? Yeah, it's indoctrinating their children to believe this nonsense or to think this way. You know, hopefully then when they grow up and they go to college, they'll actually take a philosophy course and understand what logic is, and we won't have to worry about that anymore. You know, I was curious. Fucking the pigeon was in here, and I only saw one comment. Joseph Cano, good to see you, says, Joseph Cano says, I'm still catching up. Financial abuse, emotional abuse, shunning. Why does none of this surprise me? It doesn't surprise me at all. But thank you for being here, Joseph. I do appreciate you hanging out. I saw the pigeon in here earlier. He made a comment that he was leaving. He said, I'm leaving. You know, where did he say that? Like the ultimated Christian, Judeo-Christian, whoever that, you know, that asshole. Oh, there it is. YouTuber, ultimated Judeo-Christian said, bye, chat. I was wondering if he said anything else because he's challenged to debate me multiple times. I've already beaten him, and he flipped out when the moderator tried to mod him, and he like lost his shit and got kicked out of the debate. Was he actually saying anything? Because he announced that he was departing like this was a fucking airport, and it's not. So let me see. Did he actually? I wonder if he actually said it, or if he just like said, "I was like, I'm leaving." Meh. I'm not seeing that he said anything. Ryan Chambers said, "Do you know the YouTuber Prophet of Zod?" I have heard of them. Not 100% familiar, but I have heard of them. Just to answer that question. I'm not seeing that he actually commented anything. Did he actually comment anything? I don't think he did. I think did he literally come into the live chat just to say that he was leaving? Or maybe he was listening. I have no idea. But I thought that he may have like made some argument. I don't know. I didn't see it, so. Mr. E-Man says, I believe in the Krakatoni event causing the beginning of the universe. There is nothing so magnificent as the power of Krakatoni. There's absolutely not. Soon Mommy says, oh, the guy that's in a sexy relationship with Jesus. Sexy Jesus. I Killed it. Said that was the only comment I saw. Oh, that was the only comment. Yeah, it was the only comment that I saw. Like, he just popped in to just like let us know that he was leaving. It was like, guess what? It's not an airport, man. No need to announce your departure. Just fucking go. The door's over there. It swings both ways. Oh, what do we got next? I think I could do another one. You want me to do another one? We can do another one. We can have a little bit more fun. You want to do some TikTok vids? Because those are short. We don't have to sit through a whole bunch of proselytizing and shit. We could do this. Let me see here right quick. I've got these 4 that I pulled up. I've got Christian videos, follow up to my list. I got Christian videos, important. Don't Ghost Me. It's a little Fueled Dreams Club. Let me see. Let me see. Christianity. George Janko gives his perspective on Christianity. Why do they have all these fucking hashtags? Let me see here. So let me see. This was TikTok vids. Let me look at these TikTok vids. I think I saw them and I just grabbed them. Let me see here. These are pretty short because these are just TikTok vids. Okay, I can close that. And let's go. Christian videos. Follow with it. Well, what does this person have to say? Because if I could just like take this whole folder and dump it in the trash so I don't have to like go back and look at it, that'd be great.
People accept the evolution theory.
Oh, fuck me running. I fucking Hovind. Oh, it's a Hovind evolution thing.
The reason people accept the evolution theory
Evidence. Novel testable predictions.
is not because they have a scientific reason.
I just gave you a scientific reason. Evidence. Novel testable predictions.
I asked a kid 2 weeks ago, I was debating two professors.
What is with like the duh, what's the epic music?
I forget where I was. It doesn't matter. 3 weeks ago. One kid came afterwards and said, evolution's a fact. I said, well, it's not. Calm down. Let me ask you a question. If evolution...
It is a fact.
If creation was true, if the...
No. It's not if creation is true. It's if evolution was a fact, because he called it a fact. You don't get to, it says evolution fact. You don't just get to say, oh, well, if creation is true, then it debunks evolution. And that doesn't even follow.
Creation story is true. Would that
No. You said that's why you said if. At least he's being somewhat intellectually honest.
affect your lifestyle any?
Yes, it would. It would affect my understanding of like the universe and reality. So absolutely it would affect my life.
If there was a creator that said, thou shalt not commit adultery, no pornography, no lying, no...
I don't remember pornography being in the Bible, but there is pornography in the Bible, but I don't remember like God passing a law saying don't look at girl on girl.
cheating, no stealing. Would that affect your lifestyle any?
Well, yeah, because if I knew it were to be true, then yeah, then there's some space deity out there that's going like, ha, ha, ha. That definitely would affect my behavior.
He said, you're trying to embarrass me, aren't you? I said, I don't even know who you are. I'm just asking you a question.
That doesn't even make any sense. He said evolution is true and you didn't refute it. You just jumped to another complete topic.
The reason people accept evolution is because of their sin, not...
No, not because of their sin. Because of evidence and novel testable predictions. Very, very simple.
Their science.
You notice how he just dodged and just rabbit trailed. That's all he did. Yeah. Hasn't gotten any smarter. And this is when he was young. Okay, that one's done. Don't have to look at that one anymore. Let me see here. What's this one?
Just to earn money. I earn money to buy food. I buy food to eat it to gain more strength to dig more ditches. I dig ditches to earn money. I earn money to buy food. I buy food to eat it to gain more strength to dig more ditches. And that's all life is.
Oh, okay. So, okay, I think this is that dill hole who goes out to campuses and like tries to engage students in like, you know, debates or like whatever. So he's one of those guys who goes to college campuses and he proselytizes. And so he's basically saying life is meaningless. Without a God, there is no purpose. Without recognizing that people can determine their purpose for themselves. And if someone's purpose is to dig ditches, then that's the purpose they've chosen. Just because it's meaningless to you does not mean it's meaningless to a person who really fucking loves digging ditches.
Stupid, meaningless cycle.
Stupid, meaningless cycle. To you, that's your opinion, not the person who's doing it. Especially if they love digging ditches and digging ditches feeds their family. No. A dictated meaning is worth nothing. Determine the meaning for your own life. Because if I dictate it to you, then you're living for me, and you're not living for yourself. I've literally, when you dictate someone's purpose or someone's meaning, and that's the way that their life is supposed to be, you've stripped them of their identity, which is what cults do. That's what cults do, is they strip you of your identity and they mold you into what the cult wants you to be. You are no longer yourself. You are what the cult's identity is for you. Stripping people of their identities is a basic cult tactic.
That God gave you. Hold on.
Yeah, that's a claim with no evidence.
Which means you've got a rational mind, you've got a conscience, you've got the ability to...
By that logic, I have a rational mind because God has a rational mind. Yet God does, like supposedly does incredible, like irrational shit throughout the Bible, given the level of his omniscience. I'm rational and not omniscient, and I can think of better ways to accomplish what God was accomplishing. You don't need to like genocide the Midianites. You can just reveal yourself the way you revealed yourself to the Midianites as you revealed yourself to the Jews. That's it. So you don't have to genocide them. Really, really simple. But no, genocide, that's a thing.
Love. You've got the ability to work, to have a career.
And determine it for yourself. Right. That's forging your own path.
To provide a good product, to provide a good service, to better people's lives. Use that faithfully.
I'm using it because I see the evidence of the positive effects I have. I guess you could say I'm faithful to it. Like I'm constant and I'm dedicated to it, but I don't have faith. So, but yeah.
Realize the purpose for which God made you.
If this is my purpose, then God is really incoherent, because what I do is break this shit down and why it doesn't make sense. And it'd be really, really funny if that was what God's intended purpose for me was, which is that just makes me laugh. All right, that was an easy one. What's this one?
Why I am 100% sure that God exists.
All right, here we go. Positive claim. Let's get some evidence.
Now, especially if you are a non-believer, I just want you to clear your mind right now and be very open-minded and hear me out.
My mind is cleared. Thrall me with your acumen.
Now, typically when people are weighing out their options of does God exist or not, they always think about it from, okay, if God exists, he'll do this and that.
No. I look at the logical entailments, the things that necessarily must be the case if God exists. And if those things are not fulfilled, then God does not exist.
But rarely do people think if God exists, well, so does the devil and his demons.
How does that even function? Because what?
And according to the Bible, they will be down here on this earth with us. Now, if you are a demon that hates God and God.
So you think that you're talking to demons right now? Demons are on TikTok. They have nothing better to do.
got kicked out of heaven after losing a war, what would be the one thing that you can do to get back at him? You'd attack humans because you know exactly how much God loves humans.
But that's pointless. It's ultimately self-defeating. Actually, it can't even be successful, because the demons don't have belief, they would have knowledge. Demons know that God is omniscient, God is omnipotent, and everything falls within its purview. Attacking its creation is pointless. They would know that attacking its creation would be a pointless endeavor, because they can't hurt an omnipotent being. Because the omnipotent being could literally just turn around and make it another way, or it could just remake it, or it could unmake them. There is no point. So that is completely ignoring the logical entailments of what God is proposed to be and the attributes that it has. Demons attacking human beings it literally is pointless. Yes, left-handed Jedi, that is the king in yellow, right, sitting right behind me. That makes no sense. He's ignoring the logical entailments, because if nothing would ever affect an omniscient or omnipotent entity. Anything that happens, it happens by design, because that is what it intends to happen, because it could be any other way. So if demons are attacking humans, it's because God has designed that to be the system. If God designed it to be that way in its omniscience and omnipotence, then why would it be upset? Then demons attacking humans and corrupting creation is expected to happen. Why would God be upset at that? That doesn't logically follow.
I mean, after God gave his son to die on the cross for our sins, the biggest disrespect would be to just have people not believe and not accept it.
No, the lack of evidence and the logical contradictions and shit like that, logical entailments. Gods die on the swords of logical entailments. So no.
Demon, half the time you can conceal yourself and pretend that you don't exist. And if I had to reveal myself,
please don't.
I just come to people as some sort of false god. Which explains why we have thousands of different religions depicting godlike beings and dragons.
It has nothing to do with the geographic bias and the inspiration of the access to or the lack of access to religions, and why the nature of gods in those areas reflect the conditions that people lived in and the mentalities that people had in order to survive.
Dragons.
That's what explains different gods. So I was like, what? You said that made absolutely no sense whatsoever. He started off good. He started like yeah, I'm convinced because the devil exists. No, he's still begging the question. But yeah, this is nonsense. Logical entailments. Gods die on the swords of logical entailments. Let's look at the last one. What do we got?
Sole reason why I follow God is because this is my concept of God, right? If a God exists and I read in the Bible, he created the whole universe.
That's a big if. You're predicating all this on an if, so just keeping that in mind.
With a breath. Why would he ever need anything from me? That was my
technically, yeah, that'd be a logical statement. Omnipotent, omniscient entity doesn't need anything from you.
first foremost thought. Why would he need me to worship him? Why would he need me to get on my knees and be like, oh God, you're so great? And
that's actually a very good question. That's a solid question. Like that, it's addressing the logical entailment.
so much. And then I realized while reading the Bible, bro, that's not what the Bible's about. It has nothing to do with you sitting down worshiping him.
Like keeping the Sabbath, and keeping it holy. Specifically for going to church and for worshiping and having your time with God. That's what that's intended for.
It's literally, I always joke around saying the Bible is basic instructions before leaving Earth. It's just here to help you out.
Well, that doesn't make any sense because because if there's heaven and there's hell, and heaven and the concept of heaven and the concept of hell are both self-defeating as well, as if God has the attributes it supposedly has of omniscience and omnipotence and omnibenevolence and such and omnipresence. But the concepts of heaven and hell are pointless. They're completely arbitrary. They make no sense. The existence of these things are only in service to this God's ego. Because, like I said, logically entailed, what is the purpose of what is the point of an eternal punishment that someone can't learn from? Well, that someone can't change their behavior. It's literally just like beating them with a stick because they didn't get it the first time and then doing that for forever and then sorry, you're fucked. That doesn't make any sense because it doesn't teach them anything. The torture doesn't yield any results. The punishment doesn't yield an opportunity to change. And so, and not to mention, it's omniscient, knew it was going to happen anyway. So why judge? These things are self-defeating. There's no purpose to them. So why not just like unmake people? Your soul is gone. You just dissipate. That would be far more moral than an eternal punishment. And ostensibly, if God was omniscient, it would know this as a logical entailment, and it would know that we would figure this out and figure it doesn't make sense, yet it's still that way. That's why it doesn't work.
While you're here. So I took what the Bible is coordinating me to do to this earth, and I actually
like lusting after those that have penises like horses and emissions like that of donkeys.
Follow it. I realized that my life was substantially better, physically, mentally, spiritually. So somebody asked me, they go, "What happened?"
No, why? Oh, so like you're cool with all the genocide and the justified slavery and daughters banging their dads and bears coming to kill a bald man for being called bald, or bears coming to kill children for calling an old man bald. That kind of shit
happens if you die.
I'm thinking he didn't read Revelation either. So even though that's just code for the neo-redivivist legend.
And there is no God. And I would say, damn, I'm going to add that to the list of how lucky I am that I fell into Christianity, because while
that he was lucky. Yeah, no.
While I was on Earth, it helped me out significantly.
Yeah, that's just a load of crap. It's just, unjustifiable nonsense. Yeah, angels killing newborns. That's another one. Yeah, so, dang. Okay, so that was, let me see. Was this?
Sure.
No, I already looked at that one. Remove that one. Yeah, we can get that one out of here. Guess what? Oh, I can take that folder and I can dump it in the trash. Yay, my computer thanks me. I think, what do I got here? Reincarnation debunk. What was this? This is how out of control it is. Like I don't even know what videos I have on my damn I labeled it reincarnation debunk. So this was going to be another short one. Let me see. Oh, hang on a sec. Let me go like that, and let me do this one.
Young boy claimed he remembered his past life, and you will not believe what happened when they realized he was telling the truth.
Oh, okay. This is a past life thing. So this is this is Purge Jail's hard drive night. I think it might be. Okay, so I think I heard about the story about a kid who recounted details of a past life that were like super, super accurate. So this was like proof of reincarnation.
A young Syrian boy was born with a large birthmark.
Ignore the pictures like behind, because they're just if you actually you can go and find all these are like images you can find off of Google, and they just took him and they just threw him in here.
On his face. And ever since he was able to talk, he would constantly say about how he had lived before. He used to also say that he was murdered with an axe by his neighbor. The remarks got so extreme, and it was the only thing this boy would talk about.
So from what I understand is that, from what I gathered from the actual storyline is that that the story was being passed around by the parents, that the parents were telling people about this. And then when people started like inquiring and it got kind of popular, people were like wanted to know more. Then they brought the kid forward and the kid recounted this story. But it all started with the parents. And then after people started to dig into the story, to look into the finer details, things started to fall apart. So there were some things that were known in the very small community that happened in the history of the small community. Like there was a person who was murdered with an axe, and there was other details there, and they pretty much cobbled it together. But once you started getting into the nitty gritty details, it really all fell apart.
His parents decided to look into it. Looked into the village where he said he had lived before.
That's the claim that they made. So that was the claim. This all came from the parents originally.
And it turned out a young boy who was 10 years old had gone missing there a few years before. So the family took a trip out to that village. The boy remembered where he lived and knocked on the door of the neighbor who supposedly killed him.
Okay, so that part of the story could not be, that was one of the big things, that part of the story could not be confirmed. That actually, that they couldn't confirm that somebody lived in it, because I think that they didn't give a complete address, and so they couldn't find somebody who matched the description, and so this part was literally just created by the parents.
The man went white as a sheet and looked extremely shocked. He said, I didn't kill anyone. But the young boy said he knew where he was buried and made him follow them down there. They proceeded to dig up the ground, where they found a young boy's skull which had been hit exactly where his birthmark was. The man later confessed to murder and was arrested and sentenced to death.
Obviously, you can tell that's those are American uniforms. This did not happen in America. This actually, I think this was in, oh crap, I can't remember what country this was in. If I might be able to find it in a quick search. It was boy recounts his own murder. 3-year-old recalls past life, identifies killer, location of body. India today, it was reported. This was back in 2014. Syria is where this supposedly took place. The Syrian boy born with a long red birthmark on his forehead showed the elders where his past life's body and the murder weapon were buried. So, but diving into this, it actually kind of fell apart, because you find out that there was information that was provided by other people that allowed people to put together, that allowed the parents to put together the story. So, like, none of it could be confirmed. So it literally just came out. There was a story, and the story was documented in the book Children Who Have Lived Before, Reincarnation Today, by German therapist Trutz Hardo. So Trutz Hardo, that's where the story originally came from. It was printed in a book by Trutz Hardo. And Trutz Hardo, who is a writer, has written Children Who Have Lived Before, 30 Most Convincing Cases of Reincarnation. So he's big proponent of reincarnation. He's 84 years old, born back in 1939. But yeah, Children Have Lived Before, Reincarnation Today, and Reincarnation and More at thriftbooks.com. But yeah, he pretty much just writes about reincarnation. But the story itself could not actually be confirmed. There were some details that could be confirmed, but not the story the way the parents dictated it. So, cool. I can get rid of that one too. Bam! That one's gone. Let me see. What is this one? Oh, this one's only 5 minutes? Let's take a look at it. What's wrong with atheism? Science and God. Okay, I'm very curious about this one. Look at this random shit. Like, let me see here. That was Atheism is Bad. This is what I called this one. There we go. Oh, it's PragerU.
In a recent interview, while I was presenting some scientific discoveries that may point to the existence of God,
I gotta say, I gotta back that up real quick. PragerU.
In a recent interview,
Dennis Prager is trash. I actually have gotten a lot of like flack for being trolling comments on their Twitter. Cleaning out the old hard drive. Absolutely. Bruce, I say, if I reincarnate, I want to come back as a woman's bicycle seat. Very nice word to know, Slam. And gabba gabba to you, friend. Aaron Reed says, why do people always think that they were someone cooler in their last life? That bummed the shit out of me. Stephen Meyer, philosopher of science, the Discovery Institute. There's the giveaway.
Presenting some scientific discoveries that may point to the existence of God.
Really? Scientific discovery points to the existence of God. Very curious.
Camera operator, a young woman whom I'll call Maria, began to weep visibly. Later, she told me the reason for her tears. Like many young people, Maria believed in God when she arrived in college. But while there...
Oh, this is a demonizing college thing? Okay.
She repeatedly encountered professors who insisted that based on the science, God was a myth.
Makes sense. I mean, not as like succinct as that. There's a lot more that goes into it, but sure, she was a believer. She went to college. She was exposed to more information and more ideas, and it challenged her faith. I get that.
No more real than Santa Claus.
Okay.
Maria didn't
take it easy, Pat, in the chat. Good to see you. Thanks so much for being here tonight.
Feel equipped to challenge her professors. She eventually left.
That's because she's a student.
Left college with nagging doubts about her faith and wondered whether life, including her own life, might be nothing more than a cosmic accident.
Not a cosmic accident, just the result of cosmic forces. That's it.
Many young people share Maria's doubts. Indeed, powerful voices in the academy tell us that science makes belief in God and human significance untenable.
Incorrect. Science can make when presented in a particular way, science can make the belief in God untenable. It absolutely can, because it forces the Christian or the believer to reconcile certain realities or certain facts about reality with the inconsistencies in the Bible. It's like, why are these two things inconsistent? I was told the Bible is this, the Bible dictates this, but then I'm given this evidence, and I'm taught the methodology how we know it to be true. These two things do not correlate. Where is the disconnect? That's something they have to reconcile. That I understand. It does not make human significance untenable. In fact, the understanding of science elevates the understanding of human significance, that we know why we're so important, because we have such a profound effect on the biosphere itself. So as a species, we are very important, because we actually have an artificial effect on our biosphere. We can make it better, we can destroy it. That makes us very integral or very important as a species. But from a cosmological perspective, we're just another species, and it really doesn't matter. But that's why we determine for ourselves. Just because it's subjective doesn't mean it doesn't exist. So just because science says this doesn't mean you have no value. Hey, Darth Knox, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here.
Or as Richard Dawkins, the famed atheist from Oxford, has asserted, the universe we observe has precisely the properties we should expect if there is at bottom no design, no purpose, nothing but blind, pitiless indifference.
Right. That was a good way. It was a very, very cold way. That was, I would say, that is a way to describe the universe that is equal to the temperature of the universe.
But are we the product of such indifference? That is purely materialistic processes that did not have us in mind, as another scientific atheist has put it?
Well, that's weird. It's a very weird way to put that. So, are we the product of indifference? Well, we're the product of indifferent forces. The forces don't have us in mind as to the result. So, but he's framed it in a way, like he's worded it in a way to emphasize the idea that science devalues humanity, which is edging towards social Darwinism. And I've heard Dennis Prager himself equate things like atheism with the Holocaust and the Third Reich and stuff like that. So that's why he worded it that way.
Does the universe have the properties we should expect if this all there is matter?
Yes, matter, energy.
Vision of reality is correct?
Right.
Perhaps not.
Really? Evidence, please.
3 major scientific discoveries contradict the expectations of scientific atheists.
Oh, okay. I'm hip. Let's get some evidence. Let's see what are these discoveries?
And point instead in a distinctly God-friendly direction.
God-friendly direction. Oh, it could be a god. Yeah, I've never heard of this, so I'm really curious. I'm very curious what his misrepresentation is going to be.
First, the Big Bang.
That was my bad. I just checked out.
Laureate Arno Penzias long portrayed distinctly God-friendly direction.
I'm so sorry. I accidentally hit the button on my mic, and I was just I'm out. Here
First, the Big Bang.
Okay. Well, let's see where he goes with this.
Discoveries in observational astronomy and developments in theoretical physics have revealed that the universe had a beginning. This is contrary to the expectation of scientific materialists
No, it's not at all.
Who long portrayed the universe as eternal and self-existent, and therefore in no need of an external creator.
It doesn't need an external creator, and it doesn't equate that it came from nothing either, so it doesn't need it.
This evidence for a beginning has instead confirmed the expectation of theists.
Well, no, it hasn't at all. That's just they're just inserting God into the I don't know. That's all they're doing. It's God of the gaps.
Nobel laureate Arno Penzias.
That name is really familiar. Let me see. You always, whenever they go to like quoting scientists, I always have to double check. Arno Penzias, American physicist, radio astronomer, Nobel laureate in physics, along with Robert Woodrow Wilson. He discovered the cosmic microwave bat. He discovered the CMBR, which helped establish Big Bang theory of cosmology. Okay, cool.
Helped make a key discovery, establishing a cosmic beginning.
Well, a beginning of an origination point of the observability of our universe, yes.
He later observed, the best data we have are exactly what I would have predicted, had I nothing to go on but the first 5 books of Moses and the Bible as a whole.
Okay, so let me see here. Let's see, awards: Henry Draper Medal, Nobel Prize in Physics, Harold Pender Award, IRI Medal, Cosmic Microwave Background Radiation, PhD, Columbia University, career, April 26. So let me see. So I don't trust. I have gotten myself into the habit of not trusting PragerU whenever they quote somebody. So let me check something really quick. The best data we have are exactly what I would have predicted had I nothing to go on but the first 5 books of Moses. Nobel Prize winning scientist who with the Nobel Prize winning scientist who with Wilson discovered the cosmic background radiation reacted with the statement, the best data we have are exactly what I would have predicted had I nothing to go on but the 5 books of Moses, the Psalms, the Bible as a whole. So Arno Penzias, that is a quote he said, but what was the context? Is that the best data we have are exactly what I predicted had I had nothing to go on but the 5 books. So this seems like the context is important. Where did he say that? Hyperphysics. Oh, cited by Meyer on page 243 of the Return of the God Hypothesis. So that's where Meyer wrote the Return of the God Hypothesis, and he was basically pulling that off of Psalm 834. And so he took that quote, but I want the context in which Arno Penzias. I want the context in which Penzias said that, which I'm having difficulty finding. Penzias concluded. I'm having difficulty finding this quote in its full context. Okay, Dr. Penzias, Big Bang, which the universe left signal, the faint radio signal left over from the Big Bang, blah, 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 10 billion to 20 billion years ago. The thing I'm interested in now is whether, so let me see. And the data seems to indicate that it is, so Penzias said, the thing I'm most interested in now is whether the universe is open or closed. If it is open, that is expanding forever from a single great explosion of Genesis, and the data seems to indicate that it is open. This is precisely the universe that organized religion predicts, to put it in crude terms. Okay, I see what he was saying there. A closed universe, one that explodes, expands, falls back on itself, and explodes again, repeating the process over and over eternally, would be a pointless universe. Doesn't mean it's not the case. A theologian friend of mine who is a priest told me once he could not conceive of Calvary happening twice. He said his faith as a Christian would be shaken if it could be proven to him that the universe with its finite number of particles could be reconstituted an infinite number of times. It would mean that every event, the creation of man, the conversation we're having, everything would be repeated again and again ad infinitum simply by random chance. That is the meaning of infinity. In other words, a closed universe would be pointless as a throw of the dice. But it seems to me that the data we have in hand right now clearly shows that there is not nearly enough matter in the universe, not enough by a factor of 3 for the universe to be able to fall back on itself ever again. My argument is that the best data we have are exactly what I would have predicted had I had nothing to go on but the 5 books of Moses, the Psalms, the Bible as a whole. Okay, so Penzias said that based upon what they had at the time And so I get why he was going off of that. I would like to hear what he thinks now, given what we know with the advancements we've discovered with the James Webb. Okay, gotcha. Rodney Simpson, if I remember correctly, he became a religious nut job in his later life. Interesting. Okay, so it may be an argument. So ultimately, it may be an argument from incredulity. So even like Anthony Flew came to deism in his later life, but he was also like suffering from advanced dementia. So it may be that there's the whatever it may be, but that still doesn't indicate that this is the case. So Meyer here presenting this, quoting this cosmologist in order to justify his truth claim is inappropriate. Okay, just want to make sure we broke that down.
And he's not alone. Cosmological evidence has led other prominent scientists, including former MIT physicist Gerald Schroeder.
Gerald Schroeder. Gerald Schroeder, physicist. He's 85 years old. He's okay. So he's an MIT physicist, yes, but he is also he's written a number of books. He's written Genesis and the Big Bang, The Science of God, The Hidden Face of God, God According to God, Genesis 1. So obviously his religion informs his science.
And the great Caltech astronomer Alan Sandage.
Alan Sandage from Caltech. Sandage. So they are basically taking Christians and taking Christian opinions, but they are not looking at the field as a whole. Looks like Alan Sandage died in 2010. And let's see. Alan Sandage was an American astronomer, staff member emeritus at Carnegie Observatories. He determined the first reasonably accurate values for the Hubble constant and the age of the universe. And his influences were Edwin Hubble and Walter Bade. Let me see. Oh, yeah, hardcore. He's a big-time astronomer. Personal life. In 1983, Sandage announced he had become a Christian. He became a Christian in 1983 and began to write essays on the subject of religion and science. In 2010, he died of pancreatic cancer in his home in San Gabriel. He was 84. Okay, so he was an astronomer and he converted to Christianity. So being a Christian, we don't know why he became a Christian. There's no indication as to like why he suddenly embraced it, but he began to write essays on the subject of religion and science. So this still is not valid evidence. So
to affirm a transcendent creator beyond space and time as the best explanation for the origin of our finite universe.
No. So okay, so that still doesn't work. Just because you've defined it in a particular way in order to fill the gaps, like it's like, well, why this? Well, if I define this particular entity that answers those questions or is the best thing I can come up with, that does not mean that it exists in reality. It's still an argument from incredulity.
Second, fine-tuning.
When are these motherfuckers ever going to actually listen to the arguments of it? This thing has been debunked so many times.
We live in what Australian physicist Luke Barnes calls.
This is how they do it. I mean, literally, like Luke Barnes. Luke Barnes fine-tuning. That was the first thing that came up. Luke Barnes fine-tuning in cosmology. The fine-tuning of the universe for life. By the fine-tuning of nature's laws. The formulation of the fine-tuning argument. Luke Barnes and fine-tuning. Okay, so yeah. Obviously, he's written a bunch of papers on fine-tuning, so...
An extremely fortunate universe.
It's such a goddamn appeal to emotion.
Where fundamental laws and physical parameters have somehow been fine-tuned with just the right strengths and values to make life possible.
Given very precise conditions. Very precise conditions. Not through the whole of the universe. If anything, the universe is fine-tuned for black holes.
The incredible odds against this happening by chance
is 100% because we have a universe with life in it.
Has led even agnostic and atheistic physicists to marvel.
But not converted them. You can't derive those odds. We have one system that we can test with life in it. The odds are 100%.
As British physicist Paul Davies has exclaimed.
Paul Davies, wow, man. Let's just pack it with scientists and people will believe it. Paul Davies, physicist, 77 years old, theoretical physicist. He's worked much of his career in astrophysics and cosmology, emphasis on origin and early stages. He's got his own website, cosmos.asu.edu. Okay, so it's Arizona State University. He's interested in nature and origin of life, including extraterrestrial life beyond Earth and in complex systems generally. Okay, so now he's quoting somebody that actually is, considers the possibility of extraterrestrial life, which would be completely antithetical or would be anathema to Christianity, because Christianity says that God created us and we are specially created by God, and that's it. If there are aliens, and especially if they're more technologically advanced than us, then they were around before us. So who created who first? And why were we created second? So he's about to quote somebody who probably does not believe in the same shit he does.
The impression of design is overwhelming.
The impression, but it doesn't mean that it is.
Atheist physicist George Greenstein expresses similar,
specifically atheist physicists, because that really fucking matters.
Cognitive dissonance. The thought insistently arises that some supernatural agency must be involved.
That's because there are things that we don't know yet, and they work in a particular way they work in unison to a degree that it has the appearance of that. But that's ostensibly the watchmaker fallacy. So, and I don't believe that a physicist would fall for that.
Third, the complexity of life.
As a matter of fact, he may have been referring to like extraterrestrial entities.
Molecular biology has revealed the presence in living cells of an exquisite world of informational nanotechnology.
Excuse me? Informational nanotechnology. What woo is this bullshit?
Digital code in DNA and RNA.
Okay, it's the false analogy. It's like DNA's a code, so it has to be programmed. Yeah, that's fucking bullshit.
Tiny, intricately constructed molecular machines.
Ugh.
A complex information storage, transmission, and processing system that resembles but vastly exceeds our most advanced digital high technology.
This is the Otangelo argument. This is the Otangelo argument.
Not what anyone would expect to see as the result of blind, materialistic processes.
Well, yeah. Well, no, not at all. It is what we would expect to see if these elements interact with each other in such a way, and they have 3 billion years to form in the conditions in order to develop into what they are today. Because that's not what it looked like at the beginning. It's literally taking what exists now and saying that it was always that way. No, it was not.
Dawkins himself may have conceded as much when he recently confessed to being knocked sideways with wonder at the...
A historical philosopher, I would absolutely agree, says, how much do you want to bet that they're omitting the rest of the quote because it destroys their fairy tale? Absolutely. I found it a dozen times before where if you actually take it and find the context of it, it actually eliminates what they're trying to say that the quote does. So their cherry picking they're infamous for their cherry picking.
Miniaturized intricacy of the data processing machinery in the living cell.
I'm pretty certain that quote has also been cherry picked. Because that, as evidenced by the way that he's put the knocked in there. I'm very certain that is a completely out of context quote.
So what should we make of all this? For their part,
that the existence of your God has still not been justified.
Scientific atheists have constructed ever more convoluted and fanciful theories.
We didn't construct it. We look at the evidence. The evidence is quite complex. But the evidence is there, and it does not indicate a God. And theories. He's using theories wrong. They're not fanciful theories. Theories explain reality, given the evidence. So now he's conflating hypothesis with theory.
They posit alien designers to account for the code of life.
Tell me how debunk it. To like literally eliminate that as a possibility. Some people can do it. Some people go for panspermia, but literally demonstrate how that's not the case. Like eliminate that from contention as an explanatory hypothesis. They can't.
Multiple parallel universes.
Eliminate them from contention.
To try to explain fine-tuning.
No, that's not even how to do that. Those two things aren't even related.
And they've developed elaborate mathematical equations in an attempt.
Just because it's complex doesn't mean it's wrong.
Attempt to use physics
or that it's a lie
to show how the universe could have begun from nothing physical.
Okay, so no matter. Like, it didn't come from anything like material, like matter itself. But matter is just energy. So if it came from energy, the energy is there. So see how this is this dishonest because nothing physical, of course, because it's just energy.
But what if the scientific atheists are just wrong?
What if you are just wrong?
What if the universe has precisely the properties we should expect if there is an intelligent and purposeful creator behind it all?
Good. Give us evidence of that. Give us evidence that it exists.
In my book, Return of the God
Gotta shill the book. Gotta shill.
Hypothesis, I argue that the universe has precisely such properties.
It doesn't.
And that raises a hopeful possibility.
Wait. It doesn't confirm it absolutely for you?
We are not the product of blind, pitiless indifference, but instead that we were made on purpose, that we were intended.
No, that's a giant leap in logic, and I'm not buying that book.
British historian Paul Johnson has argued that the existence or non-existence of God is the most important question we humans can ever ask.
It's one of them. I would say, like what is my purpose would be. It's equally important, but
given the scientific evidence we now have, it might be time to consider or reconsider this question.
No, not really, because it's already been eliminated. It's been eliminated from contention, especially the Christian Abrahamic biblical God has been eliminated from contention. There's no point.
I'm Stephen Meyer, philosopher of science at the Discovery Institute.
You just tipped your hand. You just like philosopher of science at the Discovery Institute. Fail.
For Prager University. Thank you for...
Prager is not a university, by the way. It is not a university. So it is like it's a trash mill is what it is. It's an absolute trash mill. All right. So cherry pick quotes, other people who are already Christians and, that interpret science through their Christianity. Well, what's wrong with atheism? So yeah, let's go. Bam. We can get rid of that shit too. Ooh, I'm just clearing the field. Okay, so that's my nefarious review. That's my response to Alan Ritchson will be done later. That's Gothics. That's my response to Gothics. And then that's my Mike Winger response. So I'm going to hold on to those. I think I'll hold on to these. The 11 questions atheists cannot answer. Oh, this is a short one. There's only 1 minute. Okay. We've been going for like 4 hours. Last one, because last one. We'll do this one. So let's go video file, because this one's pretty quick, and I think I can answer them pretty quickly. So let's do this. So this is 11 questions that atheists can't answer.
Hello, you've reached ChristianApologist.com, and I'm S.J. Thomason, and today I'm going to present to you...
I think I've heard this chick talk with Darth Dawkins before. I think I've heard her talk with Dawkins.
11 questions that atheists cannot answer.
All right, 11 questions that atheists can't answer. Cindy Sue said, Cindy Sue, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here tonight. Guitar Dog, good to see you as well. Cindy Sue says, but JL, PragerU is now being used to help teach science, etc. in Florida public schools. That's because Florida is a dystopian hell. So, or becoming a dystopian hellscape. But yeah, it's pretty ridiculous. They're also like, Florida has also decreed, I think a bill was passed that basically tells teachers that they have to teach slavery when they're teaching teaching the history of slavery, that it was beneficial for the slaves. So that's where Florida is right now. Rodanola Name says S.J. Thompson is a nut job. Let's just see how nutty this nut log is.
The first question: how do you explain why the early Christian martyrs preached for decades, saying they saw the risen Christ?
Okay, so why? So we can't confirm that they did. We know that Paul wrote it, but we can't confirm that that's what actually happened. So Paul wrote that section. We can't confirm it, so that's not a thing that we can say is true. Easy peasy.
2. How do you explain the rise of Christianity to between 5 and 6 million by 313 when it was finally legalized from such humble roots?
The expansion of the Roman Empire via the sword. So it's easy to convert people to Christianity when you threaten their lives.
3. What powered inflation of the universe?
We don't know. We have strong working hypotheses. And we have some stuff. We have some like placeholder names like dark matter, dark energy, but ultimately we don't know. That we have, like I said, we have hypotheses, but we don't have an actual theory on that yet. So we don't know, and that's valid.
4. Why are humans spiritual?
Because we have a tendency to draw conclusions from to basically because our brains are evolved to be pattern seeking, and we tend to pull information from random chaos, which is why it's like pareidolia, apophenia, these kinds of phenomena. When you look at the texture paint on your wall and you can see faces in it, there's not actually faces. Your brain is just putting together things. It's evolved that way because it's a survival it's a survival trait. So we do that to survive. So we recognize certain patterns, we know to avoid stuff, or we know where stuff is. So that helps us to survive. So that's a result of our evolution. The reason we're spiritual, or we have like the spiritual sensation, is because we anthropomorphize the universe itself. So we look, it's like we perceive it from this perspective. So we look at how things could be from a perspective similar to us, and that leads to the concepts of gods and the like. So it's literally just us projecting ourselves onto the universe, usually to explain phenomena.
5. Where did consciousness come from?
Consciousness is an emergent property of the brain.
6. How do you explain what some have called our sixth sense?
Intuition and pattern recognition is what it is. So it's basically pattern recognition. You recognize certain patterns, you recognize certain little details, you get accustomed to acknowledging them and to giving them value. So your brain keeps those as memory. And so when you see certain patterns in an environment, you draw a conclusion. That would be your intuition or your gut instinct. Like people aren't acting right, so I'm getting a gut feeling that something's wrong. That's your intuition. So your sixth sense would just be pattern recognition in the environment. You pulling from random data to create patterns.
7. How did the Earth overcome what MIT and Stanford physicists call statistically miraculous odds to have habitable conditions?
It's not statistically improbable. It's like you have a universe the size that it is, and if you go by cosmic inflation theory, then essentially our visible universe is our visible universe, like what we can see, the 13 billion, like all the light years across. That essentially with cosmic inflation theory, the visible area is like a light bulb lit on like the planet Pluto, like on Pluto. So if you took Pluto and then you lit a light bulb on it, that light bulb represents what we can see, like visually in the universe. So that's if you go by cosmic inflation theory. Given the size and given the length of time, then Goldilocks zones happen. Okay. And so considering we don't have access to the universe, we don't know how much other life is out there, but we do know that it did happen. So the statistical probability is 100% because we have one system with life in it that's 100%.
8. Why does humanity cherish humility and honesty over pride and deceit?
That would be evolutionary game theory. Humans in their very early stages and our tribal, basically our early nomadic tribal stages, learned very quickly. And we know this because chimpanzees, gorillas, bonobos, especially orangutans, other primates, cetaceans, pachyderms, elephants, many of these species, they understand evolutionary game theory. Well, their behaviors are dictated by what we call evolutionary game theory. So we learned as social animals that selfish actions in the short term may benefit the individual, but in the long term, they're disastrous for the community. And that cooperative action may not be beneficial immediately to the individual, but it is long term, has very positive effects. So cooperative action, selfish action. So that's evolutionary game theory. Chimpanzees abide by it. They understand these things, that working together, having, not being that the community is more important than the individual, and that empathy goes to this as well. So, but it's evolutionary game theory. We understood very early on that cooperative action yields better results for the entire community than selfish action does. But that does not stop some people from being selfish, does not stop people from acting selfishly, which is why we have laws that cordon them off from the rest of society if they become too detrimental. Evolutionary game theory.
9. Why do almost all feel compelled to do what's right by helping neighbors?
Empathy. That's just our evolved sense of empathy. It's different for every person because it's a very wide spectrum. Some people are more empathetic than others. Some people are less. Some people are not empathetic at all. Some people process it differently. But yeah, that's our evolved sense of empathy and evolutionary game theory.
Why is there a norm of reciprocity?
A norm of reciprocity? Well, our empathy.
10. What is our greater purpose?
What is our greater? There is no greater purpose. We determine our purpose for ourselves.
And 11, why is there evil in the world?
Because there is no God, there's no loving God to dictate that there's not be. There are actions that we consider evil because they are detrimental to the well-being of society or well-being of other people, and we declare those things. We subjectively declare. Well, we arbitrarily declare those things to be evil. So, what is good and what is evil is subjectively determined by the society itself, and so that's why what is evil is different from society to society to society. What the Mongols or what the Romans or what the German or what, the Third Reich or what Americans or what South American tribes or African tribes in the Congo or Aboriginals determine to be good and evil, there is some overlap, but they're not all equal. So there are some things that we consider, like the Spartans had a very, very interesting, definition of what was good and what was evil. So usually it's tied into the utility of survival, but it's all, subjective. It's what we determine to be evil and good are completely subjective. So there are actions that take away and actions that give too. And we generally say the ones that take away or harm others, especially unnecessarily, that those actions are evil. That's the term we use.
Thank you very much. This is ChristianApologist.com. Goodbye.
Awesome. That was easy. So how was that? Nice and quick? Nice and easy. Good times. I don't have to answer that bullshit. All right. Well, I think we are in good shape. So, and it's amazing. It's, so many of you have been here for so long and hanging out with me. This was a lot of fun. And I know we needed a serious palate cleanser after the start of this stream. So I appreciate everyone being here. This was a lot of fun. And we got to do some debunking, and I got to clear my hard drive a little bit. As a matter of fact, let me go ahead and bam, empty recycle bin. I will delete those 42 items. I don't need that. Awesome. So I just alleviated my workload. Feel pretty good about that. How is everyone out there doing? I hope that you're having fun. I see a lot of people commenting. I see 71 people in the chat. I hope everybody's enjoying themselves, and I hope that I've been educational, or I hope you've learned something from this, or at least had fun or had a laugh. I almost disconnected myself earlier when I hit my damn mouse because he said fine tuning. I was like, oh, I'm the fuck out of here. It was just my instinct. It was my gut. And my gut instinct was to just run. It's just because I hear it all the time, over and over and over again. Absolutely just fucking phenomenal. Oh, but man, I almost don't want to stop. I almost want to keep going, but I've got the stuff that I'm going to do, like the next 4 videos. I've got those in various stages, and then, but I've got but these ones. That's 5 minutes. That's 2 minutes. That's 39 minutes. That's 3 minutes. I'm definitely not going to do that one. That's evolution. That's somebody going after evolution. And then I've got, this one's 13 minutes. So I think I'll hold on to those. Maybe I can do those. I was just, oh, fuck, man. I know that people don't want me to, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to go and look at delete laws, but I just wanted to point out, that the whole Jason Dollarhide situation, which took place up here in Oklahoma where I am, the whole Jason Dollarhide situation, how he grifted off that, how he kind of told on himself when he was covering their situation and trying to help them out with the kids, raise money for them and shit. And then she, the wife, Jason Dollarhide's wife, filed for divorce from him. But she filed for divorce after saying that she needed money to get him out. So did Chili DeCastro actually raise money for Jason Dollarhide's wife to file for divorce from him, to hire a divorce attorney and get him out? I just find that to be really, really fucking funny. But yeah. And I just, but now he utilized that to grift off an entire stream. It's like, so yeah, there was another great moment when Chili DeCastro or Jose DeCastro exposed himself. That's a terrifying thought, where he exposed what his actual goals are. And that was just find tragedy to grift off of. That's all he's doing. And so even somebody he was saying that he was helping then turned around and then literally drafted off, their divorce, their impending divorce, which is just fucked up. Let me see. Lord, it's probing time says, please yourself. I'll keep watching. Awesome. Susan Casio, good to see you. Says, I like listening. Thank you very much. I do appreciate that. Let's see, Mr. E-Man says, fine tuning of a sample of 1. How is that fine tuned? Exactly. We don't have the probability functions to be able to do that. Tesla Radio says, do you think they will ever come up with arguments? No, they will never come up with ways to and their position will get ever closer to the board, and eventually it'll just be dumped off. So But they'll never have something that actually reconciles these things. Not until, I mean, at best they could try and update the Bible. That would be the best thing that they could possibly do. But I like, as Professor Davis pointed out, they're ideologically bound to hold these positions, and so they'll fundamentally they'll never be able to reconcile them. Let me see. Oh, we're talking about Pluto. Arguments aren't evidence. Agreed. Arguments not evidence. Use arguments to support your evidence, because you argue as to why it's evidence and the predictions go forward. But arguments support evidence; they aren't evidence themselves. Ronald Sam says Chile is also possibly facing practicing law without a license charge in Nevada. Interesting. That'll be good. Please let that DA just fucking hammer his ass. Just beat him, just beat his shit in. Selling his shirt half price. He's desperate. He's fucking desperate is what he is. And I also want to throw out a giant congratulations. I know he will never, ever see this, but a huge congratulations to Team Skeptic for hitting 100,000 subs, and a huge congratulations to Sir Sick. Yeah, Sir Sick for hitting 100,000. So congratulations to both those guys. And hopefully we'll see them get their play buttons here really, really soon. All right. Tesla Radio says, update the Bible. Wasn't that the Book of Mormon? I think that was an attempt. I really do. Others' opinions fascinate me. Absolutely. I'm also fascinated by them as well. So I think we've been going at a good clip and going a little over 4 hours. Looked at a bunch of videos. We got the heavy-handed shit out of the way. So I think I will call it here, because there's some stuff that I want to do. I still need to go, and I need to hit the gym really quick because I was here all day. But now we're in a good spot. So this has been fun. This has been an absolute blast. I want to thank each and every single one of you for being here. All the people that hung out with the live chat and listened to me, go on about these things and debunk this stuff and talk about Greg Locke and Melissa Locke and the travesty that turned into, and how Greg Locke is an absolute piece of shit. So I want to thank you all for hanging out with me, and this has been an absolute blast. I haven't gotten to be live in a while, so you guys rock. You very much do. I don't know if I have any debates coming up. Some people have challenged me, but they won't follow through, so I don't know if there's going to be any future debates. The invitation is out there, so if somebody has come up and they want to debate me on any of these topics, I'm more than happy to do so, but I don't know if that will ever happen. Maybe I'm just not big enough yet. Maybe someday. Maybe eventually. As far as future content here on Bridge the Divide, I've got my review of the Christian horror film Nefarious coming up. I've got my response to Alan Ritchson. I've got my response to Gothics, my response to Mike Winger. So I've got that stuff going on. I missed you too, Commander Darklight. You rock, man. Yeah, I haven't been live in a while. I've been really, really crazy busy. And then, of course, so that's stuff coming up here on Bridge the Divide. And then I've also got, of course, Week in Horror, which is the horror film podcast. We are about to go into our 5th season. So that's every Wednesday, 7 p.m. Central Time over at the Week in Horror YouTube. Link is down in the description. And of course, if you want to support me here, you can check out the Teespring. You got the channel memberships available. A whole bunch were gifted out today. Every single one of your super chats and every single one of your super thanks are all greatly appreciated. So I love you all for that. Thank you very, very much. They help me to keep doing this. Or over at Week in Horror as well, we have the Patreon, the PayPal, and all that other cool stuff. So, and of course, a whole bunch of gear and swag. So if you want to get a Bridge the Divide t-shirt or a mug, or get my Euthyphro Dilemma sticker. I got all kinds of stuff. So all kinds of fun stuff that you can get here if you want to support the channel here. But you being here in the live chat is what makes it all worth it. And I appreciate every single one of you for doing that, for taking the time. You have a lot of channels you could watch. You chose to hang out with me here. So I really, really do appreciate that. So with that said, huge congratulations to my friends who hit 100,000 lately. New content coming. I appreciate every single one of you. I've been JL. This is Bridge the Divide. And remember, what was I going to say? Oh, I fucked up my flippin' outro. I really did. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do this. I pulled the Team Skeptic. I fucking pulled the Team Skeptic. I really did. Well, I have to do this first. Oh, I'm so annoyed at myself. I have been JL. This is Bridge the Divide. Be safe. Be excellent to each other. And together, we can bridge the divide. If I could figure this out.